did you? Available when a friend was struggling and you had something to give, not because you had extra necessarily, but because they needed it and you could. Available in the way that required you to hold something back from yourself in order to hand it to someone else. This kind of tired does not lift with sleep. It accumulates slowly over months or years, and it asks a different question. Not how do I recover, but why does the arithmetic keep coming out this way? You have probably seen the pattern without fully naming it. The person you helped move house who did not appear when you needed to move, the colleague you championed through a difficult period who, once the period ended, moved on as if the championing had not happened. The family member you sustained through the worst year of their life, who, once the worst year was over, found other things to occupy their attention. You did not help in order to be repaid. You know that. That is not why you did it. But you also did not expect to be left holding the weight of the giving with nowhere to set it down. Friedrich Nietzsche felt this, not occasionally, repeatedly, and in the relationships he had invested in most deeply. He did not write about it as a complaint. He wrote about it as a philosophical problem, a question about the structure of giving itself, about what happens inside the giver and inside the one who receives, and about whether there is a way to give that is not, at its deepest level, quietly asking for something in return. Tonight we trace that question through his life and his work, all the way to the answer, which is not comfortable, but which is real. Chapter 4, The Gift-Giving Virtue. In January 1883, Friedrich Nietzsche sat in a boarding house in Rapallo on the Ligurian coast of Italy and wrote the first part of Thus Spoke Zarathustra in 10 days. That is not a figure of speech. He wrote it in 10 days. The ideas had been building for years. He had been carrying Zarathustra in notebooks and fragments since at least 1881, but the writing itself came in a single intense sprint in a rented room in an Italian coastal town in the middle of winter. He was almost completely alone. He had heard that same week that Richard Wagner had died in Venice on February 13th. He kept writing. The book opens with a man named Zarathustra, Nietzsche's prophet, his alter ego, the figure through whom he speaks most directly, who has spent 10 years alone on a mountain. He is full. His wisdom has been growing in the silence and the altitude, and one morning he wakes and decides the cup is overflowing. He must descend. He must give what he has accumulated to the people below. In the first part of the book, there is a chapter called On the Gift-Giving Virtue. It is one of the most honest things Nietzsche ever wrote about what it feels like to be the kind of person who gives. Zarathustra tells his followers that gold is the highest virtue, not because it is useful, but because it is rare and because it radiates. It gives without diminishing. The sun pours down its light all day without consulting whether the earth deserves it. The overflowing river does not wait to be thanked before it waters the valley. The gift-giving virtue Nietzsche is describing is the impulse to give that comes not from obligation or from need, but from an excess of self, from a person who is so full that fullness wants to flow. This is a very specific description of a very specific experience. You may recognize it. It is what it feels like when you help someone not because you feel you should and not because you want something in return, but simply because you have something and they need it, and the giving feels like the natural thing, the only thing to do. Here is what Nietzsche does not tell you in that chapter. He tells you that this virtue is gold. He does not tell you what happens to gold when it meets hands that cannot hold it. He does not tell you what happens to the giver when the giving is met not with gratitude, but with the simple absorption of the one who was helped, who moves on, who is now fed and therefore no longer hungry and therefore no longer here. He will tell you, we will get there. But hold this first. There are two kinds of giving. The first is the gift-giving virtue, the overflowing cup, the sun that shines without consulting the calendar. The second is something that looks very much like it from the outside, but is doing different work inside the giver. By the end of tonight, you will understand the difference, and you will probably recognize which kind has been exhausting you. Hold that gently. It returns later. Chapter 5. The Teacher He Loved. Leipzig, Germany, 1865. Friedrich Nietzsche is 20 years old, a student at the university studying classical philology, the languages and texts of ancient Greece and Rome. He is walking one afternoon through the old part of the city when he turns into a second-hand bookshop. He picks up a book he has not encountered before, The World as Will and Representation by Arthur Schopenhauer. He pays for it and takes it home. For the next 2 weeks, he sleeps approximately 4 hours a night. The rest of the time, he reads. Schopenhauer has been dead for 5 years. He died in Frankfurt in 1860 at the age of 72, largely unrecognized by the philosophical establishment of his era. He was difficult, combative, and profoundly pessimistic about the nature of existence. His central argument was that beneath all appearances, beneath the world as we perceive it, with its objects and its causes and its logic, there is a single blind force he called the will. Not a personal will, not God's will, but something more like an impersonal appetite, purposeless, insatiable, driving all matter and all life toward nothing in particular. We are expressions of this will. Our desires, our ambitions, our hungers, they are the will expressing itself through us. And because the will is insatiable, satisfaction is always temporary. The relief of getting what we wanted lasts a moment. Then the wanting begins again. The young Nietzsche finds this both devastating and beautiful. Not because he agrees with the pessimism, he will eventually move decisively beyond it, but because Schopenhauer is taking the question of human suffering completely seriously, without flinching, without the consolations of religion or convention, that intellectual honesty for a 20-year-old who has been asking the hard questions since he was a child feels like the first adult he has encountered in philosophy. He gives Schopenhauer everything a young philosopher can give a dead teacher: his complete attention, his admiration, and his direction. He writes about him. He assigns him to students. He titles one of his early essays Schopenhauer as Educator. He loves the man through the books the way you can love someone you have never met, with the particular intensity of a person who has found, at last, the voice they were looking for. And then, slowly over years, he realizes that the love was larger than the object could bear. Schopenhauer's pessimism is not the whole truth. The renunciation of desire is not the answer. The teacher who felt like a revelation was a beginning, not a destination. This is the first instance of a pattern that will run through Nietzsche's entire life. He loves completely, he gives his full devotion, and then the thing he loved turns out to be smaller than the love. Not false, but not enough to hold what he brought to it. The body remembers the giving even when the mind has moved on to the critique. Chapter 6, What the helped cannot see. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Let your jaw soften, let your breathing move on its own. There is something the person who was helped cannot easily see about the person who helped them. This is not about ingratitude exactly. Most people who receive genuine help, substantial help, given freely, feel something like gratitude. The feeling is real, but it is also uncomfortable, because receiving significant help creates an asymmetry, and asymmetry is something the mind is built to resolve. The mind resolves it in several ways, and all of them are understandable, and none of them are quite honest. The first is inflation. The mind recasts the help as something the helper did for their own reasons. She helped because she had time on her hands. He helped because it made him feel good. The giving was not really about me, it was about them. This revision restores a sense of equality. I did not need to receive charity. I was convenient for someone else's generosity. The second is minimization. The mind quietly reduces the weight of the help. I would have figured it out eventually. It wasn't as much as it seemed. The memory of the crisis softens, and with it, the memory of what the crisis required from someone else. The third is criticism. The mind finds something to fault in the helper, or in the manner of the helping. It was given in the wrong spirit. There was something slightly condescending in how it was offered. The help was real but imperfect, and imperfection justifies some distance from the debt. Friedrich Nietzsche did not write about this as a moral failing. He wrote about it as a structural feature of how human beings manage asymmetry. We do not naturally rest in a position of sustained dependence on another person. The debt that cannot be repaid becomes in time a reason to avoid the creditor, not because the helped person is dishonest, but because the mind, in its constant effort to maintain a sense of standing, of being a person who gives as much as receives, will do whatever quiet work is available to restore the balance. The person you helped, in other words, may have needed to move on, not because they did not care, because your continued presence reminded them of something they owed and could not repay. And the mind, given the choice between settling a debt it cannot settle and quietly closing the account, will often choose the latter. This is not about you. It is about a feature of human psychology that is older than language. Nietzsche spent years trying to name it clearly enough that the naming might help. Chapter 7. Something happened in Turin. January 1889. The city of Turin in the north of Italy. The Piazza Carlo Alberto, a broad square lined with pale buildings and arcaded walkways. The city is cold and clear in winter, the Alps visible on bright days from the hills above the town. Friedrich Nietzsche has been living in Turin for several months. He is 44 years old. By this point, most of the major work is behind him. Thus spoke Zarathustra, written between 1883 and 1885, is the work he considers the most important thing he has ever done. Beyond Good and Evil, written in 1886, is the systematic statement of his mature philosophy. On the Genealogy of Morals, published in 1887, is perhaps the most rigorous and disturbing book in the history of philosophy, a careful excavation of where our moral values actually came from, which is not where we have been told they came from. In the final months of 1888, he has written at extraordinary speed. The Case of Wagner, Twilight of the Idols, The Antichrist, and has begun the autobiography he calls Ecce Homo, Here is the Man. He is, by every measure that matters to him, at the height of his thinking. He is also almost completely alone. His eyesight has been deteriorating for years. The migraines come in waves that incapacitate him for days. He has no close companions in Turin, only a boarding house room on the Via Carlo Alberto, and the letters that arrive and the letters he sends. He writes to his friend Franz Overbeck in Basel, to his mother Franziska in Naumburg, to his publisher, to occasional correspondents he has never met. He takes long walks in the afternoon when the migraines allow. He eats simply. He goes early to bed. Something happened in the street near the Piazza Carlo Alberto in the first days of January 1889. Something that contains, in a very small space, everything we will spend tonight examining about giving and receiving and the cost of carrying too much for too long. I am not going to tell you what it was yet. Hold that image, the cold square, the pale buildings, the winter light. We will return to Turin before the night ends, and by then you will understand what happened in a way you could not understand it now. Chapter 8. The Hidden Arithmetic. There is arithmetic happening inside every act of giving, and most of it is invisible to the giver. This is not a criticism. It is a description, and the description matters because the only way past the arithmetic is to see it clearly. Nietzsche was interested in the arithmetic not because he wanted to accuse generous people of being secretly selfish, but because he believed that the path to genuine giving, the gift-giving virtue, the overflowing cup, ran through a clear-eyed understanding of the lesser giving that most of us actually practice. When you help someone substantially with your time, your money, your attention, your sustained emotional presence, something in the body registers the expenditure, not as a ledger, not consciously. You are not keeping a list. But the body knows what it has given. The nervous system tracks the output. And because the body knows, the body waits. in some low and patient frequency for something to return. This is not weakness, this is biology. The social structures that kept human beings alive for hundreds of thousands of years were built on reciprocal exchange. I watch your child today, you watch mine tomorrow. I share food when I have surplus, you share when I do not. Reciprocity is not a cultural invention. It is one of the oldest and deepest mechanisms in the social nervous system. It runs below language. It was there before philosophy. The problem is not the mechanism. The problem is what happens when it meets a person who gives more than the mechanism is designed to handle. Who gives not because the arithmetic compels it, but because giving is what they are. The mechanism waits for the return. The return does not come because the giving was too large to be reciprocated in kind. And the body registers the deficit slowly, in a way the mind may not want to admit. Seneca understood this 2,000 years before Nietzsche. In his Letters to Lucilius, written in the last years of his life, he worked through the psychology of giving and receiving with a directness unusual even for him. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality, he wrote, in the context of fear, but the structure holds for gratitude as well. We intend to express gratitude, and then the moment for it passes, and the intention remains, but the expression does not arrive. The giver waits. The helped one means well. The gap between meaning and doing is where the arithmetic breaks down. Nietzsche knew Seneca's work well. He returned to it throughout his life. The Roman, who had also written about the loneliness of the generous, the man who had also discovered that wealth and influence did not protect you from the specific solitude of having given more than anyone could return. Chapter 9, Why Gratitude is Rare. In the summer of 1876, Richard Wagner opened his new festival theatre in Bayreuth. It had taken years to build. It had cost what in today's terms would be millions, funded through subscriptions from admirers across Europe. The theatre was designed to produce Wagner's operas the way Wagner believed operas should be produced. Full orchestra in a hidden pit, perfect sightlines, darkness in the house. The first festival in August 1876 was the social event of the German cultural year. Friedrich Nietzsche attended. He had been visiting Wagner regularly since 1869, 23 visits to Tribschen in the 3 years before Wagner moved to Bayreuth. He had written his first book, The Birth of Tragedy, in 1872, and dedicated it to Wagner, who praised it enthusiastically in a letter that Nietzsche kept for the rest of his life. He had written an essay titled Richard Wagner in Bayreuth as one of his 4 untimely meditations, a long, serious work of genuine admiration that cost him significant academic credibility among his colleagues. He arrived at Bayreuth in August 1876, having given Wagner more than most people give anyone. 7 years of devoted attention, intellectual labor, advocacy, friendship, and the sacrifice of a significant portion of his professional reputation. He arrived full of what he had given. And then something contracted. The grandiosity of it. a crowd that had come not for the music but for the celebrity, for the social occasion, for the chance to be seen at the most important cultural event of the decade. The nationalism that ran through the atmosphere, the sense that this was a German project, a German triumph, a statement about German culture and German superiority, that felt to Nietzsche like something Wagner had caught, something that had infected the late work and the public project in a way Nietzsche had not allowed himself to see when he was sitting at the piano at Tribschen, listening to Wagner play sketches and talking about ideas. He left the festival early. He cited his migraines, which were genuinely bad. But the exit was not only physical. Something had broken in the giving. If you return a gift with admiration, the next stage, Seneca tells us, is habit. The gift that becomes expected, the gratitude that becomes a customary performance rather than a felt response. By Bayreuth, Nietzsche's devotion had become something Wagner simply expected, another form of tribute from one of the many people around him. The particular quality of the giving, the years of genuine intellectual companionship, had been absorbed into the general category of Wagnerian admirers. And Nietzsche for the first time saw himself from the outside, saw what he had been in Wagner's world. Not an equal, not a son, not quite, a particularly useful kind of admirer. If your mind has been drifting, that is fine. Come back gently. We are still here. Gratitude is rare, not because people are ungrateful, but because it requires a sustained act of memory. The helped person must hold in mind the weight of what they received, the cost of what was given, and the specific quality of the person who gave it. These three things fade at different rates, and all of them fade. Nietzsche had loved Wagner with enough completeness that he had not noticed the fading. At Bayreuth, in the August heat, surrounded by the grandiose machinery of Wagner's triumph, he noticed it all at once. Chapter 10. The question beneath the question. Let your breath slow. Let your eyes rest wherever they are resting. If your mind has been following the thread of Nietzsche's life, let it rest there too. If it has been moving through its own thoughts, that is fine. Nothing tonight requires you to follow every word. Here is something I want to name clearly before we go further. We have been tracing the psychology of why people do not return what you give. The mechanism of the helped, the structure of gratitude and its erosion, the way asymmetry gets resolved by the one who was helped, all of that is real, and we will go deeper into it. But there is a question underneath that question. Not why do people fail to return what you give, but what were you looking for when you gave it? This is not an accusation. It is the most honest question Nietzsche spent years trying to ask himself, and the one he was most reluctant to answer. He gave ideas and friendship and years of sustained devotion, and he kept arriving at the same loss, the warmth of the giving, and then the cold, and then the long solitude. And eventually he began to ask, not about the people who had left, but about the part of himself that kept filling cups for people who could not hold what he poured. What do you feel in the moment of giving, before you know whether it will be returned? Not what do you expect, what do you feel? In the moment when you are helping and the helping is costing you something real, what is the quality of what you feel? For some people, the feeling is relief. The giving resolves a low-grade anxiety about whether they are useful, whether they are needed, whether there is a place for them in the lives of the people they love. The giving is not from fullness. It is from the specific discomfort of believing that unless you give, unless you have something to offer, you will not be wanted. This is not a moral failing. It is one of the most human things there is. And it is what Nietzsche eventually came to understand about himself. Hold that question. We will come back to it before the night ends. Chapter 11, Wagner and the Decade of Giving. The full accounting of the Nietzsche-Wagner friendship requires more honesty than most of the people who write about it are willing to bring. Wagner was 55 when Nietzsche first met him. Nietzsche was 23. The age gap is not incidental. For Nietzsche, whose father had died when he was 4 years old in 1849, a Lutheran pastor in the village of Rocken in Saxony, dead before Nietzsche could form a real memory of him, the warmth of the Wagner household at Tribschen was something more than friendship. It was the feeling of a room with a father in it. Cosima Wagner understood this, or at least recognized it. She wrote about young Nietzsche in her diaries with a combination of genuine affection and the faint condescension of a woman who is used to brilliant young men orbiting her husband. He was useful, he was devoted. He ran errands, practical ones, not only intellectual. He collected subscriptions for the Bayreuth Project. He proofread. He bought presents for the Wagner children at Christmas. He did all of this with the wholehearted attention of a person who has found at last a family worth giving to. The intellectual exchange was real. Wagner genuinely engaged with Nietzsche's ideas, or at least he did in the early years in the Tribschen period, before the scale of the Bayreuth Project consumed his attention. They talked about ancient Greece, about the relationship between music and philosophy, about what a culture would look like that took art seriously enough to let it reshape the way people lived. These were not trivial conversations. Nietzsche's first book, The Birth of Tragedy, grew directly out of them, but the exchange was not equal. Wagner took and appreciated, but in the particular way of a great man who is used to being the center of whatever room he occupies, with the assumption that the quality of attention he provided was itself a form of generosity. After Bayreuth, the gap opened. Nietzsche began to write privately, critically, about what he called Wagner's decadence, the turn toward nationalism, toward Christianity, which Wagner had not previously emphasized, toward a kind of theatrical grandiosity that felt to Nietzsche like a betrayal of everything they had discussed in Tribschen. He said little of this to Wagner directly. The friendship limped on in letters with increasing awkwardness until it effectively ended around 1878, when Nietzsche published Human All...
New Jack Link's air-dried steak slices, made with just 3 simple ingredients.
Nestie's built different. That's why he only runs on Duracell.
Your Oregon Lottery gameplay supports maintenance of our state parks, helping keep the millions of Oregonians who visit them every year happy campers. The Oregon Lottery. Together, we do good things.
My husband just wasn't lasting long enough for me to finish. It was frustrating. I love him, but it got to a point where we were both avoiding intimacy. And then he got prescribed the SexRx plus climax control pill through Hims. This pill combines tadalafil, an ingredient to help men get hard and stay hard, with PE treatment to help him last way longer. And the best part is 100% online. No doctor's office, no pharmacy runs, just a simple intake form, and then a licensed provider recommended the right treatments for him. And now he's lasting longer, he's more confident, and we're actually excited to be intimate again. So if you're struggling with early climax, check out treatments through Hims today. It's seriously saved our sex life.
All Too Human, a book that made his distance from Wagnerism unmistakable. Wagner received it. He said little about it publicly. He died in Venice on the 13th of February 1883, without the friendship having been honestly repaired. Nietzsche heard the news and kept writing Zarathustra. But the biographers who knew him well note that he carried the loss of Wagner for the rest of his life, not with bitterness exactly, with something closer to grief, the specific grief of a person who gave everything to a relationship and then watched the relationship reveal itself slowly to have been something smaller than the giving. He had given Wagner a decade. Wagner had given him a beginning, and a grief that became part of the philosophy. Chapter 12, Slave Morality and the Martyr. In 1887, Friedrich Nietzsche published On the Genealogy of Morals. It is a short book, 3 essays, and it is in some ways the most uncomfortable thing he ever wrote. Not because it is aggressive, because it is accurate. The second essay is about guilt and debt and the psychology of punishment. But the first essay is the one that matters most for tonight. It is about the two kinds of morality that Nietzsche believed were always in tension in Western civilization, what he called master morality and slave morality. The names are misleading. Nietzsche is not describing political masters and political slaves. He is describing two orientations toward value, two ways of answering the question of what is good. Master morality, as he defines it, starts from strength. It asks, what is good for me? What helps me flourish, create, act, express what I am? And from that starting point, it defines good as what flows from self-determination, and bad as whatever diminishes or weakens the self. This is not selfishness in the petty sense. It is the orientation of a person who begins with a full cup. Slave morality starts from resentment. It asks, what do the powerful have that we do not? And then it redefines the terms so that what the powerful have becomes bad and what the weak have becomes good. Strength becomes arrogance. Self-determination becomes cruelty. Abundance becomes excess. Suffering becomes virtue. And giving, the self-abnegation of giving until there is nothing left, becomes the highest moral achievement. Nietzsche was not arguing against generosity. He was arguing against the morality that makes suffering and self-erasure into virtues in themselves. The morality that says the good person is the one who gives until it hurts and keeps giving and then gives the hurt too. The morality of the martyr. Because the martyr does not give from a full cup. The martyr gives in order to demonstrate the giving. The martyr's generosity is inseparable from the expectation that the sacrifice will be seen, acknowledged, and eventually repaid, if not in this life, then in some other accounting. The martyr is not practicing the gift-giving virtue. The martyr is practicing the most sophisticated form of the hidden arithmetic. The person lying here tonight who runs the accounting of who they have carried and who has not been carried, I am not calling them a martyr. I am saying that Nietzsche believed the distinction between the gift-giving virtue and the martyr's giving was the most important distinction in the moral life, and that most of us at one time or another slide between the two without quite noticing which side of the line we are on. Chapter 13, The Lou Salome Story. Rome, April 1882. Nietzsche has been introduced by his friend Paul Rie to a young Russian woman named Lou von Salome. She is 21. Nietzsche is 37. The introduction happens in the city's churches. Nietzsche and Rie and Lou moving through Rome together over several days. Rie is already in love with her. Nietzsche, within days of meeting her, believes he has met the person he has been waiting for. Not a student, not an admirer, an equal. Someone who can think at the same altitude, who is not intimidated by the hard questions, who brings something back. He proposed marriage by letter, through Rie as intermediary, within weeks of meeting her. She refused. He proposed again at Lake Orta in May. She refused again. She and Rie made plans to move to Berlin together to pursue a shared intellectual life. Nietzsche was not part of those plans. He received the news in the summer. The letters he wrote in that period to Rie, to Lou, to his friend Overbeck are some of the most raw he ever wrote. The handwriting changes. The sentences are shorter and less controlled. He describes, in one letter, a period of several days in which he could not leave his bed. And this is a man accustomed to forcing himself up through migraines that would have incapacitated most people entirely. There is a photograph from that spring taken near Turin on Monte Sacro that is now famous. Lou sits in a small cart. Rie and Nietzsche stand in front of the cart, pulling it with ropes, while Lou holds a small whip. It was Lou's idea, a playful staging. Nietzsche is smiling in the photograph. The smile is real. He did not yet know what the summer would bring. He called Lou privately, in notes that were not meant to be published, the highest human being he had ever met. He was convinced that the project of the philosophy, the ideas he had been building for years about how a person could live more fully, more honestly, more self-determinedly, required this kind of companionship to reach its maturity. Not because he was dependent. He was not someone who required agreement, but because genuine philosophical thinking needs someone who can push back at the right altitude. Lou was that person, and she chose Rie and moved to Berlin and did not return. What Nietzsche did with that loss is the most important thing about it. He went to Rapallo in January 1883, alone, in a rented room on the Ligurian coast in winter, and he wrote Zarathustra, the book in which a man descends from a mountain to give his wisdom to people who cannot quite receive it. The connection is not incidental. Chapter 14, What the Body Remembers After Giving. Let your shoulders drop. Feel the surface beneath you. If you are lying in bed, feel the mattress or the pillow. Feel where the body makes contact. This is a good thing to notice. The body is always here. It has been here all day. Even when you were in your head, the body keeps its own account of giving. Not in words. The body does not work in words, but in the gradual changes of tension and fatigue, and the particular kind of weariness that is not physical in origin, but settles in the body, because there is nowhere else for it to go. You have probably noticed this. After a long period of being the person who helps, who shows up, who gives the benefit of the doubt and then gives it again, the body develops a characteristic posture. Shoulders that do not fully release. A jaw that holds something. Shoulders that rise toward the ears without permission. A breath that is shorter than it used to be. Nietzsche's body knew this. He wrote about it obliquely in his letters, the connection between the physical wreckage of his migraines and the emotional costs of the years in which he was most extravagantly giving of himself. The worst years for the headaches were the years of Wagner. The years when he was most fully invested in a relationship that was slowly revealing itself to be incapable of holding what he brought. This is not to suggest that Nietzsche's illness was purely psychosomatic. He had a complex neurological history that preceded Wagner and outlasted him. But the body and the giving are not separate. They share a nervous system. What costs the self costs the body, and the cost is often paid late. The specific texture of the body's accounting is different for different people. For some, it is restlessness, the inability to lie still, the mind returning compulsively to the inventory. For some, it is the opposite, a flatness, a tiredness so deep that movement itself feels effortful. For some, it is the particular alert and awake at 3 a.m. quality, the body sitting up in the dark to do the arithmetic it could not get to during the day. Wherever you are now in that range, the body is not wrong to be doing what it is doing. It is doing its job. It is trying to process what the mind has not fully processed yet. It will do it better once it knows what it is working with. Nietzsche gave it something to work with. That is what we are here for tonight. Chapter 15. Zarathustra descends. The first...
With Amiga Home Insurance, it's not just what's inside your home that matters. It's who you share it with. We're customer owned, and we look after what matters most to you, together. Get your quote today.
Let's get you some help. Stitch Fix. Online personal styling for your size, style, and budget.
That was easy.
Restless partner keeping you awake? At Mattress Firm, our sleep experts can match you with a better mattress. And right now, you can get next day delivery on Tempur-Pedic. Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy.
Meet Val, who never runs out of cravings. With Chewy, she never runs out of food tailored to her needs, and her human never has to run out to the store. Same motto, better noms. For tailored nutrition for life with pets, there's Chewy.
The first chapter of Thus Spoke Zarathustra is called Zarathustra's Prologue. It is a very short piece of prose, and it is one of the stranger things in 19th century philosophy. Zarathustra has been alone on a mountain for 10 years. He wakes one morning and speaks to the sun. He thanks the sun for its patience, and then he says, "I want to give away and distribute until the wise among men grow happy once again in their folly, and the poor once again in their riches." He descends into the valley. He finds a forest. He meets an old hermit who asks where he is going, and Zarathustra explains that he is going to mankind to bring his gifts. The hermit shakes his head. He has tried this himself, he says. He suggests that Zarathustra stay in the forest and go to the animals, who love you more readily than men do. Zarathustra leaves the hermit and continues down. He reaches a town. In the market square, a crowd has gathered to watch a tightrope walker perform. Zarathustra climbs onto something to address the crowd and begins to speak about what he has brought, the idea of the overman, of a human being who goes beyond what we have settled for. The crowd is not hostile exactly. They are distracted. The tightrope walker is more interesting. They heckle. They want entertainment, not philosophy. Then the tightrope walker falls and dies. The crowd disperses. Zarathustra is left alone with the body. What Nietzsche is doing in this opening is the most autobiographically honest thing he ever attempted. He is writing about the experience of arriving with something real to give and finding that the conditions for receiving it do not exist. Not because the people below are malicious. Because they are human, they have other concerns, other entertainments, other things that are more immediately relevant to their lives than the gift a man has carried down from a mountain. The first lesson of Zarathustra's descent is not about the crowd, it is about Zarathustra. The gift-giving virtue, Nietzsche is arguing, cannot be practiced as a one-time delivery. You cannot carry wisdom down from the mountain, hand it to the market, and return to the summit empty-handed and satisfied. The giving is not an event, it is a practice. And the practice must survive the discovery that most of what you give will not be received in the way you brought it. Zarathustra does not give up after the market square. He keeps walking. He keeps giving in smaller increments to the people who can receive small increments. He does not stop giving. But he stops expecting the crowd to receive what only a single person in a single moment of readiness can receive. Chapter 16. The first echo. If your mind has drifted, that is fine. Come back gently. We are still here. This is the part I wanted you to hear. We planted a question in the 4th chapter tonight. The two kinds of giving. One from fullness, one from something else. This is where we begin to name the something else more precisely. The giving that exhausts the giver, and that tends to end in the arithmetic of who returned what. This is giving that comes at its root from a need to be needed. This is not a cruel description. Being needed is one of the most powerful human experiences. It is not trivial. It is the feeling of mattering in a specific way that is almost impossible to replicate from the inside. A person can tell themselves they are valued, they are capable, they have something to contribute, but the feeling of being needed by someone in a moment of genuine need is different from all of that. It is external validation that the self is necessary, not just good. Necessary. The giver who gives from this place is not a bad person. They are a person who has found a reliable source of the feeling of mattering and who returns to that source because the feeling is real and the world inside without it is quieter and less certain. They help because helping confirms that they exist in a way that is important to someone, and they help again and again. And the helping becomes the mechanism by which they maintain their sense of place in the world. What this giving cannot survive is the helped person becoming self-sufficient, or moving on, or simply needing something different. Because when the needing stops, the giving as necessity also stops. And the giver is left with the question they have been avoiding by staying busy with the helping. Who am I when there is no one who needs what I have to give? Nietzsche spent years trying to answer this question honestly. Not about other people, about himself. The giving to Wagner, to the students at Basel, to the readers he imagined for the books that almost no one read, there was in all of it a layer of need that the philosophy eventually forced him to examine. The gift-giving virtue, as he finally understood it, is what remains when you subtract that need. What is left when you give not because you need to be needed, but because giving is what you are, regardless of whether it is received, regardless of whether the person knows what they have received, regardless of whether you are ever thanked. That version of giving cannot be exhausted by ingratitude, because it was never waiting for gratitude in the first place. Chapter 17, Why the Helped Cannot Help. There is a simpler answer to the question of why those you help cannot help you back, and Nietzsche arrived at it with some difficulty because it is not the answer his pride wanted. The simplest answer is capacity. The person who needed what you had to give needed it precisely because they did not have it. The help you provided, whether it was practical, financial, emotional, or some combination of these, was available from you and not from them, because you had developed the capacity and they had not. This is not a judgment of their character. It is a description of their situation. You cannot draw water from an empty well. You cannot ask someone to carry your weight who does not have the strength. And you cannot expect the person you helped through a crisis to help you through a similar crisis, because the crisis they needed help with was, at least in part, evidence of a specific limitation that the help did not necessarily address. They got through the crisis. The limitation may still be there. Nietzsche put this differently and more sharply. He argued that the expectation of reciprocity is itself a kind of error in understanding the nature of giving. If you give water to someone who is thirsty, you do not expect to receive water in return. When you are thirsty, you look for a different well. But we treat emotional and relational giving differently, and we expect the person we helped through a hard time to have been somehow enlarged by the experience of being helped, to have grown into the capacity for the kind of help they received. Sometimes this happens, often it does not. The experience of being helped does not automatically transfer into the capacity for helping. This is not a comfortable observation, but it is a useful one. The person who gives from a full cup, from the gift-giving virtue, as Nietzsche describes it, does not expect the helped person to become a helper in the same proportion. They give because they have it to give. If the helped person gives back, that is a gift they receive with gratitude. If not, the giving itself was already complete at the moment of the giving. The reason this is so difficult to practice is that most of us, as we discussed in the earlier chapters, are not entirely giving from fullness. We are giving from a mixture, some fullness, some need, and some of the quiet arithmetic that the body is keeping even when the mind is not consulting it. Recognizing the mixture is not a defeat. It is where the honest work begins. Chapter 18. Sils Maria, 1881. The village of Sils Maria sits in the upper Engadin Valley in the Swiss Alps at an altitude of about 1,800 meters. In summer, it is green and cool, surrounded by lakes and mountain passes and the particular silence of high places. In winter, it is buried in snow and almost empty of visitors. Friedrich Nietzsche first went there in 1881 and returned every summer he could manage until 1888. He walked for hours every day when he was there. The walks were partly medical, the migraines were better at altitude, or at least different, and partly the condition under which he thought best. Many of his notebooks from the Sils Maria periods are less written than walked, ideas caught on the path, recorded in the shorthand of someone who does not want to break the rhythm by stopping fully. In August 1881, on a walk along the shore of Lake Silvaplana, he stopped by a large pyramidal block of stone near the hamlet of Surlage. He stood there for a while. Later he wrote in his notebooks, 6,000 feet beyond man and time. What came to him at that stone was the idea of the eternal recurrence. He developed it in various places over the following years, in The Gay Science, in 1882, in Zarathustra, in Private Notes, but the core of it can be stated simply. What if you had to live your life again, exactly as you have lived it, in every detail, an infinite number of times? Every decision, every loss, every moment of difficulty, and every moment of grace recurring eternally without change. This was not offered as a factual claim about time. Nietzsche knew perfectly well it was not physics. It was offered as a test, a thought experiment that forces the question, do you love your life as it actually was? Not as you wish it had been. Not the version with fewer losses and better decisions and people who stayed as it was, with the losses included, with the people who left included, with the giving that was not returned included. If you can say yes to the life as it was, including all of that, then you have arrived at what Nietzsche called amor fati, the love of fate. Not approval of fate, not gratitude for the pain. but the refusal to split yourself from your life by wishing it had been different, the integration of the life as lived into the self that lived it, he found this idea at a stone beside a lake, alone, in the Alps in August. He was 36 years old. He had already lost Wagner, already lost Schopenhauer as a philosophical father, already given more than most people give in a lifetime. He was about to meet Lou Salome and give again, and lose again. But the idea he found at the stone would eventually be the thing that made all the losing livable. Chapter 9.
Now at McDonald's, get more value on whatever you're getting next. When you order from the under $3 menu.
Wow, Missy.
We'll meet you in that
I think it's time to expand.
moment.
If a patient takes the proper preventive measures, we can keep our enamel for a lifetime. If patients use Pronamel Clinical Enamel Strength, it will actually help to protect the enamel for a lifetime. So I would recommend Pronamel Clinical Enamel Strength to all patients.
Chapter 19. Frankl and the Economics of Meaning. Viktor Frankl was a Viennese psychiatrist who was deported to Auschwitz in 1942. He was there and in other camps until the liberation in 1945. He lost his wife, his parents, and his brother to the camps. He survived. In the camps, Frankl observed something that he later wrote about with great precision. The people who survived, not physically, not all of them, but psychologically, tended to be the people who had found a way to give even in conditions designed to eliminate everything that made giving possible. They gave comfort to people in worse condition than themselves. They shared food they could not afford to share. They held dying strangers through the night because holding was something they still had to give. Frankl was not observing selflessness in the sentimental sense. He was observing something structural. He observed that the act of giving, the turning of the self outward toward another person, even at a cost, preserved something in the giver that the camp was designed to destroy. A sense of agency, a sense of choice. The knowledge that even in conditions of absolute material deprivation, there remained something the self could do, could offer, could be. He wrote later about this. When we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. The giving in the camps was not from a full cup. No one had a full cup. It was giving from an almost empty cup that refused to declare itself empty. And what it preserved in the giver was not primarily the feeling of being appreciated or reciprocated. Appreciation and reciprocation were not available in those conditions. What it preserved was the sense of being the kind of person who gives, identity. The self as giver, regardless of whether the giving returns anything. Nietzsche would have recognized this immediately. The gift giving virtue, as he describes it in Zarathustra, is not about the outcome of the giving. It is about the nature of the giver. The sun pours down its light not because the earth has earned it. It pours because that is what the sun is. What Frankl adds to Nietzsche's account is the extreme case that proves the rule. Even when every external reason to give has been removed, when the giving cannot possibly serve any rational purpose of self-preservation, when there is nothing left to give and nothing to receive, the giving that comes from identity rather than arithmetic still serves the giver. It keeps something alive in them that the arithmetic cannot keep alive. Chapter 20, when help becomes a claim. This chapter is the uncomfortable one. It requires a particular kind of honesty, and I ask you to bring it with a soft hand, not as accusation, but as observation. There is a form of helping that is a form of control. It is the most sophisticated form, and it is the hardest to see in yourself because it wears the face of generosity so completely that even the helper usually believes in the generosity sincerely. It works like this. The helper provides something the helped person genuinely needs. Not reluctantly, genuinely, with real care, real investment. And as the helping accumulates, a subtle claim accumulates with it. The claim is never stated explicitly. It does not need to be. It communicates itself through the texture of the ongoing relationship. I have given you so much that your choices are no longer entirely your own. Your choices reflect on the investment I have made. Your direction, your gratitude, your loyalty, these are owed, not in the abstract, but in the specific. The parent who says, after everything I have done for you, this is not necessarily a manipulative person. It is often a person who gave genuinely and then discovered, when the child grew into independence, that the giving had been carrying a hidden weight, the expectation of a specific return, not in kind, but in the shape the child's life would take. The friend who helps extensively and then feels betrayed when the helped friend makes choices they were not consulted on. The colleague who mentors and then feels injured when the mentored person advances beyond the mentor. These are not villains. They are people who gave from a place that mixed genuine fullness with the hidden arithmetic, who gave real care and also, beneath the care, a quiet ledger. Nietzsche wrote about this in Beyond Good and Evil under a different name. He called it the will to help, a disposition that is partly about the helped and partly about the helper's need to maintain a position of indispensability. The person who is always the one who helps never has to be the one who is helped, never has to be vulnerable, dependent, in need. The helping is a way of staying above the line, above the arithmetic, above the position of owing. He was describing himself as much as anyone else. If you recognize something in this, and you may not, and that is fine, bring it gently. The recognition is not a condemnation. It is information about where the midnight arithmetic comes from, and information is useful. Chapter 21, Master Morality and the Free Gift. Let your body settle. Let your breath move on its own. What Nietzsche called master morality is not the morality of dominance or cruelty or disregard for others. It is the morality of self-origination, of a person who does not need to locate their goodness in comparison to others, in the suffering of sacrifice, in the ledger of who gave what to whom, who is good, in their own terms, from the inside out. The free gift, the gift that is genuinely free, that asks nothing, that carries no hidden arithmetic, comes from this place. It comes from a person who gives not because they need to be needed, not because they are afraid of what they would be without the giving, and not because they are keeping score. They give because they have something and someone can use it. When the giving is over, it is over. There is no outstanding debt in their accounting. The act is complete at the moment of the act. This is the hardest thing to practice because it requires a genuine fullness, a self that does not need the recipient's response to know that it has value. And most of us at most moments are not operating from that fullness. We are operating from a mixture, as discussed earlier in the night. And the mixture is not a moral failure, it is the honest condition of being human and needing to be loved. The movement toward the free gift, toward the gift-giving virtue that Zarathustra describes, is not a sudden transformation. It is a direction, a gradual reorientation of what the giving is for. Not for the recipient's gratitude, not for the warmth of being needed, but for the simple fact that this is what you have to give, and giving it is what you are. Nietzsche arrived at this understanding the hard way. Wagner left, Lou Salome left, readers did not come. The philosophy he gave most of his life to building was absorbed by almost no one in his lifetime. And he kept writing, kept thinking, kept going in the small rented rooms of Italian and Swiss boarding houses, often alone and always in physical pain. Not because he needed an audience. He needed an audience, the letters make that clear. The longing for readers and interlocutors and people who could receive what he was giving. But the writing continued when the audience did not come. The sun does not stop shining because the earth does not send a thank you. That is the standard, not the easy standard, the one he was pointing toward. Chapter 22, the letters. From the mid-1870s onward, Nietzsche's most consistent form of human connection was the letter. He wrote them constantly to his friend Franz Overbeck in Basel, to his sister Elizabeth in whatever country she was currently living in, to his mother Franziska in Naumburg, to his publisher, to correspondents he had never met in person. He wrote with great care, even to people who replied slowly or inadequately. He wrote with great care. Overbeck is the figure worth knowing here. He was a professor of theology at the University of Basel, a gentle, serious man who did not share Nietzsche's philosophical positions, but who loved him in the particular way of a person who has decided that friendship is prior to agreement. He visited Nietzsche when he could. He corresponded regularly. He worried increasingly as the 1880s went on and the letters began to change.
Yes, this is protein. Warm, crispy, fluffy protein.
Your time matters. Your peace of mind does too. At Amica, we make protecting the life you've built easier when you bundle your auto and home coverage with us. Get your quote today.
Uncle Shoppings, I told Stitch Fix. My style, my budget, and they sent me outfits. Take the style quiz today.
Welcome to Alaska Airlines.
Now flying to Europe and beyond. Lie back, relax, and let your dreams take flight.
A letter is itself a form of giving. You put something of yourself into it, attention, time, the effort of expressing what you actually think rather than what is convenient to say. And you send it into a silence, and you wait. Sometimes the reply comes. Sometimes it is adequate. Sometimes you receive less than you sent. The letter as a form tells you something about the nature of giving that other forms do not. When you give face to face, there is immediate feedback, a face responding, a body adjusting, a conversation that meets what you bring. The letter gives into the absence of all of that. You write your best thinking into a piece of paper and put it in an envelope and send it toward a person who is not in the room. You have no control over when or whether they open it, whether they read it carefully, whether they carry it with them or discard it. This is very close to what Nietzsche was doing with the books. He was writing letters to an entire culture in the form of books, and the culture was not opening them. The reading of Nietzsche's letters from the late 1880s is a study in what sustained giving looks like when the return has become almost entirely theoretical. He writes with intelligence and warmth. He reports small pleasures, the light in Turin, a particular restaurant on a particular street, the pleasure of walking in a city he has come to love. He asks after Overbeck's health and work with genuine interest. He is not performing wellness, he is practicing it, in the only form that was available to him. The giving, by this point, is nearly unconditional. There is nowhere left for the arithmetic to run. Chapter 23, Amor Fati and the People Who Left. In The Gay Science, published in 1882, Nietzsche wrote about what he called Amor Fati, the love of fate. He returned to it in Ecce Homo, the autobiography he wrote in 1888, where he said that this was the formula for his philosophy, that he wanted nothing to be different, that he did not want to look backward, that he did not want to look forward into some imagined better situation, but that he wanted to learn to love whatever is and was and will be, not to endure it, but to love it. This is not the same as approving of everything that happened. Nietzsche was not pretending that Wagner had been a good friend, or that Lou Salome had not broken something in him, or that the philosophical isolation of his adult life had been comfortable or easy. He was not pretending. He was arguing for a different relationship with the past than the one that produces the midnight arithmetic. The midnight arithmetic is, at its heart, a quarrel with what happened. The replay of the situation in which you gave generously and were not returned. The alternate version, in which the person behaved differently, recognized what you gave, responded in kind. The ledger is not just a record, it is an argument. It says, this should have gone differently. You should have received what you gave. The balance should have been restored. Amor Fati says something different. It says, it went as it went. The person who could not carry you did not carry you. The warmth you put into the relationship that ended cooled when the relationship ended. This is what happened. And this happened to me, Friedrich Nietzsche, who spent years in small rented rooms in Italy writing philosophy that no one read, who lost the greatest friendship of his life at Bayreuth, who proposed to a woman who chose another man, who gave his health to the work and received almost no response. This happened. I would not have it not have happened, because this is the life that produced the work, and the work is what I am. You cannot practice amor fati without something to apply it to. The losses are not incidental to the formula. They are the material of it. If your mind has been drifting, come back gently. We are still here. The hardest part of tonight is behind us. Chapter 24, Seneca on ingratitude. Lucius Annaeus Seneca, writing in Rome in the 1st century, spent a great deal of his late work on what he called ingratitude, not as a character flaw in particular individuals, but as a structural feature of human social life that any thoughtful person had to account for. His extended essay on benefits is the most sustained treatment of giving and receiving in the ancient world. It runs the 7 books and addresses with systematic honesty every way that the giving relationship can go wrong, and how the giver must understand each of them in order to give freely. The central observation of on benefits is simple and unwelcome. Gratitude is rare because it is hard. Not because people are ungrateful in their hearts, but because the expression of gratitude requires you to hold in sustained attention something that is uncomfortable to sustain attention on. The fact that you needed something that you could not provide for yourself, and that someone else provided it. The self prefers to be self-sufficient. The self prefers to be the one who gives. Holding the position of receiver with full acknowledgement of what you received and what it cost the giver requires a kind of humility that must be practiced deliberately, because it does not come naturally. Seneca's advice for the giver is not to stop giving. His advice is to understand the nature of the gift correctly before giving it. A benefit, he says, is not a loan. It is not a contract. It is not a deposit from which you can later make a withdrawal. When you give a benefit, you relinquish control over its return. If you are not prepared to relinquish that control, you are not giving a benefit. You are making a loan and calling it a gift. The giver who has genuinely given a gift, who has let go of the giving at the moment of giving, who has released the return, can never be deprived of the gift by ingratitude, because the gift is complete at the moment of giving. The ingratitude of the receiver changes nothing about what the giver gave. This is Seneca. But it is also Zarathustra, and it is also, eventually, what Nietzsche understood about his own giving. Once the losses had accumulated enough that there was nothing left to hope for in the way of reciprocation, and he had to find another basis for continuing. The giving that is complete at the moment of giving, not after the thanks arrive. At the moment. We are not there yet. We will get there. Chapter 25. The soldier who returns empty-handed. If your mind has been drifting, come back. Settle where you are. We are past the halfway point tonight. The harder ideas are behind us, and the rest of the walk is downhill. There is a figure that appears in different forms in different cultures. The person who has been giving in the field for so long that when they return to ordinary life, they have nothing left to offer the people who waited. The soldier who comes home from a long war, the doctor who has been in crisis mode for months, the caregiver who has sustained someone through a long illness, the parent who has held everything together through years of difficulty. They return, or the crisis ends, and the people around them expect them to be available now, to give, to engage, to reciprocate the waiting, and they have nothing. The cup is empty. Not the willingness, the capacity. This is the giver who gave from fullness until there was no fullness left, who gave beyond the sustainable limit, who was not practicing the gift-giving virtue, because the gift-giving virtue cannot be depleted in this way. The sun does not run out of light, but a person can run out of what they have been spending. The distinction matters for tonight. Nietzsche was not ultimately this figure. He gave consistently, and the giving was costly, but he did not stop thinking or stop writing until the very end. The emptiness that came for him came from something different, from the sustained asymmetry of giving into near silence, not from overspending what he had. But the figure of the returning soldier illuminates something. The person who is lying here tonight running the arithmetic, are you depleted from overspending, from giving beyond your sustainable capacity? Or are you depleted from the specific quality of receiving nothing back? These are related but different. The first is about rest and boundary and the recognition that the cup has limits. The second is about the harder philosophical question. What do you give for if not for the return? Both are real. Both have their own work to do. The soldier who returns empty-handed needs rest. That is the most important thing. Not philosophy, not reframing. Rest. The person who gave sustainably but received nothing, they need something different. They need what the rest of tonight is about. Chapter 26, what you have been carrying. Let your breath slow. Feel the weight of your body, the mattress, the floor, the pillow. Let the weight go into the surface. You have been carrying something for a long time. Not the weight of tonight's ideas, but the actual weight, the one you brought here before we started. We planted a question in the 10th chapter, the question beneath the question. Not why the people you gave to could not give back, but what you were looking for in the giving. Here is where we return to it, before the resolution. The weight you are carrying tonight, the one that runs the arithmetic at 2 a.m., what is it made of? Not abstractly, specifically. It is probably not a single event. It is probably a pattern, a type of situation that has recurred, a type of person you give to, a type of giving you provide, a type of loss that follows. And underneath the pattern, if you are willing to look at it, not tonight, but when you are ready, there is probably something about what the giving was providing for you that the losing of the recipient also took away. Not the guilt of the ungiven gift, not the bitterness of the unreciprocated generosity. Underneath those, what it felt like to be the person who was giving, needed, present, purposeful, the kind of person who does this kind of thing, and what it felt like when that stopped. Nietzsche, when he finally stopped giving to Wagner, stopped giving to Lou Salome, stopped expecting his books to be received, when the giving as needing to be needed finally ran out of recipients, he was left with the question of what he was without all of that. Who?
New Jack Link's air-dried steak slices, made with just 3 simple ingredients.
The Furious.
As a catastrophic storm continues to make landfall.
No. Why do you hate your phone so much?
When you need service, that's always a step ahead.
Thought you might need this.
How did you know?
It matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Leave all your phone.
No.
Whether you're buying a vehicle or refinancing one you already own, OnPoint has a local low-interest loan that can save you money for years to come. Start saving today. OnPoint. People are the point.
Who Friedrich Nietzsche was, when there was no one to be useful to. What he found in the space of that question was the work itself, not the work as proof of his worth, not the work as something he was building toward recognition, the work as what he was, the thinking as what he did, because thinking was what he was. The weight you carry is real. It is also information. It is pointing at something about what the giving has been doing for you, and therefore at what you would need to develop in yourself if the giving stopped producing what it has been producing. That is not a comfortable thing to sit with. It is useful. Chapter 27. The will to power as self-containment. The phrase will to power has probably done more damage to the understanding of Nietzsche than any other phrase he used. It has been pressed into service for ideas that are almost exactly the opposite of what Nietzsche meant, for aggression, for domination, for the crude appetites of the bully. What Nietzsche meant by the will to power was self-mastery, the capacity to be the source of your own values, your own direction, your own sense of what matters, without requiring external validation to sustain that sense. The will to power, as he develops it, is the antidote to the midnight arithmetic. It is what makes the gift-giving virtue possible. Here is the connection. The person who gives from need, from the need to be needed, from the need to maintain a position of indispensability, from the need for the warmth of being chosen, is operating from a deficit. The giving is a strategy for managing the deficit. And because it is a strategy, it is vulnerable to the managed condition changing. When the recipient becomes self-sufficient, or leaves, or simply stops needing, the strategy fails and the deficit is exposed. The person who gives from the will to power, who is self-contained, who does not require the recipient to confirm their worth, is not vulnerable to the same failure. They give because they have something and they choose to give it. The choice comes from inside. When the giving ends, they are not depleted in their identity. They remain themselves. This sounds like the fantasy of the person who never needs anyone. That is not what Nietzsche was describing. He had tremendous need for connection. His letters make that clear. The longing for readers, for companions, for a Lou Salome who could think at his altitude, these needs were real, and he did not pretend otherwise. The will to power is not the absence of need. It is the capacity to choose what to do with the need, rather than being entirely controlled by it. The capacity to give and to receive, and to hold the giving and the receiving within a self that does not collapse when either one changes. He was working toward this his entire life. He was not always there, but the direction of the work was clear. The person who has cultivated this is the person who can give freely, who can love freely, who can lose and continue. Not because they are unaffected, but because they have become the source of their own continuity. Chapter 28, You. This chapter is for you directly. Not for Nietzsche, he is the guide, but not the subject. Not for the philosophy in the abstract. For the specific person lying in this specific dark, carrying the specific weight they brought here tonight. You have been giving. This is clear from the fact that you are here, that this title found you, that the question of giving and receiving is something you are still working through at this hour. People who have never given extensively do not lie awake with the arithmetic. The arithmetic only runs when there was real giving to account for. You gave something real to someone, maybe several someones, who could not return it. And you are still here, which means the giving was worth something to you even in the absence of the return. Otherwise, you would have stopped. You would have found another way to spend your capacity. The fact that the arithmetic runs at all means the giving mattered. Nietzsche would say, that is not nothing. That is, in fact, everything. The giving that costs you something and that you would do again even knowing the outcome, that is the gift-giving virtue. Not the comfort, not the reciprocation, the choosing to give from what you have. The question he eventually stopped asking was, why did they not return it? He arrived, slowly and at great cost, at a different question. What does it mean about me that I gave it? Not as self-congratulation, as honest inquiry, as the question that leads from the arithmetic toward something larger than the arithmetic. What it means is this: you are someone who gives. That is what you are. The people who received and moved on did not take that from you. The giving was not a transaction that they failed to close. It was an expression of what you are. And what you are is not changed by the outcome. This is not easy to hold. It will not make the arithmetic stop tonight, but it is the direction. The sun does not ask the earth to confirm that the light arrived. Chapter 29, Turin again. We are back in Turin, the 3rd of January, 1889. The cold square, the pale buildings, the arcade. It is early morning. Nietzsche is walking. He has been in better spirits this winter. The letters from the previous months suggest a kind of lightness, a pleasure in the city, in the particular quality of the Turin light. He has been writing at extraordinary speed and with what he describes as a clarity he has never felt before. The letters from late 1888 have a warmth and humour that his correspondence had not always carried. On the morning of January 3rd, in a street near the Piazza Carlo Alberto, he sees a horse being whipped by a coachman. The horse is standing, the coachman is hitting it. Nietzsche ran to the horse. He threw his arms around its neck. He wept. He held the horse and wept in the street. He was carried back to the boarding house. His landlord, Carlo Alberto Fino, helped him to his room. In the following days he sent letters, some incoherent, some grandiose, some tender. He sent one to Burckhardt, the historian, that began, "I was Prado, I was also the father of Prado." He signed one Dionysus, he signed another the Crucified. Franz Overbeck received a letter on January 6th and recognized immediately that something was wrong. He traveled to Turin on his own money, arriving on January 8th. He found Nietzsche in the boarding house, confused but calm. He sat beside him on the sofa. He quietly began to sing a favorite piece of music. Nietzsche wept and leaned against him. Overbeck took him home to Basel. The doctors there could not determine the cause. Nietzsche was eventually moved to an asylum in Jena and then home to his mother in Naumburg. He never recovered his cognitive function after Turin. He lived for 11 more years, cared for first by his mother and then, after her death, by his sister Elizabeth. He died in Weimar on the 25th of August, 1900. He was 55. This is not the story of a man destroyed by giving too much. His collapse had neurological causes that remain debated. There are multiple plausible diagnoses, and the historical record is incomplete. But this is the story of a man who gave the work of his life into near silence, who sustained 20 years of philosophical labor in conditions of increasing physical pain and isolation, who gave his finest thinking to an era that was not yet ready to receive it, and who was still, in the weeks before Turin, writing letters that spoke of the city and its light and the pleasure of a walk in the December afternoon. What the horse scene contains is not the sum of the philosophy, but it contains something about what happens to a person who has been carrying weight alone for a very long time. The compassion did not collapse at Turin.
People do anything for a cold beer. That's why Coors Light is as cold as the Rockies.
When your teeth are sensitive, even biting into a popsicle can hurt. Try new Sensodyne Clinical Repair.
Wow, busy.
Tell me about it. I think I need a bigger space.
Speaking of, I brought you that SBA loan application we talked about.
Andrew, my favorite banker. Always here when I need him.
Here you go, faster. Yeah, there we go.
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank.
People can change. The past doesn't matter. Who are you today?
It broke open. That is what you are carrying tonight. Not the collapse. The compassion that has not yet broken open into something it can rest in. Chapter 30. What the breakdown teaches. Let your breath slow. If you are still awake, this is the part I wanted you to hear. The Turin collapse does not prove that Nietzsche was wrong about giving. It does not invalidate the gift-giving virtue, or the amor fati, or the will to power as self-mastery. These ideas stand on their own terms, tested against other thinkers and against the hard facts of how human beings actually live. What Turin teaches, if we approach it carefully, without dramatizing it, and without reducing a complex human being to a symbol, is something about the gap between knowing and receiving. Nietzsche knew, as well as any philosopher ever has, what it would look like to give freely, without the hidden arithmetic, without the need for return. He had worked out the philosophy of it over 20 years. And he was also a person who had given enormously and received very little back, and who carried the specific loneliness of someone whose thinking was 20 years ahead of its reception. He was not only the philosophy, he was also the person who had lost Wagner and Lou Salome and the Basel professorship and the eyesight and most of the physical health, and who had gone on writing anyway. And the person under all of that was, it turns out, still human in the most vulnerable way. The gap between what you know and what you have actually integrated, the gap between the philosophy of giving freely and the day-to-day experience of giving from a self that still carries all the old arithmetic, this gap is not a failure. It is the human condition. It is the work. Nietzsche closed some of that gap over his productive life, more than most people close. He arrived at something real when he arrived at amor fati, at the eternal recurrence, at the gift-giving virtue as a practice rather than an aspiration. But he remained Friedrich Nietzsche, the person with the migraines and the terrible loneliness and the need for the companions who did not come. The philosophy does not promise to remove the need. It offers a way of carrying it that is less likely to break you. That is honest. It is enough. Chapter 31. The two kinds of givers. We planted a question in the 4th chapter. There are two kinds of giving, and by the end of tonight you would understand the difference. Here is the difference. The first kind of giving comes from a deficit, not a moral deficit, a structural one. A place in the self that does not feel complete unless it is in the process of giving something, being useful to someone, occupying the position of the one who provides. This kind of giving is real giving. The help is real, the care is real, the investment is real. But it is also, underneath the care, a management strategy for the specific discomfort of the giver's own incompleteness. The giving quiets the discomfort. When the recipient leaves, or recovers, or moves on, the discomfort returns, and the giver is left in the small hours running the arithmetic. The second kind of giving comes from fullness, from the experience, not always available, but available sometimes, of having something and choosing to give it without needing the giving to confirm anything about yourself. The help is given, and then it is complete. There is no outstanding account. If the recipient flourishes, you are glad. If they move on without acknowledgement, you are disappointed but not emptied. If they forget what was given, you remember it, and the memory is sufficient. Most people who give generously give from both kinds, in varying proportions, at varying times. This is the honest condition. It is not a reason for shame. It is the material with which the more honest and ultimately more sustaining practice is built. The movement from the first kind to the second kind is not a change of personality. It is a gradual reorientation. It happens when you have been emptied enough times by the hidden arithmetic that you finally become curious about what would be left if you stopped expecting anything back. What you would be if the giving were complete at the moment of giving. Nietzsche spent 20 years making this movement. He never completed it, no one does. But the direction of his work was clear, toward a giving that did not need the return to justify itself, because the giving was an expression of what he was, rather than a strategy for what he needed. That is what the gift-giving virtue actually means. Not the complete absence of need. The practice of giving in a way that is not held hostage to the outcome. Chapter 32, the eternal recurrence of generosity. The eternal recurrence, at its most useful, is a test applied not to the life in general, but to specific choices within the life. Not would I live this whole life again, but would I make this specific choice again, knowing how it turned out. Apply it tonight, gently, to the specific giving you have been carrying. Would you have helped that person, knowing they would not return it? Would you have given that year, that money, that sustained attention, knowing that the account would not be settled? Most people who lie awake running the midnight arithmetic, when they sit with this question honestly, find that the answer is yes. Not because the outcome was fair, not because they approve of what happened, but because the giving at the time was the right thing for them to do. It was what they were, and even knowing the outcome, they would not have withheld what they had to give. This is not a small thing. This is the proof that the giving was real, not arithmetic, not strategy, but the genuine expression of what you were at the time you gave it. The outcome did not invalidate the giving. The giving happened. It was real. The person received it, and the receiving changed something in their situation, even if they never acknowledged it, even if they moved on as if it had not happened. The giving happened. You cannot take it back. They cannot make it not have happened. The arithmetic is an attempt to unhappen it, to find a way to say that because it was not returned, it was therefore not worth what it cost, but it was worth what it cost, because you would do it again. This is where amor fati and the eternal recurrence converge. Not as a consolation, as a description of what actually happened. You gave what you had to give. It was given. That is done. And if you had to choose again, you would choose it again. That means you do not regret it. That means the ledger is not a ledger, it is a record of what you chose. That is a different relationship to the arithmetic than the one that runs at 2 a.m. Chapter 33. What you were looking for. We planted a third question on this night, and we have been moving toward its answer since the 10th chapter. Not why people fail to return what you give, but what you were looking for when you gave it. Here is the honest answer that Nietzsche spent his life approaching. You were looking for confirmation that you were the kind of person you hoped you were. Not in the transaction, not the exchange of favors, but in the act itself, in the moment of giving something real from what you had. You were being, for that moment, the kind of person who does that. And the self that does that gives generously without knowing whether the giving will be returned, that shows up when it is not required, that invests in someone else's situation at a cost to its own. That self is one you can live with more easily than the other options. This is not selfishness in the usual sense. It is something closer to what Frankl was describing in the camps. The self maintaining itself through the act of giving, staying coherent through the practice of choosing to give. The giving confirms not what the recipient owes you, but who you are. When the giving is not returned, the midnight arithmetic is not primarily about justice. It is about the specific fear that if the giving was not received and not valued, then maybe the self that gave it was not what you hoped it was. Maybe the kind of person you were trying to be did not make the impact you thought. Maybe the years of giving were absorbed without a trace. Maybe you were, in the end, dispensable. This fear is the deepest layer of the arithmetic. And what Nietzsche's philosophy eventually offers in response to it is this. The self that gave is not defined by what the recipient did with the giving. The self is defined by the giving, by the choosing, by the fact that when the moment came and you had something to give and someone who needed it, you gave it. That moment happened. It is permanent now in the way that the past is permanent. The present moment always will have been. The person who gave, that was you. That is you. The receiving or not receiving does not change that. You were looking for confirmation of who you were. You have had it. The fact that you gave it is the confirmation. Let that be enough tonight. Chapter 34, The Quiet Man in the Mountain. Shorter sentences now. The night has grown deeper. Your body knows it. Let everything slow. Zarathustra goes back to the mountain, not in defeat, not because the valley did not receive him. He goes back because the mountain is where he thinks most clearly, because the silence at that altitude is the right kind of silence for the kind of thinking he does, because the solitude is not a punishment, it is a place. He is not alone in the way of a person who is longing for company. He is alone in the way of a person who has chosen the terms of their solitude. This is a different kind of alone. You know the first kind. Most nights it is the first kind. The philosophy tonight has been pointing slowly toward the second kind. Not as a destination, as a direction. The person who gives from fullness is not isolated. They have people they love and people who love them. They have the
Califia Barista blends. Irresistibly good.
Perfectly frothy.
With Amica Auto Insurance, it's not just about where you're going, but who you go with. We're customer owned, and we look after what matters most to you. Together. Get your quote today.
Your business is only using 20% of its data. You could look for the other 80% all over the place. Or you can find it in one place, HubSpot. All the data makes all the difference.
Winners will do anything to cut through the wind. Why? When you can go fast the easy way. Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. High-performance running shoes designed to cut through the wind with unbelievable speed. Plus, they're lightweight and feature Goodyear rubber. Go fast in Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst.
You know what? I'm excited for bottomless apps for $9.99.
Why, Hank?
Finally have a reason to wear my bottomless chaps. Whoa!
You've been squatting. You've been doing squats.
Yes, I have been. Thank you. Bottomless apps for $9.99.
have the warmth of real connection, but their sense of themselves does not depend entirely on those connections to exist. There is something inside that continues when the others are not present. Something that thinks and creates and chooses and is glad to be here even in a quiet room at the end of a long night. Nietzsche had this in his best moments: the pleasure in the Turin light, the satisfaction of the writing that no one would read for years, the walk along the Ligurian coast in the morning before the migraines arrived. Small things, present things. The mind does not need to solve tonight. It only needs to rest. Let your breath slow. Let your eyes close if they want to. The mountain is still there. The light will come. Chapter 35, The Last Virtue. In his letters from the autumn and early winter of 1888, the last months before Turin, Nietzsche wrote with something that his biographers have noted as unusual in its texture. Not the grandiosity that also appeared in those months, the belief that he was doing the most important philosophical work of the century, not the intensity that had characterized his work for 20 years. Something quieter than those. He wrote to his friend Heinrich Koselitz about Turin, about the city's beauty, the long arcaded streets, the pleasure of sitting in a particular square in the afternoon. He wrote to his publisher with genuine warmth. He wrote to his mother with a tenderness that had sometimes been obscured by the complicated history between them. He took pleasure in small things, with a specificity that suggests the pleasure was real. Whether this was the clarity of a mind approaching its limit, or whether it was something he had arrived at through the work, a genuine settling into the life as it was is not something that can be known with certainty now. The historical record ends at Turin, but the letters from that last autumn read like a person who has finally stopped arguing with his life, not resigned to it, not defeated by it, something more like arrived. This city, this light, this ability to think and to write, these few people who will receive a letter if I send one, this is what I have. And it is, against all the arithmetic of what I gave and what I received, enough. The last virtue in Nietzsche's philosophy is not strength. It is not the will to power in the aggressive sense. It is the capacity to receive what actually exists, what is actually here, in this room, in this body, in this life as it was, rather than as you wished it had been, with something close to gladness. Not because it is perfect, because it is yours. Chapter 36. Sleep now. We return to where we began. A body in a dark room, running the arithmetic. Who you carried, who did not carry you back, and why. The arithmetic has not been solved tonight. It cannot be solved. The past is fixed. The giving happened. The returns did not come in the way you hoped they would. Those facts are not going to change by morning. But Nietzsche did not solve the arithmetic either. He lived with it for 20 years, in rented rooms in Italy and Switzerland, writing ideas that would not be read until he could no longer read them himself. He gave freely and expensively, and was not, in his own life, returned to in equal measure. And he arrived slowly at something other than the arithmetic. He arrived at the understanding that the giving was not the means to an end. The giving was the thing itself. The overflowing cup does not overflow in order to fill other cups. It overflows because it is full. And the full cup does not mourn the cups that could not hold what it poured. It returns to its source. It fills again. What you have given tonight, the attention you brought to these ideas, the willingness to sit with the hard questions before sleep, that was a giving without expectation. You gave your quietest hours to this. That is not nothing. 3 open questions have been answered. The 2 kinds of giving, one from fullness, one from the need to be needed, both real. One more sustainable, one pointing toward the other. The thing that happened in Turin, a man who had been giving into near silence for 20 years in a cold street in January, saw a horse that was suffering and ran to it. The compassion did not fail at the end. It broke open. What you were looking for, you were confirming who you are. And the confirmation is in the giving, not in the return. Here is what you carry into sleep tonight. You are not diminished by the unreturned giving. You are defined by it. The person who chose to give when the giving cost something, that was you. And that choosing is permanent, and it is yours, and no arithmetic can unmake it. The room is quiet. The light will come when it comes. Sleep now.
Cheer for the boy in the red, white, and blue league.
Don't worry, Shaq. The General gives you a break, whether it's on your car insurance
or a break from your car acting up.
My leg! Go on without me.
We got you covered, Bumblebee.
Oh, my hero.
For a great low rate, go with the General.
There is a long tradition of thinking about this particular hour. The Stoics called it the hour of the wolf, the time when the mind, stripped of the day's distractions and not yet softened into sleep, sees what is actually there. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his journal by lamplight. Pascal sat in a cold room and listened to what the silence was telling him. Kierkegaard walked the streets of Copenhagen because the alternative was lying still in a room that felt too small for the thoughts that would not slow down. The fact that you are awake at this hour is not a malfunction. It is, in its way, a form of honesty. The hour after midnight does not allow performance. It removes the audience and leaves only what is actually true. The question it asks tends to be the one that most needs asking. Viktor Frankl understood this intimately. He had spent more than 2 years in conditions where the question could not be avoided even in daylight, where the stripping away that most people only experience at night was the permanent condition of the waking hours. What he found in that extremity was that the question itself was not the enemy. The question was the way through. We will sit with it tonight, not rush it, not answer it before it is ready to be answered. Just sit with it the way Frankl sat with it, the way the best minds of every century have sat with it when the hour was honest enough to demand it. Let the room be still. Let the breath come on its own. It is sometime after midnight, or close to it. The house has gone quiet. The sounds of the day, the conversations, the small decisions, the tasks that filled the hours without quite emptying them, have settled into something softer. And yet, your mind has not settled with them. There is a particular kind of thought that visits at this hour. It is not worry, exactly, though it arrives in worry's shape. It is not grief, though it carries grief's weight. It is more like a question that has been patient all day, waiting for the noise to clear so it can finally be heard. The question sounds different for different people. For some it is this all there is? For others, did I do enough? For others still, quieter and harder to name, what was it actually for? Viktor Frankl spent his life with that question. Not the comfortable version, the philosopher's version, argued in journals from a safe distance. The version that arrives at 3 in the morning in a place where there is no certainty you will see the morning. He was a psychiatrist in Vienna, and then a prisoner in 4 concentration camps, including Auschwitz and Dachau. And in the space between those 2 lives, he arrived at something. Not comfort in the easy sense, something older and harder than comfort. He called it logotherapy, from the Greek word logos, which means meaning. His belief, forged in conditions that might have extinguished any belief at all, was this: the human being can endure almost anything if they can find the why beneath it. Not an explanation, not a justification, a why. Tonight we sit with Frankl's question, and with the thinkers who circled it before him and after him. Kierkegaard, who mapped anxiety before Frankl was born, Nietzsche, who gave Frankl the words he needed at the worst moment of his life, Camus, who asked the honest question and refused the dishonest answer, Tolstoy, whose Ivan Ilyich died the death that woke Frankl's generation up, Yalom, who spent a career sitting with dying patients and learned what they finally said. We will take our time. There are 4 hours ahead and no hurry. Let your shoulders drop. The room around you is still. Whatever occupied you today can wait. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you except to listen. There is a thought Frankel returned to in the worst days of his life, a thought we will come to before this is over. It is not the thought you might expect. It will take some time to earn it. Let that settle. We begin. Chapter 2. The Man Who Studied the Question. Vienna in those years was a city in the middle of something it did not yet know was ending. The coffee houses where ideas were argued were full. The cafes on the Ringstrasse had patrons who read newspapers in 7 languages. The university was producing simultaneously some of the most important work in physics, economics, and psychology that the century would see. Frankel moved through this world with a particular alertness. He was interested not in the theories themselves, but in what they left out. Freud's account of the mind was brilliant and partial. Adler's correction of Freud was clarifying and also partial. What both were missing, Frankel kept noticing, was the dimension of the future. Both Freud and Adler explained the present from the past, from the early wound, from the repressed desire, from the formative power of what had already happened. Frankel kept watching his patients being pulled forward by something, not pushed from behind by history, drawn ahead towards something they were reaching for. He was reaching for the name of that thing. He had not found it yet. He was still in the early stages of a clinical career that would turn out to have the strangest and most clarifying interruption in the history of modern psychiatry. Let the breath move. We are building toward what the interruption taught him. In Vienna, in the years between the 2 great wars, a young psychiatrist named Viktor Frankl was asking a question his colleagues found uncomfortable. Not the usual questions of his field, not what drives the mind toward pleasure, as Freud had taught, not what drives it toward power, as Alfred Adler had proposed. Something quieter and more fundamental. What drives the mind toward meaning? What is it that the human being is actually looking for when everything else has been stripped away? Frankel was born in 1905. He grew up in a Vienna that was, for a brief window, one of the intellectual capitals of the world. Freud held his famous Wednesday night meetings not far from where the Frankel family lived. Adler ran a clinic nearby. The cafes of the First District buzzed with arguments about the nature of consciousness, the origin of neurosis, the structure of the self. Frankel absorbed all of it. He corresponded with Freud as a teenager, an actual letter answered by the founder himself, a detail Frankel remembered for the rest of his life. He studied under Adler and was eventually expelled from Adler's circle for disagreeing with the master. He began developing his own approach. He noticed something in his patients that neither Freud nor Adler quite named, a kind of emptiness that was not depression in the clinical sense, not neurosis in the old sense, something more like a hollowness, a sense that the activity of living was not quite adding up to anything. The patients who came to him were not always suffering in the way suffering was supposed to look. Sometimes they were doing well by every measurable standard. And they were still awake at night, asking a question they could not name. He called it the existential vacuum, the felt absence of meaning. He is worth knowing before we go any further. So let us take a moment with the man himself. He was slight in build, quietly spoken, with wire-framed glasses and a manner that patients described as unhurried. He was not a man who performed warmth. He simply seemed to have it. In session, he was known for long silences that did not feel empty. He had a habit of waiting until the patient said the true thing rather than the prepared thing. He never lost that habit, even after everything. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Let your jaw soften. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you. Let that be true. We continue. Chapter 3. Two kinds of emptiness. The philosopher Simone Weil, writing in France in the 1940s, the same years Frankl was in the camps, made a related observation from a very different direction. She wrote about the experience of waiting without an object. Not waiting for something specific, waiting as a condition of the soul, a state of open attention that does not fill itself with its own contents, but remains available to whatever might arrive. She thought this kind of waiting was close to prayer, though she used that word carefully and not in any institutional sense. It was the opposite of the restless emptiness Frankl was naming. It was the emptiness that has stopped arguing with itself. Frankl would have recognized the distinction. He saw both kinds in his patients. The existential vacuum, the second kind of emptiness he named, was not the stillness Weil was describing. It was the emptiness that had not yet found its direction. The emptiness that was still mistaking itself for failure rather than reading itself as a question. The question, when finally heard clearly, is always, what is genuinely mine to do? Not what should I be doing in the eyes of the world I grew up in? What is actually, specifically, mine? That question does not fill the emptiness. It transforms it into something workable. Let the breath move. The room is still. There is more than one way to feel empty. The first kind is familiar. It arrives after loss, after something ends, a relationship, a role, a version of yourself you had grown attached to. It has a name and a shape. It is grief or disappointment or the ache of a specific absence. It hurts, but it makes sense. You know what you are missing because you had it. The second kind is stranger. It arrives without a clear cause. It can arrive in the middle of success, in the middle of a life that looks complete from the outside. You have the job, or you finish the project, or your children grew into people you are proud of, and you reach for the satisfaction that should be there, and it is not quite where it was supposed to be. This is the emptiness Frankl was watching in his clinic in the 1930s and 1940s. He gave it a careful name. He called it the existential vacuum, an inner void that is not the result of something going wrong, but of something never having been named or filled in the first place. He observed that it tended to appear on Sundays, on the days when the structure dropped away and the person was left alone with themselves. He named this phenomenon the Sunday neurosis, the depression that crept in when the week's momentum stopped, revealing what it had been covering. Here is the thing about the second kind of emptiness. It does not respond to the treatments for the first. You cannot grieve your way out of it because there is no specific loss to grieve. You cannot distract your way out of it because distraction only delays the moment when it becomes audible again. And you cannot achieve your way out of it because achievement does not touch it. As the person who woke up the morning after their greatest success and felt nothing can attest. Hold that gently. It comes back later. There is a name for what lives at the bottom of the second kind of emptiness, and Frankl found it in a place that would have extinguished a lesser mind. For now, let your breath move on its own. You do not need to change it. The second kind of emptiness is what tonight is about, and it has an answer. We are working our way toward it. Let the room be still. Chapter 4, Vienna, 1930. The clinic was not glamorous. It operated in borrowed spaces, staffed by volunteers, funded by nothing except the conviction that the work mattered. Frankl kept records in a notebook. He shared cases with colleagues who came in the evenings and argued about approaches. He was young and he was certain about very little, and he was doing the work anyway. There is a quality of that period in his writing that is hard to name, but that comes through clearly. It is the quality of a person who has found early the specific thing that is waiting for them. Not because the thing is comfortable. The work was demanding and uncertain and unrewarded in any ordinary professional sense, but because the fit between the question and the person asking it was genuine. He was asking in those rooms something that the people who came to him were also asking in their different ways. What keeps the morning worth starting? He was not pretending to have the answer. He was conducting the investigation honestly, with whatever tools were available, in the belief that the investigation itself was worthwhile. The people who came to him trusted that belief. Something in the quality of the attention in that room, unhurried, non-judgmental, genuinely curious, told them they had arrived somewhere that was taking their questions seriously. That quality of attention is what Frankl eventually named after the war as one of the primary therapeutic instruments. The therapist who is genuinely present to the patient's search is already, in some measure, helping. Feel the weight of the body where it rests. We go on. In the autumn of 1930, Viktor Frankl opened a clinic for young people who were in crisis. Not the wealthy, not the well-connected. The young people who came to his door were often students, workers, teenagers, caught in the social upheaval of a Vienna that was beginning to feel the pressure of forces larger than itself. Many of them were suicidal. Some had already made attempts. They arrived because there was nowhere else to go. Frankl worked with them without charging fees. He organized colleagues to staff the clinic in shifts. He gathered the data, tracked the outcomes, refined the approach. In the first year, not one of the young people who came through that clinic died by suicide. He kept that record for years. What he was learning in those rooms shaped everything that came after. The young people who came to him were not suffering primarily from chemical imbalance or repressed desire. They were suffering from something Frankl began to articulate with increasing precision. They could not find a reason to go on, not a dramatic reason, not a philosophical argument, a felt reason. Something in the texture of daily life that made the morning worth starting. He began to see that the psychiatric frameworks of his time were not quite adequate to this. Freud had identified the unconscious, Adler had mapped the will to power. But neither had quite named this particular form of distress, the distress of the person who has no specific wound, but also no specific anchor. Frankl was building one. He was not there yet. He would not be there until much later, and the path to it would run through places no one would choose. But in 1930, in that clinic, in a Vienna that still had coffee houses and concerts and a working tram line, he was asking the right question. He was asking what it is that people actually live for. Not what they say they live for, what actually keeps the morning worth starting. The question would outlast everything else about that city, and Frankl would survive to answer it. Chapter 5, the manuscript he thought would burn. He was permitted to bring one small bag when they came for him. He chose carefully. The manuscript went into the lining of the coat. He brought nothing that could not be walked away from if the coat remained. The coat did not remain. What is remarkable about the loss of the manuscript is not the loss itself, though that was real, and he felt it. What is remarkable is what he did next. He did not decide that the work was destroyed. He decided that the work lived in him, had always lived in him, and could be reconstructed from what he knew. He began the reconstruction. This is a small detail, and it is everything. The person who receives a catastrophic loss and concludes that the loss is final, that what has been destroyed cannot be rebuilt or continued in a different form, has misunderstood the structure of the first path. The first path is not the artifact. The first path is the creation. And the creation lives in the person who is creating, not in the object that has been produced. Frankl lost the manuscript and continued being the person who wrote it. The second version, when it finally appeared, was not an inferior reconstruction. It was the same argument, clarified by everything that had happened between the first draft and the second. The camps had added a dimension of evidence that no philosopher writing in a comfortable room could have provided. The lamp was still on. He went on writing. Before the camps, Viktor Frankl had been writing. He had been working on a book for years. A careful, systematic treatment of the ideas he had been developing in his clinic and his lectures. The will to meaning, the existential vacuum, the three paths by which a human being can find something to live for. He had been refining the manuscript through the 1930s, adding to it, arguing with it in the margins. In 1942, the Gestapo.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
Ooh, that's rough. At least with SafeLight, you can get that fixed any way you want.
Any way you want. Any way you want. It's the way you need it. Any way
I'll schedule a chick fix while I get my hair clipped.
Yep, they can fix my glass while we fish for bass.
If you want. They can recalibrate my safety features while I sit at home in my comfy pants.
That one doesn't rhyme, but sure.
Get it fixed any way you want at SafeLight.com.
Hair, safe like replace.
Revitalize with Pure Leaf. A refreshingly bold iced tea. Time for a Pure Leaf.
With Chewy, save 50% today on your first auto ship order of Pro Plan's exceptional nutrition.
AAA is known for peace of mind. That goes for our insurance, too. We find you the right coverage at the best rate to protect your home, auto, and family. AAA Insurance, here for you.
Myself, the eau de parfum and the mirror eau de toilette intense, Yves Saint Laurent.
The Gestapo came. He was deported to the ghetto at Theresienstadt. He was permitted one small bag. He had sewn the pages of the manuscript into the lining of his coat. He survived Theresienstadt. He was transferred. The coat was taken. He was issued a different one, thin, inadequate for winter, taken from someone who had not survived the transaction. The manuscript was gone. The years of work, the precise language he had labored over, the argument he had been building, destroyed. What he did in the months that followed was not to grieve the book. He began to reconstruct it on stolen scraps of paper, in the margins of forms, in his memory, which was all he had left of it. He would not be able to write it down properly until after the war, but he would not let it go. Here is the thing about that manuscript. Its eventual title was Man's Search for Meaning. It would go on to sell 10 million copies. It would be ranked by the Library of Congress among the 10 most influential books ever written in America. It would be read by grieving people, by dying people, by people in the middle of crises they could not name, by people lying awake at midnight in comfortable rooms trying to find the thread. We will return to what was in it in detail. But hold this image for now. A man in Auschwitz, in winter, reconstructing from memory an argument for the value of being alive. Let your shoulders drop. We are going slowly. That is the point. Chapter 6, what Nietzsche gave him. Frankl was not a Nietzschean in any simple sense. He disagreed with Nietzsche on important questions. He thought Nietzsche's contempt for weakness was wrong. He thought the will to power was a secondary drive rather than a primary one. He did not share Nietzsche's hostility to Christianity, which Frankl regarded with respect even from his own Jewish position. But he took from Nietzsche the sentence, and the sentence was enough. He who has a why to live can bear almost any how. He quoted it to fellow prisoners in the camps. He quoted it in his lectures for the remaining 52 years of his life. He quoted it because it compressed into 17 words what it had taken him decades of clinical work to demonstrate by other means. The why is not a philosophical argument. It is a felt thing. It is specific. It is personal. It is the face of the person you are trying to return to, or the task that only you can complete, or the question you are the only one positioned to answer. It is not a generalization. It is always particular. Nietzsche arrived at this insight through suffering of his own, illness that plagued him from early adulthood, isolation that he transformed through writing, relationships that failed repeatedly, a mind that ran faster than any container the century had available for it. He was drawing on his own experience of the how, and he was reaching from that experience toward the why that had held him. He did not survive well, but he left the sentence, and the sentence held Frankl. Friedrich Nietzsche died in 1900. Viktor Frankl was not yet born, and yet Nietzsche gave Frankl the sentence that kept him alive. It is a simple sentence. Nietzsche wrote it in Twilight of the Idols, a work from 1889 in the last productive year of his life. He who has a why to live can bear almost any how. Frankl quoted it in the camps. He quoted it to his fellow prisoners. He quoted it to himself in the small hours of the nights he thought might be his last. He built an entire system of psychotherapy around it. Not because he was naive about the camps. Frankl was not naive about anything. He knew what they were. He saw what they did to the people around him. He understood that the survival rate was not a function of intention or character. Many people with every reason to live did not survive. He understood that. But he also observed something that the statistics could not quite capture. The people who could locate a reason, a specific, particular, personal reason, not a general philosophical argument, but a felt reason, a person they needed to return to, a task they needed to complete, a question they needed to answer, those people seemed to carry something. Not immunity, not certainty, something more like traction, a way of gripping the floor when everything else had been taken away. Nietzsche had written about suffering as a teacher, about amor fati, the love of fate, the willingness to say yes to one's life as it has actually been, rather than the life one imagined. He had written about endurance not as passive acceptance, but as a form of strength. Frankl absorbed all of it, and then he was tested on it in conditions Nietzsche could not have imagined. What did he find when theory met the worst thing? We are working toward that. There are things that need to be understood first. Let the breath move. Let the room be quiet. A name every 90 seconds or so is how this works. Frankl, Nietzsche, the two of them across a generation and a catastrophe, passing a sentence back and forth. Hold it gently. Chapter 7, The Arrival. The selection process at the Arrival platform has been documented by many survivors, and what strikes almost all of them in retrospect is the same thing, the speed of it. The decisions that determined who would live and who would die that day were made in seconds. A gesture, left, right, and then the person was in a line, moving. Frankl later wrote that the decision of how to respond to this, how to carry oneself in the moments after the selection, in the hours and days of initial disorientation, was not made consciously. It was made by whatever the person had been in the life before the arrival. The person who had, through years of practice or circumstance or character, developed a certain quality of inner resilience, a capacity to locate themselves in relation to what was happening rather than being entirely subsumed by it, found that quality available even here. not as a guarantee, not as a formula. The selection was random in the deep sense. The person with every inner resource could be selected for the wrong line, and was. But the quality of the days that followed the selection, the quality of the inner life that continued to exist, even in the most extreme conditions, was not random. It was a function, in part, of what the person had developed in the years before the arrival. This is the lesson Frankl drew for his patients after the war. The work of building the inner life, of developing the relationship with meaning, is not something to be deferred. It is the most essential preparation for everything else. Let the body rest. We continue. In the autumn of 1944, Viktor Frankl arrived at Auschwitz. The train had been traveling for days. The car was overcrowded, the air unbreathable, the space so compressed that it was impossible to sit and barely possible to stand. People lost consciousness. People died. The train did not stop for this. When the doors opened, there was noise and light and a crowd of prisoners in striped clothing moving people into lines. The selection was fast. An officer walked the line. A gesture to the left, a gesture to the right. Frankl did not know in that moment what the gestures meant. He knew enough to be terrified. He had heard rumors. But the reality of it, the speed of it, the ordinariness of the face making the gestures, the absence of any ceremony around decisions of such magnitude, this he could not have been prepared for. He was gestured to the right. His father, who was with him, was gestured to the left. He never saw his father again. What Frankl later wrote about the first days is not what you might expect. There is not much rage. There is something closer to observation, the psychologist's instinct to watch even when the watcher is in danger. He noticed the way people reorganized their sense of what was possible, the way the mind performed a kind of triage, releasing certain futures so it could function in the present one. He noticed something else. He noticed that the men who seemed to deteriorate most quickly were not always the ones in the worst physical condition. They were sometimes the men who had lost the thread, who could not locate the specific, particular reason that made surviving worth the cost. He was forming the evidence for an argument he had been building since the 1930s. The argument was about meaning, and here, in Auschwitz, it was being tested in conditions that had no precedent. Nothing you are carrying tonight requires this kind of courage. But the question is the same. The question is always the same. What is it, specifically, that makes tomorrow worth starting? We continue. Chapter 8, the question he asked first. He asked it differently in different contexts. In the formal therapeutic setting, he might ask it as a clinical question with clipboard and professional distance. In a more conversational mode, he might ask it as a simple curiosity. What are you looking forward to? But the function of the question was always the same. He was not interested in what the patient said they wanted in the abstract. He was interested in what their face did when they imagined it. He was watching for the small involuntary movement, the breath that shifted, the expression that changed, that indicated contact with something real. He had developed a sensitivity to this kind of contact through years of practice. He could hear the difference between the performed answer, the one the patient gave because it was the correct thing to say in a therapist's office and the genuine one. The performed answer came smoothly and quickly. The genuine answer often arrived with a pause, and sometimes with a quality of surprise. "What is waiting for you?" And the patient goes quiet and then says, "My grandson's birthday. He's turning 7 next month." That is it. That is the thread. Not the grand narrative about what the life was for. The specific, small, particular thing. The 7-year-old birthday. The thread leads there, and from there, wherever it needs to go. Frankl believed the therapy of logotherapy was, in its essence, helping the person follow the thread. The thread was always already there. The work was learning to feel it. There is a question Viktor Frankl asked at the beginning of almost every therapeutic relationship. Not what is wrong, not what are your symptoms, not how long have you felt this way. Those were his colleagues' questions. They were good questions. He asked them too, in time. But the first question, the one he asked before anything else, the one he used to orient himself and the patient toward the work, was different. He asked, "What is waiting for you?" Or, in some versions, "What would happen if you were not here?" Not as a challenge, not as a provocation, as a genuine question. What is there in your actual life that is waiting for your specific presence? A person, a task, a question only you can answer, a work only you can complete, a relationship that requires you specifically and not someone interchangeable. Most people, when they heard the question for the first time, went quiet. Not because they could not answer it, because the answer, when they found it, surprised them with its specificity. It was rarely the grand thing. It was rarely the achievement or the status or the narrative they had told themselves about why their life mattered. It was the small thing, the particular thing, the thing that only they knew mattered and that they had been taking for granted. Frankl believed, and his clinical evidence bore this out across decades of practice, that the human being is not primarily seeking happiness. The human being is primarily seeking meaning. And meaning is found not in general, but in specific. In this task, this person, this obligation, this unrepeatable and irreplaceable moment. Hold that question somewhere near you tonight. We will not answer it now, but you will feel it working. What is waiting for you? Let the body soften, let the breath move. You do not need to answer anything tonight. We continue. Chapter 9, Tilly. He described her in terms that were precise without being cold. The quality of her attention when she was listening, the particular way she held her head, the specific texture of her presence in a room. Not loud, not dominant, but the room would have been different without her in it. He had met her in conditions of increasing danger. The Vienna of the early 1940s was a city where Jewish professionals were being stripped of their positions, their property, their futures. He and Tilly were already carrying the knowledge that the world they had expected to inhabit was contracting. And they married anyway, and they chose to be together anyway. In the specific and particular way that choosing implies, with full knowledge of the conditions and with the choice made regardless. He later wrote that this was itself an act of meaning. To choose, in conditions of uncertainty and danger, to be with another person and to love them in the full sense, to allow their irreplaceability to actually matter to you, is to enact the second path in its most exposed form. It is experience in the sense that Frankl meant something genuinely allowed to land. He thought of her in the camps, and the thought was not abstract comfort, it was specific. She had said a particular thing once that he kept returning to. He did not record what the thing was. He was too careful a writer to manufacture that kind of sentiment. But the returning to it, the specificity of the memory, was itself sustaining. The lamp burns for someone. That is what he learned. The lamp needs a direction. Before the camps, Viktor Frankl had fallen in love. Her name was Tilly Grosser. They had met through mutual friends. In the Vienna of the early 1940s, a city that was already changed, already frightened, already emptying of the people it could not protect. They were married in December 1941. 9 months later, they were deported to Theresienstadt together. What Frankl wrote about Tilly in Man's Search for Meaning is not romanticized. He was too precise for that. He wrote about the experience of thinking of her in the camps, specifically the way her image arrived without being summoned. He would be walking the frozen ground of the camp in the morning, forced to move in a column toward a work site, the temperature below zero, the guards on the perimeter, and he would find that he was speaking to her. Not in words exactly, in something that functioned like presence, her face, her voice, the particular quality of her attention when she listened to him. He wrote that in those moments he understood something about love that the philosophy books had not quite captured. That love is not merely an emotional state, but something more like a mode of perception. That to love a person is, among other things, to perceive them as irreplaceable, to understand that their specific existence matters in a way that cannot be substituted. He later learned that Tilly had died at Bergen-Belsen in the spring of 1945, a few weeks before the war's end. He had survived in part by holding her image. He had carried her presence across 2 years of conditions that were designed to reduce people to their animal needs. And she had already been gone. He wrote about this without accusation and without collapse. He wrote about it as data. The love had been real. The sustaining quality of it had been real. The fact that she did not survive did not retrospectively empty it of meaning. This is a hard idea. We do not need to resolve it tonight. Let it sit. Let your shoulders drop. Feel the weight of the body. We go on. Chapter 10. What the mind does with impossibility. Psychologists who have studied extreme survival have consistently found that what distinguishes the person who maintains function under catastrophic conditions from the person who does not is not primarily strength of character in the person, conventional sense. It is not toughness, not stoicism, not the absence of feeling. It is the capacity to locate a future. The person who can imagine any version of tomorrow, any specific, particular version, even a modest one, tends to behave differently from the person who cannot. The person who cannot imagine tomorrow tends to stop making decisions that would matter to the person who arrives there. The future has become too uncertain or too painful to look at, and so the present loses its orientation. Frankl called this finding its name in the camps. He watched men who lost the thread of the future, who stopped being able to locate even a provisional tomorrow, decline in ways that were visible and rapid. The body participated in the collapse, and he watched the reverse. The man who had somewhere a task, a promise, a face, the man who was pointed at something specific, however tentatively, this man stood differently. Not with optimism, which would have been delusional, with direction. And direction turned out to be, in extremity, nearly as important as food. He brought this finding back to the clinic. He applied it to patients in comfortable rooms, carrying comfortable griefs. The finding held. The capacity to locate a future, any genuine future, however modest, is the most portable form of resilience available. Let the breath move. We continue. The psychologist Abraham Maslow mapped a hierarchy of needs. At the base, food, water, warmth, safety. Only when these are met, he argued, can the higher needs become active, belonging, esteem, and at the apex, what he called self-actualization. The realization of one's potential. Frankl respected Maslow, but in Auschwitz he observed something that complicated the hierarchy. People at the base level, people whose physical needs were catastrophically unmet, who were cold and hungry and in constant danger, were still, some of them, asking the highest level questions, still finding meaning in small acts, still composing music in their heads, or telling stories, or performing tiny kindnesses for one another that cost them energy they could not afford to spare. And some people who had been given food and relative warmth, people in the administrative positions of the camp, people who had made arrangements that kept them safer, had collapsed at the meaning level, had stopped asking, had stopped trying to perceive the world as anything other than a mechanism to be survived by any means necessary. Frankl concluded that the hunger for meaning is not a luxury that appears only when the basic hungers are satisfied. It is primary. It is what the brain reaches for, at some level, under almost any conditions. The question is not whether human beings seek meaning. The question is whether they know how to find it. Here is the clinical observation that surprised him most. The people in the camps who could articulate a specific reason for surviving, a task, a person, an obligation, did not necessarily survive. The survival rate was not a function of intention, but They seem to suffer differently. They seem to retain, under conditions of extremity, something that was not quite hope, but was adjacent to it. A directionality. A sense that tomorrow was pointed somewhere rather than merely arriving. He called this attitudinal meaning, the meaning that one takes toward a situation one cannot change. The attitude one brings to suffering when the suffering itself cannot be removed. This is the third path. We will come to it properly later, but keep it nearby. Feel the weight of the body. You do not need to follow every word tonight. The parts that matter will find you. Chapter 11, Kierkegaard and the Cost of Being Free. He also wrote about the 3 stages of life, a framework he developed in Either, Or, and related works. The first stage is the aesthetic, the life lived for pleasure, for sensation, for the moment. It is not stupid or wrong. It is simply insufficient, because the person who lives only for sensation discovers that sensation itself does not accumulate into anything. Each pleasure ends. The next one must be found. The aesthetic life is a life of searching for the next thing. The second stage is the ethical, the life lived according to duty, obligation, the requirements of the social world. The person here has found a structure that the aesthetic life lacked. They do what they are supposed to do. They fulfill their obligations. They are, by external measure, a good person. But Kierkegaard thought this stage was also insufficient, because it still lacked something essential, the personal. The life lived purely according to duty is lived for others rather than from the self. The third stage, which Kierkegaard thought only some people reached, and only through a kind of leap, was the religious stage. Not religion in the institutional sense. The stage of the person who has, through suffering or insight or what he could only call grace, arrived at an authentic relationship with their own existence. The person who is not performing life but living it. Frankl saw this structure and recognized it. The aesthetic life is the life that avoids the question. The ethical life manages the question. The third stage names it and lives in it. Let the breath move. We go on. Søren Kierkegaard was born in Copenhagen in 1813. He died there in 1855. In the 42 years between, he produced a body of work that would not be widely read until after his death, translated into German, and then taken up by the generation that had to rebuild meaning from the rubble of the First World War. He was not a cheerful man. He walked Copenhagen obsessively, miles a day, through every neighborhood, talking to shopkeepers and students and children, absorbing the texture of a city that never quite felt like home. He was deeply religious and deeply afraid of what his religion required. He was betrothed to a woman named Regine Olsen and broke the engagement in a decision that seems to have caused him permanent grief, because he believed he could not give her the kind of ordinary life she deserved. He wrote about anxiety before the word had its modern clinical sense. Anxiety, he wrote in The Concept of Anxiety, published in 1844, is the dizziness of freedom. He was not describing a pathology, he was describing a condition. The condition of being the kind of creature that must choose, that cannot not choose, and that understands at some level that every choice is also an act of becoming. To choose is to become the person who chose that. And that is terrifying, if you take it seriously. Frankl took Kierkegaard seriously. He saw in that anxiety not something to be treated away, but something to be understood and carefully used. The person who is anxious about their freedom is a person who has not yet deadened themselves to the significance of what they are doing. They are suffering, yes, but they are suffering from being alive in the full sense. The alternative, the person who has stopped feeling the anxiety, who has settled into a life without choice by choosing the same thing every day until it stops feeling like a choice, is, in Kierkegaard's view, not in a better condition. They are simply in a different kind of danger. Let your jaw soften, let the breath come and go. Kierkegaard walked Copenhagen in the dark. Frankl walked the frozen ground of Auschwitz. Both were trying to understand the same thing, what it costs to be genuinely free and whether the cost is worth it. We continue. Chapter 12, The Quiet Work of the Body. The philosopher Maurice Merleau-Ponty, a French phenomenologist who was Frankl's near contemporary, spent his career developing an account of the human being that refused to separate the mind from the body. Not in the reductive direction, not the claim that the mind is nothing but chemistry. That thought is only neurons. In the opposite direction, the claim that the body itself thinks, perceives, orientates, knows. He called this the lived body. Not the body as object, as a thing that occupies space and can be described anatomically, the body as the way of being in the world. The body that reaches toward what it loves and recoils from what it fears, that settles toward the familiar and stiffens toward the threatening, before any conscious calculation has had time to form. Frankl would have recognized this from the clinic. He observed that the body of the patient who had found the thread was different from the body of the patient who had not. Not dramatically different, subtly different. A quality of settledness, a different relationship with the chair they were sitting in, the table between them, the room they were sharing. He did not have Merleau-Ponty's vocabulary for it. He was working from clinical observation rather than philosophy. But he was watching the same thing, the way the body participates in the question of meaning and the way it reports on the progress of the search. Tonight, the body is resting. Let it. Eat. There is something the body knows before the mind catches up. Viktor Frankl noticed it in his patients long before he noticed it in himself. The people who came to his clinic with the second kind of emptiness, the existential vacuum, the hollow feeling in the middle of an otherwise functioning life, often described a specific physical quality to it. A heaviness, a slowing. Not the sudden acute weight of grief, but something more like the weight of water, all surrounding and without direction. He also noticed the opposite. The people who had found the thread, who had located, however tentatively, a reason that felt specific and real, described something different in the body. Not euphoria, not the excitement of a new project, something quieter, a sense of moving toward, rather than simply moving. The body is not separate from the question of meaning. It participates in the answer. Philosophers have argued about this for centuries. Descartes drew a line between the thinking self and the extended physical body. The mind trapped in the machine, the ghost in the shell. Most of those who came after him have spent their time arguing against that line, pointing out that the self is not floating above its body, but woven into it, that thought and sensation and posture and breath are not separate channels, but one entangled thing. Frankl had a simpler version of this argument. He observed that his patients who could not find meaning often stopped standing up straight. It was not symbolic. It was not something they chose. The body expressed the inner condition before the mind could articulate it. And conversely, the person who decided, in whatever provisional and imperfect way, to reach towards something tended to stand slightly differently. A small thing. The kind of thing you would not notice in a single moment. But over days, over weeks, it accumulated into something visible. Your breath is moving on its own. The room is still. Nothing here is asking you to change anything. But notice, if you will, what your body is doing with this quiet. Let it soften where it can. We go on. Chapter 13. Seneca counting the hours. Seneca was not, to be honest about it, a particularly admirable man. He was one of the wealthiest people in the Roman Empire, and he acquired that wealth through means he was never fully transparent about. He advised a tyrant and enabled him. He was exiled for reasons he denied, returned for reasons he partially acknowledged, and eventually ordered to die by the person he had advised. He knew all of this about himself. He wrote about it in his letters with an honesty that is somewhat startling given his position. "I am telling you all of this," he wrote to his friend Lucilius in one of the letters, "because I believe a person who has not made the mistakes he is warning against is the wrong person to be giving the warning, and I have made every mistake I am warning you about." This is what gives his writing its particular texture. It is not the philosophy of someone who has gotten it right. It is the philosophy of someone who has not gotten it right, who knows it, and who is trying to get it less wrong before time runs out. Frankl respected this quality in Seneca. He had lived among people who claimed authority they had not earned. The authority of honest reckoning with one's own failures struck him as more useful clinically and philosophically than the authority of the person who had arranged their life to look correct. The person who is awake at midnight reviewing their failures is, in Seneca's view, not doing something pathological. They are doing the necessary thing. The question is whether the review leads anywhere. Let the breath move. We go on. Lucius Annaeus Seneca was born around 4 BCE in Cordoba, in what is now Spain. He became one of the wealthiest men in the Roman Empire, a tutor and advisor to the Emperor Nero, and eventually was ordered by that same emperor to kill himself. He did so in 65 CE by the method of his choosing. In between those bookends, he wrote some of the most lucid prose about time ever produced. On the Shortness of Life is not a long book. It is a letter, really, addressed to his friend Paulinus. In it, Seneca makes an argument that at first sounds like a complaint and then reveals itself as something much sharper. Life is not short, he says. We have been given a great deal of it. What is short is the life we actually inhabit. The rest is wasted. It is not that we have a short time to live, he wrote, but that we waste a great deal of it. He was specific about the waste. Not the waste of idleness, though he addresses that, the waste of busyness, the waste of collecting things, the waste of planning a future life while the present one slips by, the waste of living for the approval of others while your own hours drain away. He wrote about people who saved their whole lives for a retirement they never reached, about men who spent decades climbing toward a position of honor that they did not enjoy once they arrived, about the kind of hurry that keeps a person moving so fast they never look at what they are moving through. He was 60 years old when he wrote it. He had made every mistake he described. Viktor Frankl read the Stoics. He taught the Stoics. He saw in Seneca's argument a confirmation of what he was finding in the clinic. The person who lives as if they have infinite time tends to find at some point that they do not. And the recognition arrives too late to change the shape of the hours that remain. But Frankl added something Seneca did not quite say. The problem is not only that we waste time, the problem is that we waste it on things that do not align with what we actually value. And the reason we do not know what we actually value is that we have never been still enough to ask. Tonight is a kind of stillness. Let it work. Chapter 14. How meaning differs from happiness. William James, the American philosopher and psychologist, made an observation in 1902 that maps neatly onto Frankl's argument. James wrote about what he called the will to believe, not in the purely religious sense, but in the broader sense of the human being's need to commit to something before the evidence is in. The person who waits for certainty before committing to anything tends to find that certainty never quite arrives, and in the waiting, the life passes. Frankl's version of this: the person who waits to feel meaningful before acting meaningfully tends to wait indefinitely. The feeling follows the action, not always, not reliably. But the sequence act toward meaning, feel the meaning in the acting, is far more reliable than the sequence feel the meaning first, then act. The happiness researchers have confirmed this through different means. The studies on hedonic adaptation, the tendency for humans to return to roughly the same set point of felt well-being, regardless of what happens to them externally, suggest that pursuing happiness directly tends to be self-defeating, because the thing pursued keeps moving. What does not move, or moves less, is the sense that one's life is pointed at something real. The sense of engagement, direction, and purpose is more stable, it turns out, than any particular feeling. This is not a popular observation in a culture that has made the pursuit of feeling its central project, but it is a well-documented one. Frankl arrived at it through philosophy and clinical work. The researchers arrived at it through measurement. They converged on the same thing. Direction matters more than arrival. Here is an important distinction, and it is worth taking slowly. Viktor Frankl did not teach people to be happy. He did not believe happiness was a goal one could usefully pursue. He believed, and his clinical work supported this over 5 decades of practice, that the direct pursuit of happiness tends to undermine itself. The person who wakes up each morning and asks, "Am I happy yet?" is less likely to arrive at happiness than the person who is absorbed in something and discovers happiness there as a byproduct when they look up. He called this the paradox of pleasure, and he saw it in its most extreme form in a particular kind of patient. The person who had achieved everything they had aimed for and was miserable in direct proportion to how clearly they could see that they had succeeded. Happiness, Frankl argued, is a result. It is not a method. It cannot be manufactured. It can only be found, and it tends to be found, as a consequence of living towards something larger than oneself. A task, a person, a value, rather than as a consequence of optimizing directly for the feeling of it. Meaning, on the other hand, is available even in conditions where happiness is impossible. This is not a comfortable observation, but it is what Frankl found in the camps, and it is what he spent the rest of his life trying to explain. A person can find meaning in the middle of suffering, not by calling the suffering good, not by pretending it does not hurt, but by understanding that the human response to suffering, what one does with it, what attitude one brings to it, how one stands in relation to it, is itself a kind of freedom, and that this freedom is the one thing no external force can remove. He was not romanticizing the camps. He was precise about what he was saying. He was saying that even in a place where happiness was not available, something else was, and that something else was sustaining in a way that happiness, even in good times, was not. The something else was a sense that this life, this suffering, this moment mattered, that it was pointed at something rather than simply occurring. Let the breath move, let the body rest. We continue. Chapter 15, Camus and the Honest Question. Camus wrote The Myth of Sisyphus in Algeria and Paris during the German occupation, in conditions of danger and uncertainty that gave his abstract argument a specific weight. He was not sitting in a comfortable study debating suicide as an intellectual proposition. He was writing in a country that had been occupied, among people who were dying, about the most fundamental question one can ask in such conditions. He distinguished between what he called physical suicide and philosophical suicide. Physical suicide is the obvious case, the person who decides life is not worth the effort and removes themselves from it. Philosophical suicide is what he thought most philosophy had done. Resolve the unbearable tension of the absurd by positing a meaning that was not honestly arrived at, a god, a progress, a historical telos that made the question disappear rather than answering it. He respected physical suicide as a serious position. He rejected it for himself. And he rejected philosophical suicide as dishonest. His response, defiance, revolt, the willingness to push the boulder knowing it will roll back down, has been criticized for being emotionally insufficient. Frankl made this criticism himself, that defiance, however admirable, is not the same as meaning, and that the person who needs meaning cannot be satisfied with the posture of the person who has settled for defiance. But Camus had done something important. He had refused to take the easy way out. He had started from the most honest possible position. And any genuine engagement with the question of meaning has to start from the same place. Let the breath move. Let the room be still. Albert Camus was born in Algeria in 1913. He died in a car accident in France in 1960. In the 47 years between, he asked one question with more precision and more honesty than almost anyone before or after him. The question is, why go on? He asked it without flinching and without the comfort of a predetermined answer. In The Myth of Sisyphus, published in 1942, the same year Frankl was deported to Theresienstadt, Camus began with what he called the only truly serious philosophical question, suicide. Not as an endorsement, as a starting point for honesty. If life has no meaning, he said, then the question of whether to continue it is a genuine question, and no honest philosophy can skip past it. He named the feeling of this question the absurd, not meaninglessness, absurdity. The tension between the human need for order, significance, and reason, and the universe's perfect indifference to that need. The universe does not answer. The human being keeps asking. That gap is the absurd. And Camus' answer, his own answer, not Frankl's, was not that the absurd can be resolved. It cannot. But it can be met. It can be met with defiance rather than surrender. One must imagine Sisyphus happy, he wrote, in the most quoted line of the book, not because pushing the boulder is pleasant, but because the act of pushing, undertaken with full awareness and without self-deception, is itself a form of freedom. Frankl disagreed with Camus on one crucial point. He believed meaning was real, not merely a defiant posture in the face of meaninglessness. He thought Camus stopped one step short, but he respected the honesty of the question. He thought anyone who had not asked it seriously had not yet started. One must imagine Sisyphus happy, that line. Let it sit for a moment, and let your shoulders drop. Let the jaw soften. You do not need to push any boulder tonight. Chapter 16, The First Path, Creation. The poet Rainer Maria Rilke, writing in his Letters to a Young Poet, a correspondence that began in 1903 and has been read by artists of every kind for over a century since, gave advice about creative work that Frankl would have recognized from a different angle. Rilke told the young poet not to ask whether he was a good poet. He told him to ask, would you die if you could not write? Not as a dramatic question, as a diagnostic one. The thing you would die without is the thing that is genuinely yours. Everything else is what you are doing while you are figuring out what is genuinely yours. He was describing the first path in the vocabulary of necessity. The thing you would die without is the thing that has become, in some sense, your meaning. Not because it provides a comfortable living or external validation, it may not, but because the not doing it represents a form of inner starvation that you cannot sustain indefinitely. Frankl said something similar in clinical terms. The patient who could not identify the specific thing they could not live without was the patient still searching for the first path. And the work of the therapy was not to tell them what it was, the therapist cannot know that, but to help them find conditions of honesty in which they could discover it themselves. What is the thing you would not want to give up? Not forever, not in the global sense. Just this week, if you had to choose one thing to hold on to, what would it be? That thing is on the first path. Viktor Frankl identified 3 paths by which a human being can find meaning. He was not offering a menu. He was offering an observation about how meaning actually works, derived from watching thousands of people move toward it and away from it over the course of a clinical career. The first path is creation. What we give to the world, what we make, what we do. This is the path most people think of first when they think of meaningful lives. The artist, the builder, the teacher, the person who plants a tree, the doctor who heals, the parent who raises a child, the craftsperson who makes the thing that outlasts them. Frankl was careful not to restrict this to grand gestures. He observed that the meaning available through creation is not proportional to the scale of the thing created. A meal cooked with care for someone who is lonely. A letter written to a friend who has lost something. A shelf built level and true. A garden kept. These are acts of creation in the relevant sense, and they carry the same structure of meaning as the masterwork, even if they carry it in a smaller vessel. What matters in the first path is the giving, the turning of the self outward towards something beyond the self, the making of something that did not exist before and would not exist without this particular effort, applied at this particular moment. He also observed something about creative work that the culture of productivity tends to miss. The meaning does not arrive at the end. It is present in the doing. The carpenter who is absorbed in the joint is not waiting for the furniture to be finished before meaning becomes available. The meaning is there in the measurement, the cut, the fitting, the adjustment. The completed object is not the source of it, the work is. This matters for the person lying awake, feeling that nothing they do adds up to anything significant. The test is not scale, the test is direction. Is the effort turned outward? Is it given? Is it specific? Let the breath move. Let the body settle. One path down, 2 more to come. We go on. Chapter 17, Marcus Aurelius on the Danube. He was also managing a plague. The Antonine Plague, which had arrived from the Eastern campaigns in 165 CE and was still moving through the empire nearly a decade later, had killed perhaps 5 million people. Marcus had watched it take members of his court, his family, the populations of cities he had never visited. He had administered the relief efforts. He had written letters of condolence. He had made decisions about quarantine and grain supply and troop deployment. in conditions where every decision affected thousands of people, and none of the information was reliable. And at night he wrote to himself about whether his judgments had been correct. Not the military or administrative judgments, the inner ones. Was he doing what he genuinely thought was right, or what appeared right? Was he governing from principle, or from the fear of appearing to fail? Was the equanimity he projected on the throne genuine, or a performance? He was severe with himself in these interrogations. He did not let himself off easily, but he did not collapse into self-accusation either. The tone of the meditations is something harder to achieve than either of those. The tone of honest self-examination that remains somehow good-humored. A man looking at himself without flinching and without drama. Frankl had this quality too in his clinical writing. He wrote about his own experience in the camps without sensationalizing it and without turning it into proof of his own virtue. He was precise. He was honest about what he had felt and what he had done and what he wished he had done differently. Both men were practicing the same thing. The examined life maintained under conditions that made examination difficult. The tent on the Danube, the barrack in the camp. In the winter of 170 CE, the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius was camped on the Danube frontier, managing a war he had not chosen and did not want. He was in his late 40s by then. He had been emperor for nearly a decade. He had inherited a position of absolute power, and he had spent almost all of it away from the city he loved, managing crises he had not designed. A plague that moved through the empire, killing hundreds of thousands. Incursions from the north and east. The endless, grinding administrative weight of being responsible for 40 million people who did not know his name but depended on his decisions. At night, in his tent, he wrote, not dispatches, not strategic plans. Something stranger and more private. A journal addressed to himself in the second person that functioned as a kind of ongoing argument with his own tendencies. You could leave life right now, he wrote in one entry. Let that determine what you do and say and think, not as a morbid thought, as a clarifying one. The man was practicing the awareness of his own finitude as a technique for living more attentively in the present moment. He wrote in Greek, not Latin, though he governed a Latin-speaking empire. Greek was the language of philosophy, of private thought, of the self he kept separate from the role. The journal was never intended for anyone else. It was discovered after his death and published under the title Meditations, a word he never used. He called the entries simply to himself. What Marcus Aurelius and Viktor Frankl share is not superficial. Both men occupied positions of enormous public responsibility while conducting an intensely private inquiry into what made the burden of that responsibility sustainable. Both men concluded that the sustainability of the outer life depended on the quality of the inner one. Both men believed that the inner life was a practice, not a given, something cultivated through daily attention, not something one simply had or did not have. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "How much more grievous are the consequences of anger than the causes of it." He was not writing for posterity. He was writing to keep himself honest in a life that kept offering him reasons to be dishonest. Frankl did the same thing on stolen scraps of paper in Auschwitz. The tent on the Danube, the barrack in the camp. Two men separated by 18 centuries and everything else, trying to understand what the self owes to its own continued existence. Both of them concluded something. That something has a shape, and it is worth knowing. Let your breath move. Feel the body where it rests. We are in the second hour now. You do not need to follow every word. Let the parts that matter find you. Chapter 18. The second path. Experience. The Japanese aesthetic concept of mono no aware, often translated as the pathos of things or the bittersweet awareness of impermanence, names something adjacent to what Frankl meant by experience. As a path to meaning. The cherry blossoms fall in a week. The Japanese have a word for the feeling of watching them fall, aware. It is not sadness exactly. It is not nostalgia exactly. It is something like the felt awareness that this beauty is happening and will be over, and that its transience is inseparable from its quality. The blossoms that lasted forever would not be the same thing. The person who allows this feeling in, who does not manage it or file it, is practicing the second path, whether or not they have Frankl's vocabulary for it. They are letting something land. They are allowing the world to do something to them. Frankl observed that the capacity for this kind of experience tends to erode under sustained stress and overwork. Not dramatically, not all at once. Gradually, the person who has been in crisis mode for long enough, dealing with the immediate demands of a life under pressure, begins to process beauty and love and truth as information rather than experience. The cherry blossoms are noted and categorized. The loved person's face is recognized and not fully seen. This erosion is not a character defect. It is a protective response. Under sustained demand, the opening through which experience reaches the interior narrows down. The system is protecting itself. The problem is that the narrowing closes the second path. Let the breath move. We go on. Viktor Frankl's second path to meaning is called experience. What we receive from the world, what we allow in, what we witness and permit to actually touch us. He was specific about this. Experience in the relevant sense is not merely sensory input. It is not simply having been in the presence of something beautiful or true. The experience that opens the second path is experience that is allowed to land, that is not processed and filed away before it has had time to do anything to the person receiving it. He wrote about beauty as a form of meaning, about the moment in the camps in the worst period when a fellow prisoner nudged him awake before dawn and pointed at the window. The sky was on fire with a sunrise that turned the grey barrack rooftops to something the men stood watching in silence, exhausted and cold and hungry, and could not reduce to mere spectacle. Something in them opened to it. They permitted themselves, for a few minutes, to be people who found a sunrise beautiful. He wrote about that moment without sentimentality. He was
At bronze in the French Riviera. New Louis bronze listed so late. I'm worth it.
Bundle your home and auto with Progressive and you'll get round-the-clock protection.
A little on the nose, don't you think?
Experience the most awarded King sofa, Jasper, designed to change and rearrange the way you live. Come home to the future of furniture. Come home to King. Hurry, sail on now.
He was not saying the beauty made the suffering acceptable. He was saying that beauty, permitted to land, is itself a form of meaning, that the capacity to receive it, to let it through the defenses of a self that has every reason to close down, is one of the most resilient human capacities there is. The second path also runs through love. Not romantic love exclusively, though that too, the love that perceives another person as irreplaceable and allows that perception to matter. The parent who watches their child across a room. The friend who has known you long enough to remember who you were before you knew how to hide things. The experience of being genuinely seen by someone, and the rarer experience of genuinely seeing. He also included the experience of truth, the moment when an idea arrives that reorganizes what was previously unclear, the sudden legibility of something that had been opaque, the feeling of a sentence landing in a book, in a conversation, in one's own thinking, that names something previously unnameable. All of these are the second path. They are available, Frankl insisted, in almost any circumstances. Not always easily, not always fully, but available. The person who says they have no access to meaning via experience has usually, through grief or exhaustion or habit, stopped permitting things to land. The question is not whether there is anything worth experiencing. The question is whether the door is open. Nothing you hear tonight is asking you to open it wider than is comfortable, but notice whether it is ajar. Let the room be quiet. We continue. Chapter 19. Yalom and the Dying Patient. Yalom's clinical finding that confronting death makes life more vivid has a name in the research literature: mortality salience. Psychologists have conducted hundreds of experiments designed to understand what happens to human cognition and behavior when people are reminded of their own finitude, however briefly. The findings are complicated and sometimes counterintuitive. Mortality, salience, sometimes triggers defensiveness. The person reminded of their death grasps more tightly at the beliefs and group memberships that feel like shields against meaninglessness. This is the less useful response. But under certain conditions, specifically, when the person has developed what the researchers call a secure attachment to their own values, mortality salience does something different. It functions as a clarifier. The person reminded of finitude tends, under these conditions, to report greater appreciation for the people in their life, greater willingness to pursue genuinely important goals at the expense of merely comfortable ones, and a reduction in the petty grievances and low-level dissatisfactions that fill the space when finitude is not visible. Yalom's dying patients had arrived, through their diagnoses, at a sustained version of this state, and many of them were reporting, paradoxically, that they felt more alive. The clinical question he kept asking was, what is it about the diagnosis that produced this? And could that thing be accessed without the diagnosis? His answer, arrived at over 50 years of practice, was, with effort and honesty, yes. The diagnosis is a delivery system. The thing it delivers, awareness of finitude, which concentrates attention on what matters, can be accessed through deliberate practice. Frankl had his own delivery system. The camps were more extreme. The finding was the same. Irvin Yalom is a psychiatrist. He was born in Washington, D.C. in 1931. He has spent the better part of 7 decades sitting with patients in what he calls existential crisis. Not crisis in the dramatic, acute sense, but the kind that accumulates quietly in people who have been too busy or too careful to think clearly about their own mortality. He is known for a particular observation that he reached after years of working with patients who had received terminal diagnoses. He noticed that many of them, in the period after the diagnosis and before the end, reported a strange quality of experience. Some of them described feeling more alive than they had at any point in their adult lives. Not happier, not free of fear or sadness, but more present, more willing to say what they actually thought, more capable of the first path and the second path, as Frankl would have put it, more genuinely creating and more genuinely receiving. They had stopped worrying about whether the relationship was going in the right direction and started being in it. They had stopped deferring the conversation they had been meaning to have and had it. They had stopped decorating the surface of their days with plans for a future that now had a visible boundary, and started paying attention to the texture of the day itself. Yalom asked the obvious question. If the awareness of death makes life more vivid, what would it take to access that vividness without the death sentence? Is it possible to live with what he calls mortality salience, a genuine daily awareness of finitude without being crushed by it? His answer was, carefully, it is possible. And the clinician's job was not to protect patients from thinking about death, but to help them think about it clearly enough that it functioned as a teacher rather than a torment. Frankl had reached similar conclusions from different evidence. The camps had given him a very direct relationship with finitude. He wrote that the person who has genuinely confronted the fact of their own death is rarely the person lying awake cataloguing grievances. That person has usually done the work of sorting what mattered from what seemed to matter. The awareness of death is not an enemy of meaning. Used with care, it is one of its best instruments. Feel the breath move. Let the jaw soften. This is not a dark thought. It is a clarifying one. We continue. Chapter 20. the empty win. The social psychologist Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi identified a related phenomenon in his research on flow. He found that people often report their lowest states of well-being not during periods of demand or difficulty, but during the periods of leisure that follow them. The person who works intensely toward a goal and then achieves it often experiences a brief period of positive affect, followed by something more complicated. The structure that the goal provided, the daily direction, the sense of working towards something, disappears with its achievement, and the person suddenly, without the organizing principle that had been shaping their days, finds themselves in a version of the Sunday without plans that lasts longer and feels more disorienting, because it was supposed to feel like freedom. Csikszentmihalyi called this the post-vacation blues, but the phenomenon is broader than vacations. It affects people after retirement, after the completion of long projects, after the arrival of life stages that were supposed to represent the destination. Frankl's framework offers a specific diagnosis. The goal that was pursued was proximate. It was the means to meaning rather than meaning itself. And when the proximate goal is achieved, the person discovers that the meaning they were expecting to find at the end was not stored there waiting for them. It was something that had to be located in the actual living, not in the arrival. The prescription is not to stop setting goals. It is to understand them correctly as structures that provide temporary direction while the deeper search continues. The meaning is in the searching, not in the destination the search is pointed at. Feel the breath move. The room is still. There is a particular experience that a significant number of people report and that no one talks about very much, because it is embarrassing in the way that only privileged suffering can be embarrassing. You work for something for years, a degree, a promotion, a business built from nothing, a relationship arrived at after a long search, a creative project finally finished. And then the thing happens, the promotion, the degree, the opening night, the signing, the wedding, and you look around at the moment of arrival, and the feeling that was supposed to be there is not quite there. There is something, relief, often a kind of loosening, but not the satisfaction that was supposed to accompany success, not the sense of completion, just the next day. And then the one after that. Viktor Frankl had a name for this. He saw it constantly in his practice, and he saw it as a specific form of the existential vacuum, not the general emptiness that comes from having no direction. The targeted emptiness that comes from having pursued the wrong direction with great determination and arrived somewhere that turned out to be the wrong place. He was not unsympathetic. He understood that the culture a person grows up in teaches them what to want. The culture teaches that success in its particular shape is the right goal. And the person pursues it honestly, works for it genuinely, earns it legitimately, and then stands in the middle of what they worked for, feeling a puzzling absence. The absence is telling them something. It is telling them that the goal they reached was not, at the deepest level, theirs. It was proximate.
As a catastrophic storm continues to make landfall, Read the meaning. Lose the noise. Exclusively on the Lenovo Aura Edition AI PC imagined with Intel. Your aura is limitless.
When I switched to Allstate, I saved hundreds. My old insurance company raised my rates, so I started looking around. Allstate made it really easy to switch, and I was able to get better coverage for a better price.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. 15 different protein pack choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli face, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
Proximate. It was the thing that was supposed to lead to meaning rather than be meaning. And they have confused the signpost for the destination. Frankel's clinical prescription for this was not to abandon success. It was to trace the thread backward. If this is not what I was actually reaching for, what was I actually reaching for? Not in the global sense, what is the meaning of my life, but in the specific sense. What did I imagine I would feel in the moment of arrival that I do not now feel, and what actually produces that feeling? This is uncomfortable work. It is also, he believed, the most useful work a person can do with the quiet that comes after an empty win. The room is still. Nothing here asks you to answer that question tonight. But notice if it has ever been your experience. And if it has, know that it is data, not failure. We continue. Chapter 21, The Third Path. What cannot be taken. The philosopher Viktor Frankl had a model in the camps who influenced his thinking in ways he acknowledged for the rest of his life. It was not another philosopher. It was a woman whose name he never knew, a young woman who had been sentenced to die and who, in the days before her death, demonstrated something Frankl found himself unable to fully account for in the frameworks he had available. She was cheerful, not in the manic or dissociated sense, in the genuine sense. She spoke to the other prisoners with care. She expressed gratitude, specifically for the particular quality of light coming through the window of the barrack. She said, and Frankl recorded this, that the tree she could see through the window was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen, and that she spoke to it. He asked her about this. She said, I am dying and I know it, and so I am trying to use the time that remains to see clearly. And what I see clearly is that the tree is extraordinary, and that the light is extraordinary, and that I have been in the presence of extraordinary things for most of my life without noticing them. This is the third path, not the refusal to suffer, not the performance of equanimity, the genuine arrival at a relationship with one's circumstances that is more than the sum of those circumstances. The attitude that finds, even in the worst conditions, something to receive. She died. Frankl did not. He carried the story for 50 years. Let the breath move. We continue. The third path is the hardest one to name, and the one Frankl was most certain about. He had evidence for the first path, creation, that any clinician might gather. Patients who poured themselves into meaningful work recovered faster from depression, anxiety, the existential vacuum. This was not surprising. He had evidence for the second path, experience, that was harder to gather but consistent. The capacity to be moved by beauty, by love, by truth, seemed to function as a buffer against the worst effects of meaninglessness. The third path was the one he discovered in the camps, and it could not have been discovered anywhere else. He called it attitudinal meaning, the meaning one takes toward unavoidable suffering. He was careful about what he was saying here. He was not saying that suffering is good. He was not saying that the suffering of the camps was valuable. He was saying something much more specific, that within any situation, no matter how constrained, no matter how stripped of comfort and choice and dignity, the human being retains one final freedom. The freedom to choose their attitude toward what they cannot change. This freedom is tiny in the sense that it produces no change in the external situation. The suffering does not go away because one chooses an attitude toward it. The cold is still cold, the loss is still lost. The diagnosis does not improve because of what one decides about it in the middle of the night, but it is enormous in the sense that it is, in the end, the only freedom that cannot be taken. The guards at Auschwitz could take Frankel's clothes, his food, his wife, his manuscript, his freedom of movement, his physical safety, his future. They could not reach the part of him that decided each day how to stand in relation to all of this. He wrote, "Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom." That sentence is often attributed to him now, though the precise attribution is uncertain and scholars have disputed the source. What is certain is that it captures something he believed and lived. The third path, available even when the first two are closed. Let the body rest. This is the deepest thing Frankl found. We will come back to it. Chapter 22. Martin Buber and the presence between. Buber spent years living and studying among the Hasidic communities of Eastern Europe before the war, and he brought from that experience a quality of attention that was, as he put it, dialogical. The Hasidic teachers he encountered were not interested in abstract theology. They were interested in the encounter, the actual moment of meeting between the teacher and the student, between the person and their God, between any two beings who were genuinely present to each other. He formalized this into I and Thou, published in 1923. The book is difficult in the way that important books often are, not because the ideas are obscure, but because the ideas keep running into the inadequacy of the vocabulary available to express them. Buber keeps reaching for a language of relation that ordinary language, organized around subjects and objects, does not quite have. His central claim is that the genuine encounter, the I-thou moment, is not something one does to another person. It is something that happens between. It is, in his phrase, in the between. Not in me, not in you, but in the charged space that exists when two genuinely present persons actually meet. Frankl absorbed this and brought it into the clinic. He believed that the therapeutic encounter was, when it worked properly, an I-thou encounter. The therapist who was fully present to the patient's search, not managing the encounter, not performing attentiveness, but actually receiving the person in front of them, as irreplaceable was providing, in that very act, a form of meaning. The patient was being encountered, and to be genuinely encountered, Buber and Frankl both believed is one of the deepest human needs there is. The room is still. Let the breath move. Martin Buber was born in Vienna in 1878. He died in Jerusalem in 1965. Between those cities and those years, he developed a philosophy of relationship that Frankl absorbed and used in ways Buber himself might not have anticipated. Buber's central idea is simple to state and difficult to enact. He proposed a distinction between two modes of encountering the world. The first he called I-it. In this mode, the self encounters everything else, including other people, as objects, as things to be used, categorized, gotten through, the traffic on the commute, the colleague in the meeting, the person behind the counter, the partner at the end of a long day. The second mode he called I-thou. In this mode, the self encounters the other as a genuine other, as a subject rather than an object, as a presence with their own irreducible interior life. Not a background element, not a function, a person, a face, a this. The I-thou encounter, Buber argued, is the site of genuine meaning. Not in the sense that it is more pleasant, though it often is, in the sense that it is where the self actually shows up. The self in I-it mode is managed, functional, defended. The self in I-thou mode is present, and presence, he believed, is what the human being is actually reaching for in all the ways it reaches. Frankl took this into the clinic. He saw in Buber's distinction a clinical category. The person who cannot find meaning often cannot find it because they have settled into an almost exclusive I-it mode. The world has become something to be managed rather than met. Other people have become surfaces rather than depths. And the self, somewhere in there, has begun to feel unreal. The antidote is not a technique, it is attention. The willingness to slow down enough to actually receive the person in front of you as a presence and not a function. He thought about Tilly that way. In the camps, in the cold, he thought of her not as a concept of his wife, but as her particular, specific, irreplaceable presence. That mode of attention was, he later wrote, sustaining in a way that no other thought about her had been. I, thou. Not a technique, a way of being with. Let the room be still. Let the breath move. We go on. Chapter 23. Dostoevsky before the rifles. Dostoevsky spent 4 years in Siberia after the commuted sentence. The conditions were brutal. He was separated from his books, his writing, his world. He was placed among criminals rather than the political prisoners he had expected to be grouped with, and the experience of that proximity, the daily
It made me feel like it was doing the work. When Dex came out on the top,
What if your basketball knowledge actually paid you? This is Kalshi, a CFTC-regulated financial exchange with real playoff markets live right now. Will New York win tonight? Will San Antonio win the series? Who takes home finals MVP? You already know the matchups, the trends, the players who show up when it matters, and you don't have to wait for the final buzzer. Prices move live as the game unfolds. When the market moves your way, you can exit and lock in your profit. Kalshi is live in all 50 states. Download Kalshi. Your edge is worth something now.
The daily contact with men who had committed serious crimes against other people gave him a quality of psychological insight into human darkness that his earlier work had lacked. He returned from Siberia having written nothing. He was forbidden to write for most of his time there, but having observed everything. The novels that followed, Crime and Punishment, The Idiot, The Brothers Karamazov, bear the weight of what he had seen. They are full of people at the edge of themselves, people whose darkness is not a simplification but a complexity, people who are capable of the worst and the best, and sometimes both at once. Frankl taught Dostoevsky to his students as a psychologist, not merely as a novelist. He believed the great Russian novels were, among other things, the most detailed phenomenological studies of the existential condition available in literature. They showed what happens to people when the usual structures of meaning collapse, when the God of their childhood is revealed as inadequate, when the social contract is exposed as contingent, when the scaffolding of a life comes down and the person is left with what they actually are. What Dostoevsky found in those moments, and found again in Siberia, and kept returning to in his novels, was this. Under the worst conditions, something in the human being persists. The something is not always beautiful, but it is always there. Feel the body where it rests. We continue. In December 1849, Fyodor Dostoevsky was led into the yard at Semyonovsky Square in St. Petersburg to be executed. He was 28 years old. He had been convicted of revolutionary activity, essentially of being in the wrong reading group at the wrong historical moment. The sentence was death by firing squad. He was prepared at the stake. A priest read the last rites. The prisoners were dressed in white execution shirts. The first volley of rifles was raised. Then a rider arrived with a message. The Tsar was commuting the sentence. They would not be shot. They would be sent to Siberia instead. The rifles were lowered. In the seconds between the raised rifles and the lowered rifles, Dostoevsky later said he understood something about existence that he had not understood before. He understood its value without argument. He did not need a philosophical proof. He did not need a logical demonstration. The value was self-evident in the experience of its potential loss. He went to Siberia. He served 4 years of hard labor. He returned to St. Petersburg and wrote, among other things, The Idiot, Crime and Punishment, and The Brothers Karamazov, works that would be read by every generation that came after him, translated into every language, named among the central achievements of human literature. Frankl read all of it. He taught it. He saw in Dostoevsky's life a confirmation of what he had been arguing since the 1930s, that suffering genuinely confronted rather than merely survived tends to produce the conditions for a particular kind of depth, Not always, not automatically, not in everyone. The suffering also destroys. Dostoevsky knew that. Frankl knew that. But in the cases where it produced depth, the mechanism was recognizable. The person had been forced into a genuine confrontation with finitude and had come back from that confrontation with something they had not had before, a revised sense of proportion, a knowledge of what actually mattered now that the comfortable illusion of infinite time had been removed. Dostoevsky before the rifles, Frankl at the arriving cattle car, Marcus Aurelius in the tent, Seneca waiting for the messenger from Nero, Pascal in his cold room. The same confrontation recurring across centuries and conditions, and always the same question. Now that you know, what will you do with what remains? Feel the weight of the body, let the breath come and go. We continue. Chapter 24. What suffering is and is not for. The distinction Frankl was making has a philosophical ancestor in the work of the philosopher Gabriel Marcel, who wrote about what he called primary and secondary reflection. Primary reflection is the mind's first response to a situation: analysis, categorization, problem solving. It treats the situation as an object to be handled. Secondary reflection is what happens when primary reflection reaches its limits, when the situation cannot be handled, only inhabited. It is the shift from treating the situation as something outside the self to recognizing that the self is inside the situation. Suffering, in the deepest sense, forces secondary reflection. It cannot always be solved. It cannot always be treated. Sometimes it can only be inhabited. And the quality of that inhabitation, what the person brings to it, what they find inside it, is where the third path lives. Frankl was not prescribing suffering. He was describing what suffering, when it arrives, despite every effort to prevent or mitigate it, reveals. It reveals the person who was behind all the management. The person who exists when the solutions run out, that person, he found, was more resilient than the solutions were. The solutions, the treatments, the distractions, the plans, the achievements were all good. He was not against any of them, but they were proximate. They were the means by which the person reached toward meaning. The person doing the reaching was what remained when the means were taken. Nothing you are carrying tonight requires this extremity. But the principle is the same. Let the breath come and go, we go on. Here is something Viktor Frankl was very careful about, and it is worth being careful about it here too. He did not believe that suffering was good. He did not believe that the camps were redemptive in themselves. He did not believe that people who had not suffered profoundly were lesser, or that suffering was a prerequisite for depth of character. What he believed was more precise and more useful than any of that. He believed that suffering, when it is unavoidable, when it cannot be removed by action, when it cannot be escaped or treated or changed, becomes a question rather than merely an event. The question is, what will this do to me? Or more precisely, what will I do with this? He had seen both answers. He had watched people in the camps who were broken by the suffering, whose inner life collapsed under it, who lost the thread who committed acts they would not have committed otherwise, who stopped caring about anything, who died without having made use of what remained. He had watched this without judgment. It was an understandable response to conditions that were designed to produce it. He had also watched, less often but reliably, people who did not break, not in the sense of not suffering. They suffered as much as anyone, but in the sense of retaining, through the suffering, something the suffering had not quite reached, an inner posture, a refusal to become only their circumstances. He was not saying these people were stronger or better. He was saying they had found a way to locate, even in extremity, the one freedom that could not be taken. The freedom to decide what meaning to make of what was happening to them. The philosopher William James, an American psychologist, writing at the turn of the 20th century, long before Frankl, had made a related observation. The greatest revolution of our generation, James wrote, is the discovery that human beings, by changing the inner attitudes of their minds, can change the outer aspects of their lives. James was writing about everyday life, not about concentration camps. But Frankl found confirmation for James's claim in the most extreme conditions imaginable, not by manufacturing positive thinking, not by denying the reality of what was happening, but by choosing, in the space between what was inflicted and how one stood in relation to it, something that was genuinely chosen. This is not easy. It is not even always possible, but it is available, Frankl argued, more often and in more extreme conditions than most people have discovered. Let the breath move, let the room be still, we continue. Chapter 25, The Mind That Replays. The philosopher William James made an observation about habit that Frankl would have found useful. Habits are the flywheel of society, and the person who has established good habits has freed their higher faculties for the things that require genuine attention. The implication for rumination is this: the loop that keeps returning to the same conversation, the same failure, the same unresolved question, is often the mind trying to convert a live problem into a settled habit. It wants to file the thing, to arrive at a response that becomes automatic and stops requiring energy. The looping is not irrational. It is the mind doing its job of pattern formation. The problem is that some things cannot be filed in this way. Some things require not a settled response, but a genuine engagement. The ruminating mind is often trying to solve a problem that is not solvable in the mode of problem solving. The conversation that went wrong cannot be undone. The relationship that deteriorated cannot be restored by replaying the deterioration. The choice that was made cannot be unmade by reviewing it repeatedly. What the loop is actually asking for underneath the surface of the specific content is usually a different kind of engagement. Not, how do I resolve this? But, what does this tell me about what I actually care about? And given what I actually care about, what is the next step that is genuinely mine to take? Frankl called this the shift from symptom to signal. The loop is a symptom. The signal is the care it is reporting. The
You might be asking yourself, what's so good about play? It unlocks the 5 Ps. Resilience, collaboration, problem solving, confidence, creativity. In a world that never stops playing, anything is possible. See you at World Play Day!
New Snackables by Lunchables. Mini and poppable. New Snackables by Lunchables.
Pods' biggest sale of the year has been extended. Save up to 30% until June 8th at pods.com.
How much could you save by switching your car insurance to Allstate? Well, let's say this is you.
Hello.
And this is you with $713. Woohoo! Drivers who switch to Allstate save an average of $713.
My husband just wasn't lasting long enough for me to finish. It was frustrating. I love him, but it got to a point where we were both avoiding intimacy. And then he got prescribed the SexRx plus Climax Control pill through Hims. This pill combines sildenafil, an ingredient to help men get hard and stay hard, with PE treatment to help him last way longer. And the best part, it's 100% online. No doctor's office, no pharmacy runs, just a simple intake form, and then a licensed provider recommended the right treatments for him. And now he's lasting longer, he's more confident, and we're actually excited to be intimate again. So if you're struggling with early climax, check out treatments through Hims today. It's seriously saved our sex life.
The room is still. Come back gently. We are still here. You know this experience. A conversation that ended 3 days ago or 3 years ago has returned again. You are lying in the quiet, the house is still, and the conversation is running again. You are editing your lines. You are giving yourself better responses than you had in the moment. You are arguing the case you failed to argue at the time to an audience that no longer exists in a setting that has long since dissolved. The psychologist Ethan Kross, in his book Chatter, names this process by its ordinary name, rumination. He distinguishes it from thinking in a useful way. Thinking is directed. It moves towards something. It processes information in order to produce a decision or a resolution or an understanding. Rumination circles. It returns to the same ground and does not move. Kross observes that rumination is not simply a mood problem, it has a grammar. It tends to use the first person singular, I, in a way that locks the thinker inside the experience rather than creating distance from it. He found in his research that one of the simplest and most effective interventions for habitual ruminators is a change of pronoun. Addressing yourself by your own name. What is Victor doing? Why is Victor going back to this? Creates a small but measurable cognitive distance that tends to allow the thinker to see the loop from the outside rather than being trapped inside it. Frankl had a related observation, arrived at by different means. He noticed that patients who were most captured by rumination tended to be patients who had not yet located what he called the will to meaning. They were not circling because they were choosing to, they were circling because the underlying disorientation, the absence of a direction that felt genuinely theirs, left the mind with nowhere to go. The loop was not the problem. The loop was the symptom. The problem was deeper. His approach to rumination was not to try to stop the thoughts, it was to ask what the thoughts were circling around. What is the unresolved question that this loop is trying unsuccessfully to process? And can that question be named more clearly? Because a question that is named can sometimes be approached. A question that is only felt, never articulated, can only be circled. If your mind has been drifting, that is fine. Come back gently. We are still here. The loop is not permanent, and it always has a center. We are looking slowly and without hurry for the center. Chapter 26, Tolstoy's Ivan Ilyich. There is a servant in the story named Gerasim, a peasant, young and strong, who is assigned to care for Ivan Ilyich in the final period of his illness. Gerasim is the only person in the novel who is genuinely present to Ivan Ilyich's dying. He does not pretend the dying is not happening. He does not perform appropriate sadness. He is simply there, practically and uncomplainingly, holding Ivan's legs in the position that gives him relief, sitting with him through the nights, carrying out the necessary functions of care with a directness that Ivan all his life had looked for in his human relationships and never quite found. Tolstoy's point, through Gerasim, is about the authenticity of the uncultivated life. Not the stupid life, not the brutish life, but the life that has not been taught to perform. Gerasim helps because helping is what the situation requires, and he has not learned to consult the audience before responding to what the situation requires. Ivan Ilyich had learned. He had learned so well that he could no longer find the authentic response beneath the performed one. And the agony of his dying, which Tolstoy renders with a precision that is almost clinical, is not physical agony. It is the agony of a man discovering, in the last days of his life, that the life he has lived was not quite his. And then, at the end, something shifts. He stops arguing with the reality of what is happening. He forgives himself, or something like that. And in the stopping and the forgiving, the agony changes its quality. Something opens that had been closed. Frankl read this as confirmation of the third path. The shift is not toward happiness, it is toward meaning. In 1886, Leo Tolstoy published a novella called The Death of Ivan Ilyich. It is not a pleasant story. It is one of the most useful things ever written about what happens when a person approaches the end of their life and discovers with horror that they may have been living someone else's life all along. Ivan Ilyich Golovin is a successful judge in 19th century Russia. He has done everything correctly. He married appropriately, advanced steadily, furnished his house in the fashionable style, managed his social obligations with the right mixture of formality and levity. He has not been cruel. He has not been dishonest. He has followed the form. He develops an illness. As he deteriorates, he begins to feel a terror that is not simply about dying. It is about the quality of the life he is being asked to leave. He looks back across his years and he cannot with confidence identify a single moment that was genuinely his own. Everything was performed. Everything was for the audience of his social world. The moments of genuine connection with his young son, with the peasant who nursed him, with a few brief early memories, were exceptions so rare that they had barely registered at the time. Tolstoy wrote this story after his own experience of what is sometimes called an existential crisis, a period in his late 40s when he, one of the most celebrated writers in Europe, had concluded that his life was meaningless and that he could not understand why he should not simply end it. He wrote about this crisis in his confession. He came through it, and then he wrote Ivan Ilyich, which is the story of the man who did not come through it in time. Frankl assigned it to his students. He saw in it the clearest possible narrative depiction of what the existential vacuum left unexamined produces. At the end of a life, not necessarily a wicked life, not a failed life by any external measure, a life lived without contact with what the person actually valued, because the person had never been still enough to ask what that was. The remedy Tolstoy offers in the story is almost comically simple. Toward the end, Ivan Ilyich stops resisting. He stops performing. He stops arguing with what is happening to him. And in that stopping, something small but decisive opens. The simplicity of the ending is not a trick. It is the point. Let the body rest. Let the jaw soften. We go on. But, chapter 27, the Sunday without plans. Henri Bergson, the French philosopher, wrote about what he called the two selves. The social self, the self that is constructed and maintained for others, that moves through the world with its managed surface intact, and the deep self. The deep self is the one that sometimes emerges in music, or in solitude, or in the experience of beauty so sudden that the social self does not have time to intercede and perform a response before the genuine one has already arrived. The Sunday without plans is an inadvertent access point to the deep self. When the social self has nothing to perform, when there is no audience and no agenda and no obligation shaping the shape of the hours, the deep self sometimes surfaces. And what it surfaces with is not always comfortable. It is often the unresolved question. It is the feeling of the second kind of emptiness. It is the thing that was being managed by the Monday through Saturday schedule. Frankl believed the discomfort of the unscheduled Sunday was productive rather than pathological.
Faced with frizz and hair that won't hold, one woman's search for the secret to smooth all-day style drives her to obsession. It was Elnet all along. Extra strong mold, brushable frizz-free finish. Elnet Hairspray by L'Oreal Paris.
Tap, pair, form. Smart Share, exclusively on the Lenovo Aura Edition AI PC, imagined with Intel. Your aura is limitless.
AAA is known for peace of mind. That goes for our insurance, too. We find you the right coverage at the best rate to protect your home, auto, and family. AAA Insurance, here for you.
The person who can sit with that discomfort long enough to hear what it is saying is closer to the genuine work than the person who fills the space before the feeling arrives. The genuine work in his formulation is always the work of locating the specific thing, not what is the meaning of life, but What is mine to do with this Sunday, this week, this life? Specifically and without pretense. The question is almost never grand. The answer is almost never grand. But both are genuine, and that is the point. Let the room be still. We continue. Imagine a Sunday with nothing in it. Not a Sunday you have been given by illness or circumstance, though it might feel that way at first. A Sunday with no obligations, no errands, no people expecting your arrival somewhere. The alarm does not go off. The phone can be ignored. The day is unscheduled in a way that would have sounded like freedom when you were in the middle of a busier week. And yet, the first hour is fine. The second hour is a little uncomfortable. By the third hour, something is stirring. Not sadness exactly, not boredom exactly. Something more like the second kind of emptiness, the one Frankl named, the one that arrives not when something is wrong, but when the structure that was covering the question of what you actually want has been removed, and the question is standing there patient and unanswered. This is the Sunday neurosis. Frankl named it in the 1940s, and it is, if anything, more common now. The culture has become better at filling time and worse at inhabiting it. The devices in the pockets of people who cannot sit still are the most sophisticated distraction mechanisms ever produced, and they are used by people who, when the distraction is removed, find they are not certain what they are trying to avoid feeling. What are you trying to avoid feeling? Frankl did not think this was a pathological question. He thought it was the necessary one. The Sunday without plans is not a problem to be solved with better scheduling. It is a diagnostic moment. It is the moment when the underlying orientation of a life becomes briefly visible because the covering is off. What he suggested, not in those terms, but in the clinical evidence he accumulated over decades, was that the people who managed the unscheduled Sunday with equanimity rather than dread were not the people with more entertaining inner resources. They were the people who had, through reflection or through accident or through genuine life experience, located something specific that was theirs, a practice, a relationship, a question they were genuinely curious about, something that did not require an appointment and did not need external validation. The Sunday without plans is, in this sense, the field test for the existential life. Breathe. Let the body soften. The room is still. We continue into the longer part of the night. Chapter 28. Csikszentmihalyi and the Absorbed Life. He distinguished between two types of experience that are often conflated. Pleasure, which he defined as the satisfaction of biological need or social expectation, the meal after hunger, the approval after effort, the comfort after discomfort. And enjoyment, which he defined as the experience of forward movement, the sense of having done something, discovered something, mastered something, reached towards something that was previously beyond reach. Pleasure requires only that the condition be satisfied. Enjoyment requires that something be at stake and that the person meet it. It is more effortful and rarer and, in his data, far more sustaining. Flow is the peak form of enjoyment. It is the state in which the challenge and the skill are so precisely matched that the effort itself becomes effortless in a paradoxical way. The person is working at the edge of their capacity, and yet the experience is one of ease. The musician in the passage, the athlete in the run, the surgeon in the complex procedure, the parent in the full attention conversation with the child. He found, across cultures and ages and occupations, that the people who reported the highest levels of well-being were not the people with the most leisure or the fewest obligations. They were the people who had found conditions of regular flow, who had, through design or luck or both, arranged their lives so that the thing they were good at and the thing that was required of them were in productive alignment. This is the first path in its most optimal form. Not just creating. Creating in alignment with capacity. Working at the edge that makes it real. Let the breath come and go. We continue. Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, pronounced approximately Csikszentmihalyi, was a Hungarian-American psychologist who spent his career studying a specific and unusual psychological state that he named flow. He was born in 1934 inches, what is now Croatia. He survived the Second World War as a child. He was struck watching the adults around him in the aftermath by the way some people manage the chaos better than others, not through superior intelligence or superior resources, but through a particular quality of engagement with whatever they were doing. The people who seemed most whole were the people who were most absorbed. Flow, as Csikszentmihalyi defined it from decades of research, is the state of optimal experience that occurs when the difficulty of a task is matched by the skill required to perform it. When the challenge is slightly beyond the current level of skill, the person stretches. When the challenge is slightly below it, the person stagnates. When the match is right, something happens that is different from either. The person disappears into the task. The sense of time distorts. An hour can feel like 10 minutes, or like many hours. Self-consciousness recedes. The internal critic goes quiet. The person is simply doing the thing, and the doing of the thing is its own justification. He found this state in chess grandmasters, in surgeons, in rock climbers, in musicians deep in performance, in mathematicians working a proof, in assembly line workers who had found the rhythm of the line. The state itself was not restricted to prestigious or creative work. It was available wherever the conditions were right. Here is what connects Csikszentmihalyi's work to Frankl's. Flow is, among other things, a way of being present in the first path, the path of creation. The absorbed carpenter, the absorbed teacher, the absorbed parent, the absorbed writer are all in flow, not only doing the thing, but finding a quality of experience in it that is independent of the outcome. They are not waiting for the meaning to arrive at the end. The meaning is in the absorption. Frankl believed the will to meaning was the primary human drive. Csikszentmihalyi found its expression in the laboratory of optimal experience. They were describing the same phenomenon from different angles. The absorbed life is not the goal. It is the consequence of the right relationship between what a person does and what a person is. Let the breath move. We are in the third hour now. You do not need to follow every word. Chapter 29, What Frankl Survived to Say. He gave his first public lecture about the camps in 1946, less than a year after liberation. He was still underweight. He was still processing the losses. He stood at the podium and spoke with the precision that had always characterized his work. And the audience, which included many people who had their own losses from the same period, sat in a quiet that was different from ordinary academic quiet. He was not telling them what had happened to him. He was telling them what he had learned from what had happened to him. And what he had learned was not consoling in any easy sense. It was demanding. It was, you are responsible for finding the direction. The meaning will not be given to you. The life will not organize itself. You have to do the work of the search, and the search is never complete. And that is not a failure. That is the condition. He continued teaching and practicing and writing for 5 more decades. He updated his ideas as evidence accumulated. He changed his mind about details and held his ground on the essentials. He was, to the end, a person who was still learning from the question he had first asked in that Vienna clinic in 1930. What is it that people actually live for? He lived long enough to hear many answers. None of them satisfied him completely. The question, he had concluded, was not supposed to be satisfied. The question was supposed to be kept alive. The person who is still asking, genuinely asking, not performing the asking, is the person who has not stopped moving toward the thing they are looking for. He kept moving. He kept asking. Feel the weight of the body. Let the breath settle. Viktor Frankl was liberated from Turkheim, a subcamp of Dachau, by American troops on the 27th of April, 1945. He was 40 years old. He had spent approximately 3 years in 4 concentration camps. His wife Tilly had died at Bergen-Belsen. His mother had been killed at Auschwitz. His brother Walter had died in the camps. His father had died at Theresienstadt. He weighed 90 pounds. In the weeks after liberation, he wandered. There is an account of him walking through a field of flowers and feeling nothing. He wrote about this carefully, not as a shameful episode, but as a clinical observation about the period of disorientation that follows extreme suffering. The nervous system that has been in survival mode for years does not simply return to ordinary sensitivity when the danger ends. It takes time, sometimes a long time. He eventually returned to Vienna. He began working again almost immediately, as a clinician, as a teacher, as a writer. In the first 9 days back at work, he dictated the book that had been in his head since Auschwitz. The book that had replaced the manuscript that was lost in the camps. It was published in German in 1946. It was translated into English in 1959. By the 1960s, it was being taught in universities across America. By the time Frankl died in 1997, it had been translated into 49 languages and sold more than 10 million copies. Man's Search for Meaning. The title he chose is itself an argument. Not man's search for happiness. Not man's path to fulfillment. Man's search for meaning. As if the search itself were the thing rather than the finding. As if the appropriate orientation toward the question were a sustained and active one rather than a state to be arrived at and rested in. He lived to be 92. He continued seeing patients. He continued teaching. He learned to fly a plane at 60.
You might be asking yourself, what's so good about play? It unlocks the 5 Ps. Resilience, collaboration, problem solving, confidence, and creativity. In a world that never stops playing, anything is possible. See you at World Play Day!
Big journeys begin with a single step, like switching to Progressive and saving hundreds.
People do anything for a cold beer. That's why Coors Light is as cold as the Rockies.
Golf Galaxy is the place for players obsessed with the game. That's why we've got the latest drivers, irons, putters, and golf balls. So even when your game's off, or when it's on, keep coming back for more. Get ready for launch.
Imagine if I wasn't wearing a seatbelt. Prevention is critical. That's why I recommend Colgate Total.
It's 15 times more effective at fighting the root cause of oral health problems. Prevent problems before they start.
At 67 years old, he wrote 39 books. He lived toward, that is the only way to say it, he lived toward something from the day of liberation until the end, with a specificity that was visible to everyone who encountered him. This is the manuscript he thought would burn. It did not burn. Feel the weight of the body. Let the breath settle. We are more than halfway through the night now. Chapter 30, The Mask You Set Down. The psychoanalyst Donald Winnicott observed that the therapeutic relationship is one of the rare spaces where the social self is given permission to rest. Not by dramatic instruction. The therapist does not say, "Please stop performing." The permission is implicit in the quality of attention the therapist offers. When the person in front of you is genuinely receiving you as you are, rather than as you are supposed to be, something releases. Frankl noticed this in his own practice. He found that the patients who loosened most quickly, who found the thread most readily, were not always the ones with the strongest insight into their own psychology. They were often simply the ones who felt most genuinely received in the room. The ones who had the experience, perhaps for the first time in a long time, of being present with another person without managing how that presence appeared. He also found that this quality of encounter was available outside the therapy room. It was available in the relationship between close friends who had stopped performing for each other, in the marriage that had passed through enough difficulty to give up on the pretense of its earlier presentation, in the conversation with the older person who had nothing left to prove and simply said what they actually thought. The mask is not the enemy. The mask is useful. The mask is what allows the complicated business of living in the world with other people to proceed. The problem is only when the mask has been worn so long that the person no longer knows where the mask ends and the face begins. Tonight, with no audience present, the mask can rest. Let the room be still. There is a distinction Donald Winnicott drew in his work on child development that Frankl would have recognized from a different direction. Winnicott was a British pediatrician and psychoanalyst who worked in the mid-20th century. He became interested in the very early conditions of psychological development, the first months and years before memory begins, when the self is still forming in the space between the infant and the primary carer. He proposed that two kinds of self develop in this space. He called them the true self and the false self. The true self is spontaneous. It expresses without calculation. It is the impulse before it has been sorted for acceptability, the genuine feeling before it has been managed into the appropriate shape for the social situation. In an infant, it is simple to see. The cry, the reach, the expression of pleasure or distress without any editing. The false self develops as a response to the environment's requirements. The infant who discovers that certain impulses are not welcomed, that certain expressions of the true self cause distress or withdrawal in the carer, learns to edit. The self that goes out into the world is a curated version. It is not insincere, exactly. It is managed. Winnicott was not condemning the false self. He understood it as necessary. A person who expressed every impulse without editing would be unable to live in society. The false self is a tool. The problem occurs when the tool becomes the person, when the managed version of the self is so consistently deployed, so exclusively inhabited, that the person can no longer locate what lies beneath it. The particular suffering of the person who has lost contact with their true self is not always dramatic. It often presents as the existential vacuum. The second kind of emptiness, the feeling of going through motions that used to feel like genuine living and now feel like performance. Frankl's three paths all depend to some degree on access to the true self. The creation that flows from the false self is formal and hollow. The experience that passes through the false self is processed and categorized before it can land. The attitudinal freedom of the third path requires the person who actually chooses, not the managed version who selects from options the social self has pre-approved. Nothing here asks you to dismantle the mask overnight, only to notice that it is not the face. Let the room be still. Let the breath move. We go on. Chapter 31. Adler and the story we tell to cope. The narrative that Adler identified, the life goal, the organizing strategy built around the early wound, tends to be invisible to the person living it in the same way that the water is invisible to the fish. It is the medium through which life is experienced, not an object within the experience. The moment the narrative becomes visible is usually a moment of crisis. The strategy that has been working suddenly stops working. The person who has spent decades accumulating power discovers that the power does not produce the safety it was supposed to produce. The person who has spent decades seeking approval discovers that the approval, when it arrives, does not quiet the thing it was supposed to quiet. Frankl's clinical observation in these situations was consistent. The person whose organizing strategy has failed is not, as they often feel, lost. They are available. The failure of the false strategy has created a space where the genuine direction might, for the first time, be heard. He saw this as a clinical opportunity, not to impose a replacement strategy, to help the person, in the space the failure had created, begin the search for the thing that was genuinely theirs, rather than the thing they had adopted to manage the early wound. The genuine thing is usually quieter than the strategy, less dramatic, less impressive. By the standards, the strategy was trying to impress, but it has a quality the strategy never had. It is actually wanted, not performed toward. Wanted. Let the breath move. We go on. Alfred Adler was born in Vienna in 1870. He was a colleague and early associate of Sigmund Freud, eventually expelled from Freud's inner circle for disagreeing about the primacy of sexual drive, and went on to found a school of psychology he called individual psychology. His central contribution, the one that has lasted most durably, is the concept of the life goal. Adler observed that the human being, especially the human being who has experienced some early wound to their sense of competence or belonging, tends to organize their entire life around a strategy designed to compensate for that wound. The person who felt helpless as a child may spend their adulthood relentlessly accumulating power. The person who felt overlooked may spend their adulthood in an unending audition for approval. The person who felt unsafe may build the most impregnable life possible, materially, emotionally, professionally, and live inside it, protected and isolated. The strategy is not conscious, or not entirely conscious. It is more like a story that the person has been telling themselves since very early on, a story about what they need in order to be safe in the world, and they have organized their choices around it for so long that they have forgotten it is a story. Frankl learned from Adler and departed from him. He thought Adler was right, that people organize their lives around unconscious strategies. But he did not think those strategies were primarily about compensation for past wounds, as Adler believed. He thought they were primarily about the search for meaning, which sometimes expressed itself as compensation, but was not reducible to it. The clinical implication is important. If the Adlerian is right, the work of therapy is to uncover the wound and revise the compensation. If Frankl is right, the work of therapy is to help the person find a direction that is genuinely theirs, rather than a strategy inherited from their most frightened moment. Both men were onto something. The two approaches are not incompatible. The wound shapes the search, and the search is what matters. Let the breath move. The room is quiet. We are moving through the long middle of the night now. Chapter 30.
Let's get one thing straight. It's not a cheeseburger without a slice of melty goodness. Kraft Singles. Every single time.
Turn hot boy summer into hot man summer with Old Spice Legacy Anti-Perspirant Spray.
Casey Lee, only at Walmart.
Welcome to Alaska
now flying to Europe and beyond. Lie back, relax, and let your dreams take flight.
Chapter 32, Montaigne in his tower. The 64 maxims on the walls of the library were not chosen randomly. They were a curatorial act, a statement about what Montaigne thought he needed to think about. The inscriptions included lines from Ecclesiastes, from the Stoics, from the Greek tragedians. They formed a kind of intellectual environment, a set of questions that would always be visible, that would frame the thinking being done in the room. He wrote about death more than any other topic, not because he was morbid, his temperament was anything but because he understood from the Stoic tradition he had absorbed deeply that the awareness of death is the precondition for the clear sight that the examined life requires. You cannot take stock of a life honestly while pretending it is not finite. He wrote, "To philosophize is to learn how to die." He was quoting Cicero, but the application was his own. The philosophy he was practicing in the tower was not academic, it was preparation. Preparation not for a specific death, but for a life that was aware of its finitude and therefore more honest about what it actually wanted. Frankl had a version of this. He taught his patients that the awareness of death was not something to be defended against, but something to be integrated. The person who has integrated it lives differently, not with greater fear, but with greater clarity. They have done the sorting that the pretense of infinite time allows most people to defer indefinitely. The tower, the maxims on the walls, the attempt to see clearly before the light fails. That is what tonight is, in a small way. The same attempt. In 1571, Michel de Montaigne was 38 years old. He had recently lost his closest friend, Etienne de la Boétie, to plague. He had also lost his father and his first child. He had served in the court of the French king and found the experience alienating in a way he could not quite name. He retired to a round tower on his family's estate in the Bordeaux region of France, had the walls of the library inscribed with 64 maxims from the Latin and Greek philosophers, and began writing. What he wrote was not philosophy in the classical sense. It was not a system. It was not a treatise. It was something stranger and more personal. Essays, from the French word essaye, meaning attempt. Attempts to understand what he thought and felt and observed. Attempts to understand himself by writing about himself, about his fear of death, his digestion, his relations with his friends and his wife, his experience of kidney stones, his opinions about cannibalism, his thoughts on experience and education and sleep. He invented the essay form. He created the conditions for an enormous tradition of reflective writing, from Montaigne to Samuel Johnson to Virginia Woolf to James Baldwin, that begins with the assumption that the careful examination of one's own particular, specific, embodied experience might produce something worth knowing, not in spite of its particularity, but because of it. Frankl had read Montaigne. He had absorbed, without perhaps explicitly acknowledging, Montaigne's fundamental argument, that the self is worth examining, that the examined self produces a kind of knowledge that no other method produces, and that this knowledge, personal, local, limited, is nonetheless genuinely knowledge. The retirement to the tower was not a retreat from life. It was the most fully lived part of Montaigne's life. In the tower, with his books and his peculiar mind, and his willingness to write down what he actually thought rather than what he was supposed to think, he was doing what Frankl would later describe as the most essential human work, locating the specific, irreplaceable direction that was genuinely his own. The tower, the lamp, the pen, the attempt. Let your jaw soften. Feel the weight of the body where it rests. We go on. Chapter 33, the body that carries the count. There is a kind of tiredness that sleep does not fix. You have probably known it. You sleep 8 hours and wake up already halfway through some calculation you cannot name. You go through the day functional and intact, carrying something that has no specific shape, but that nevertheless has weight. You lie down again, and the weight is still there. Bessel van der Kolk spent decades studying what happens to the body under sustained stress and loss. His work, gathered in a book called The Body Keeps the Score, arrived at a conclusion that Frankl would have recognized immediately, though van der Kolk reached it through neuroscience rather than philosophy. The body is not a passive container for the mind's experience. It is a participant. What we have lived, the losses, the near misses, the accumulated disappointments, the moments when we could not respond in the way we needed to, these things do not evaporate once the moment has passed. They are held somewhere in the tissue, in the posture, in the quality of the breath. Van der Kolk was writing specifically about trauma, but he was pointing at something broader, the way the body carries an account of what has happened, even when the mind has performed its various acts of management and compartmentalization. The tight shoulders, the shallow breath, the jaw that takes effort to unclench. These are not metaphors, they are records. Frankl had observed this in the camps. He had watched what happened to people when they stopped being able to find meaning in their situation, how the physical collapse tended to follow the inner collapse, sometimes within days. And he had watched the reverse, how the person who located even a provisional reason, a thought, a memory, a task still to be completed, carried themselves differently, not triumphantly, not without suffering, but differently. The body that carries the count is not weak, it is honest, it is reporting faithfully on what the life has contained. What might it need tonight, other than more endurance? Let the shoulders drop, let the jaw soften. Feel the weight of the body where it meets the surface beneath you. This is not asking you to feel anything in particular, only to notice what is already there. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you except to be present in this room, in this body, in this quiet hour. We continue. Chapter 34, the second kind of emptiness. We planted something early in the night, and it is time to return to it. Two kinds of emptiness. The first kind, grief, loss, the ache of a specific absence. It has a shape because it follows from something that was there and is no longer. The second kind, The hollowness that arrives without a clear cause, in the middle of a life that functions, sometimes in the middle of apparent success. The existential vacuum. Viktor Frankl spent his clinical career asking, what fills the second kind? Not distraction, not achievement, not the warm fog of substances or the smooth machinery of routine. These cover the vacuum without addressing it. The vacuum is still there when the covering is removed. What fills it? In the clinical evidence Frankl accumulated over 5 decades and then confirmed under the worst conditions available for confirmation, is meaning, specific meaning. Not meaning in general, not the philosophical concept of a meaningful life as an abstraction, but the particular, pointed, irreplaceable reason that this specific person with this specific history and these specific relationships and this specific set of capacities has for being here. He was precise about what he was and was not saying. He was not saying the meaning was already there, hidden, waiting to be discovered like a buried object. He was saying it was available, that it could be found, created, received, or chosen as an attitude through any of the 3 paths: creation, experience, attitudinal response to unavoidable suffering. He was also saying something harder. He was saying that the second kind of emptiness is not a pathology in the clinical sense. It is a signal. It is the mind reporting that something important has not been named. The person who hears that report clearly, who sits with the discomfort of the empty Sunday rather than filling it immediately with anything that comes to hand, is not in a worse position than the person who finds the distraction. They are in a better position. They are being honest about what is true. The second kind of emptiness, attended to rather than covered over, becomes the beginning of the genuine search. Frankl believed this. He lived it. He lost everything. Returned from the camps weighing 90 pounds and went back to work asking the question, not because he was immune to despair, but because the question was real and he was equipped to pursue it. What is waiting for you? Let the breath move. Let the room be still. We are near the 3rd hour now. Chapter 35. Thich Nhat Hanh, washing the bowl. Thich Nhat Hanh was born in Vietnam in 1926. He was ordained as a Buddhist monk at 16. He spent his adult life teaching, writing, and practicing a form of engaged Buddhism that tried to bring the insights of contemplative life into contact with the suffering of the ordinary world. He was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize in 1967 by Martin Luther King Jr. for his work in Vietnam during the war. He was exiled from Vietnam shortly after and lived and taught in France for nearly 4 decades before returning. He wrote many books, but he is perhaps most clearly himself in a story he told about washing a bowl. He described the experience of washing a dish after a meal, not rushing through it in order to get to the next thing, not thinking about what comes after, actually washing the dish, being present to the sensation of the water, the texture of the bowl, the temperature of the soap, be
might be asking yourself, what's so good about play? It unlocks the 5 Ps. Resilience, collaboration, problem solving, confidence, creativity. In a world that never stops playing, anything is possible. See you at World Play Day!
Step into a fresh start and mop with clean water only.
Making every dollar count is important to you, so it's important to Allstate. Drive safe? Congrats, you saved. Drive less? More savings. Multiple vehicles? Savings. If it's important to you, it's important to us. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Morning breath is now a good thing with new Crest Pro Health mouthwash. Feel your cleanest and freshest every single morning. For your cleanest, freshest morning ever.
Being, for the duration of the washing, a person who is washing a bowl. He was not suggesting that washing a bowl is the point of existence. He was pointing at something about the quality of attention that determines whether the activity, any activity, is experienced as meaningful or as mere duration. The person who washes the bowl while thinking about the thing after the bowl is not washing the bowl, they are enduring it. And the life composed of endured moments is not a meaningful life, regardless of what those moments contain. The life composed of inhabited moments, moments where the person is actually present to what they are doing, is available to everyone because it does not depend on the quality or scale of the activity. It depends on the quality of the attention. This is Thich Nhat Hanh's contribution to the question Frankl was asking. The first and second paths, creation and experience, are not available only to the person doing significant work or having significant experiences. They are available to the person washing the bowl, if they are actually washing the bowl. Frankl would have said, the bowl is the task. The task is specific. The task is yours. Be present to it. Let the breath move on its own. Let the room be quiet. We go on. Chapter 36. What the Stoics confirmed. Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, Seneca. 3 Stoic philosophers separated by decades and circumstance, united by a set of observations that have been confirmed in one form or another by every serious investigation into human resilience since. The Stoics were not, as they are sometimes caricatured, advocates of emotional suppression. They did not teach people to stop feeling. They taught people to distinguish between what they could control and what they could not, and to invest their emotional energy accordingly. Epictetus made this distinction with the most economy. He had been born into slavery, enslaved to a master who broke his leg as a demonstration of power. He was freed and became one of the most celebrated teachers in the Roman world. Some things are in our control, he wrote in the Enchiridion, and others are not. In our control are opinion, motivation, desire, aversion, and in a word, whatever is of our own doing. Not in our control are our body, our property, reputation, office, and in a word, whatever is not of our own doing. He was not saying the uncontrolled things do not matter. He was saying that the suffering caused by wanting what you cannot control is optional in a way that the suffering caused by what actually happens is not. The former is a tax you pay for confusion about the nature of things. The latter is simply what life costs. Frankl absorbed the Stoics and tested them against the camps. His conclusion, They were right about the distinction, but they had not fully named the thing that makes the distinction survivable. What makes it survivable is not merely philosophy, not merely the intellectual understanding of what is and is not in one's control. What makes it survivable is meaning, the sense that the controlled portion of one's experience, the attitude, the response, the inner posture is pointed at something. Philosophy is the map. Meaning is the destination. The Stoics gave Frankl the map. The camps forced him to find the destination. Let your shoulders drop. Notice your breath. You do not need to change it. We go on. Chapter 37. The conversation that never happened. Most people carry at least one. A conversation that was never had with a parent, or a child, or a friend, or a person who died before the conversation was possible. The thing that was almost said, or said badly, or not said because the moment was not right and then the moment was over. The apology that was forming when the relationship ended. The gratitude that never found its way out of the chest. This is a very particular form of the unfinished. It is not exactly grief, though it carries grief's texture. It is not exactly regret, though it overlaps with regret. It is more like a door that stayed open, a conversation that exists in a suspended state of almost, still waiting for a resolution that is no longer possible in the ordinary sense. Martin Buber's I Thou philosophy suggests something useful here. He argued that the genuine encounter, the real meeting between two persons, rather than the management of a social surface, is not bound by the usual conditions of time and proximity in the way other kinds of transaction are. The person who is genuinely present to another, who actually perceives them as irreplaceable and allows that perception to matter, is doing something that does not simply cease because the other person is no longer physically available. The conversation that never happened can, in some form, be finished. Not by pretending the conditions have not changed. Not by suppressing the loss, but by being present enough to the memory of the person to finally say internally the thing that needed to be said. Not as a technique, not as a therapeutic exercise, simply as an act of honesty with what is true. The letter that is never sent. The words said to the empty chair. The quiet acknowledgement in the middle of a night like this one, of the person who is no longer here. This is not strange. This is how the human mind tries to complete what time has left incomplete. It is a form of love continuing past its object. It is its own kind of meaning. Let the breath move. Let the room be still. Chapter 38. Pascal and the Quiet Room. Blaise Pascal was born in Clermont-Ferrand in 1623. He died in Paris in 1662 at 39, of a disease that had troubled him for most of his adult life. In the years between his birth and his death, he produced work in mathematics, physics, and philosophy that placed him among the 2 or 3 most important intellectual figures of the 17th century. He was also, by his own account, one of the most frightened men alive. His most famous pensée, his most well-known note, from the collection published after his death under the title Pensées, is the observation that all of humanity's problems come from an inability to sit quietly alone in a room. He was writing this in a cold room somewhere in the Port Royal community outside Paris, ill and in pain and unable to sleep, and the observation was not primarily about other people, it was about himself. He was afraid of silence. He was afraid of what he heard in it. In the silence, the questions he had spent his professional life trying to answer with mathematics and physics asserted themselves in their raw form. What is this all for? What comes after? Is there anything? He found his way toward a peace late in his short life that was religious in character, a surrender to the God he could not prove but could not do without. He would not have arrived at Frankel's secular framework, but he arrived at the same starting point, the honest acknowledgement that the silence is unbearable until you have found something real to bring to it. Frankl believed that the person who learns to sit with the silence, not to fill it, not to manage it, but to sit with it long enough to hear what it is asking, is the person most likely to find the direction that is genuinely theirs. Tonight is a kind of sitting. The silence around the words is part of the medicine. Let your jaw soften. Let the breath come and go. Nothing you hear tonight asks you to be brave, only to remain. Chapter 39, Amor Fati. Friedrich Nietzsche proposed a concept he called Amor Fati, love of fate. He was not proposing that everything that happens is good. He was not proposing passive acceptance of whatever comes. He was proposing something stranger and more demanding, the willingness to say yes to one's life as it has actually been, including the parts of it one would never have chosen, and to love the whole of it, not because the painful parts are not painful, but because the painful parts are also part of the specific shape of a specific life, which is the only life one has. He wrote about this as an ideal toward which he was reaching, not a state he inhabited. He knew the difference. The works of the final productive years before his collapse in 1889 are full of a man trying very hard to believe what he was teaching, and sometimes succeeding, and sometimes clearly failing. Frankl took Amor Fati and tested it against conditions Nietzsche never imagined. His conclusion was nuanced. He did not believe one had to love the suffering. He did not believe the camp was something to be loved. But he did believe that the person who could arrive, even tentatively, at a willingness to say yes to their life as it had actually been, including Auschwitz, including the losses, including the cold rooms and the difficult years and the empty wins, was the person who had found the deepest form of the third path, the attitudinal freedom, the choice of how to stand in relation to what has been. It is not the acceptance of injustice. It is the acceptance of the reality that the life one has is the life one has, and that continuing to argue with that fact consumes energy that could otherwise be spent on the only question that matters: what now? Amor Fati is not sentimental. It is one of the harder ideas ever proposed, but it is available. Let the room be quiet. We are near the end of the long hold. Chapter 40. The question and its answer. Early in the night, we mentioned a question Viktor Frankl asked at the beginning of almost every therapeutic relationship. What is waiting for?
Inside RX Bar. What's inside matters. RX Bar. No BS. Tap, pair, perform. Your aura is limitless.
With a magical taste and friendly ingredients, Hello Toothpaste makes every day yay.
Score epic Father's Day deals at Dick's. Get the 40% off Nike, Tubbies, and more, plus 20% off Hoka Clifton. Save it big on golf balls, and take up to $400 off bikes. Shop in-store and online now to save on Father's Day gifts at Dick's.
Waiting for you. Not what is wrong, not what do you want, not what are your symptoms. The question that oriented the whole encounter toward what lay ahead rather than what had accumulated behind. Most patients, when they heard the question for the first time, went quiet, not because they could not answer it, because the answer, when it came, surprised them with its specificity and its smallness. It was rarely the grand thing, the achievement, the legacy, the narrative arc. It was almost always something particular and close, something so close it had become invisible through familiarity. The daughter who needed her father present, not in the formal sense, but in the full sense, who needed him to actually see her, not the version of her he was comfortable with. The book that had been 3/4 written for 6 years. The friendship that had been allowed to attenuate through pure negligence. The garden that had been planned and never planted. The walk that was always going to happen when the weather improved or the week got less busy. The answer to what is waiting for you is the first path made specific. It is the meaning that creation takes when it is given a name and a direction. The person who can answer it, however provisionally, however imperfectly, is the person who has found, if not the whole shape of their life, at least the next step in it. Frankl did not require the answer to be permanent. He did not require it to be grand. He required only that it be genuine, that it come from somewhere real rather than from the part of the self that knows what the right answer is supposed to sound like. What is waiting for you? Not the grand version of the answer, the small, true version. You do not need to say it out loud. You do not need to say it at all tonight. But notice if something moves somewhere when the question arrives. Let the breath move. Let the body rest. We are near the end. Chapter 41. The 2 a.m. accountant. At some hour in the night, the mind begins its audit. You know this. The items appear without invitation. The thing you said in the meeting that came out wrong. The call you have been meaning to return for 3 weeks. The money that went to the wrong thing. The time that got away. The relationship that deserved more attention than it received. The apology that is still pending. The plan you had for yourself 10 years ago and have not gotten back to. The mind reviews these items not because it has decided to, it reviews them because the silence has given it the opportunity, and something in the underlying architecture of the self is trying to do the accounting, trying to get the ledger to balance. Viktor Frankl had a name for what the 2 a.m. accountant is actually doing. underneath the surface of the specific items it is reviewing. It is looking for the thread. It is trying to understand whether the things it is cataloguing add up to a direction or only to accumulation. Whether the expenditure of the life has been towards something or simply into the days as they arrived. The accounting is not wrong. The material is not wrong. The specific items, the neglected call, the poorly said thing, the diverted attention, these are real. But the interpretation is often off. The mind treats them as evidence of failure rather than as data about what mattered. If the call still feels like an obligation after 3 weeks, the relationship it belongs to still feels like an obligation. The question is not, why haven't I called? The question is, why do I want to? And the answer to that question is more useful than the guilt. If the apology is still pending, something in you knows it is still owed. The obstacle is not that you have forgotten. The obstacle is something about the conditions of the apology that has not yet been worked through. That is workable. Frankel proposed that the 2 AM accountant, given time and a certain willingness to ask the right questions, can be converted from a source of guilt into a compass. The things it returns to are the things that matter. They are reporting, imperfectly and in the vocabulary of regret, what the life has been organized around and what it is still trying to move toward. Let the jaw soften. Let the breath come and go. You do not need to call anyone tonight. The lamp is still on. We continue. Chapter 42, Winnicott and the Self You Set Aside. Donald Winnicott lived from 1896 to 1971. He was a pediatrician before he was a psychoanalyst, and he never entirely shed the pediatrician's habit of watching children before theorizing about them. His ideas came from the clinic rather than the library, and they have a quality of observation that more abstract theorists sometimes lack. His concept of the true self and the false self, which we visited earlier, has a complement that is worth knowing. He believed that the healthy adult life includes the ability to inhabit both. Not the elimination of the false self, the managed, socially appropriate version of the person, but the retention of access to the true self, so that the managed version does not become the only version. The healthy person can slip between them. They can be appropriate in the meeting and then, in the car on the way home, be the person who was not appropriate in the meeting. The unhealthy pattern is not having a false self. Everyone has a false self. The unhealthy pattern is losing the key to the room where the true self lives. Winnicott described the therapeutic goal, in some of its cases, as simply this: helping the person remember where they put the key. Not what the true self says, not what it wants. Just that it exists and that it can be visited. What does the true self want? Not the performed version of the question, where the person thinks of the things they are supposed to want: rest, balance, health, meaningful work, and rehearses them. The actual version, the thing that moves in the direction of wanting before it has been evaluated for acceptability. Frankel would have said that movement, that pre-reflective pull toward something, that is where the search for meaning begins. Not in the philosophical examination, but in the honest noticing of what the body leans toward when the performance is suspended. Tonight is a kind of suspension. The audience is not here. Let the room be still. Let the breath move. We are nearing the end. Chapter 43. Lao Tzu and the River. The Tao Te Ching is attributed to a figure named Lao Tzu, though scholars have debated for centuries whether Lao Tzu was a single person, a composite, or a name attached to a tradition. The text itself was likely compiled sometime in the 4th or 3rd century before the Common Era. It consists of 81 brief chapters. It is the most translated text in human history after the Bible. Its central image is water. Water is the softest thing, yet it can penetrate mountains and earth. The mountain resists. The water does not resist. The water goes around, under, through, patient over what would have to be geological time for any individual to observe, and it arrives. The Tao is the way things flow when they are not being forced. The path a life takes when the person is not insisting on the path they expected. The direction revealed when the constant effort to impose direction is relaxed. Lao Tzu was not prescribing passivity. He was describing a quality of attentiveness, a listening to the situation rather than a performing upon it. The Taoist ideal is not the person who does nothing. It is the person who does the right thing at the right moment without excess force, by being sufficiently present to the situation to understand what it requires. Viktor Frankl would have recognized this in Taoist terms, even if he did not use them. He had observed in the camps that the people who spent enormous energy resisting the reality of their situation, who kept insisting it could not be what it was, who kept arguing with what had clearly already happened, burned through their resources quickly. Who could accept the reality of the situation, however terrible, without losing themselves to it, retained something. Not immunity, a kind of traction. The water does not argue with the mountain. The water finds the way through. This is not despair. This is not surrender. This is the intelligence that knows the difference between what can be moved and what cannot, and spends its energy accordingly. Let the breath come and go. Let the room be still. We are near the end of the night. Chapter 44, What Your Life Has Already Been. Here is something Viktor Frankl said that sounds almost counterintuitive until you sit with it. The past is the most secure form of meaning there is. He was not being ironic. He was making a philosophical observation. The future is uncertain. Everything you hope for, everything you plan for, everything you intend to do can be undone by circumstance, illness, loss, the plain unpredictability of what comes next. The future is not secure. The present is a moving point. It keeps becoming the past faster than you can inhabit it. But the past is permanent. What has been, has been. The kind word given on a Tuesday 14 years ago is, in the ontological sense, more secure than anything in the future. It cannot be taken away.
With the Mika Auto Insurance, it's not just about where you're going, but who you go with. We're customer owned. We look after what matters most to you. Together. Get your quote today.
The new KFC Supergirl Ultimate Meal. Get it now before he does. And see Supergirl in theaters June 26th.
For the ones working to make every day a little sweeter, there's Granger. For the ones who get it done.
People will do anything to make their beer cold. All buckets, fill bars, even get a little fancy with it. That's why the Coors Light Mountains turn blue. Because people don't just like beer, people like cold beer.
How do you show the dad in your life how much you love him without overcomplicating it? Since it's my husband's first Father's Day, I wanted to get him something that felt really special, and I found this Ralph Lauren Polo 67 Extreme gift set. It's so beautifully packaged, making it the perfect gift the moment you see it. Scents can stay with you for a lifetime, so having this one by Ralph Lauren tied to such a special season of our life makes it that much more meaningful. And I love that gifting a set like this feels more thoughtful and complete while also giving you more value than buying a single item on its own. So if you're still looking for a Father's Day gift, this is such a meaningful one to give.
It happened. It is in the record, as it were, in the actual record, the one that is not stored anywhere retrievable, but that is nonetheless real. He was making this point in the context of discussing older patients, people who looked back over long lives and felt that what remained ahead was too little to matter. He was arguing that this was a fundamental misapprehension. The life they had already lived was not behind them in the sense of being lost. It was behind them in the sense of being permanently, irreversibly preserved. The love given, the work done, the courage shown, the small acts of care, these were safely in the past, which is to say, they were safer than anything that had not yet happened. This is a consolation that takes some time to feel. We have been taught to look forward. The past is what we are escaping or revising, or what has been resolved or needs to be. Frankl was suggesting a different relationship with it. The past as a record of meaning that cannot be undone. What your life has already been, it is enough. Let that sit. The body rests, the breath moves, the room is still. Chapter 45, the last pages of the journal. On a night in 1944 or 1945, in a camp that Viktor Frankl had calculated he was unlikely to leave, he sat with whatever materials were available to him and reconstructed a piece of what had been lost. He did not know if he would survive. He wrote it down anyway, not because he was certain it would matter, because the act of writing it was itself a form of meaning. The first path, creation, directed outward towards something beyond the present moment, beyond the present self. This is what writing is at its best. Not the production of a product, not the management of information, a reaching, a speaking to someone who is not yet there, across a distance that cannot be calculated in advance. Marcus Aurelius wrote to himself in the tent. Montaigne wrote to the reader he imagined in his tower. Kierkegaard wrote under pseudonyms, speaking to versions of himself he was trying to understand. Frankl wrote the reconstruction of his manuscript in a barrack at night to readers in a future he could not be certain would arrive. All of them were doing the same thing. They were refusing, in the most private and the most essential sense, to let the moment be only what it appeared to be. They were insisting, through the act of writing, of thinking, of attention, that the present moment pointed toward something, that it was not only duration, that it was also direction. The last pages of the journal, Frankl's, Marcus's, Montaigne's, anyone's, are not the end of the thing. They are the last step in the reach. The reach itself does not end where the pages run out. It continues into whoever reads the words and is changed by them. It continues into the evening, years after the writer is gone, when someone lying in the dark in a comfortable room hears the voice on a speaker and feels, for a moment, less alone. This is what the first path is for. This is what the second path is for. This is why the third path matters. The light was left on. Someone would come. Let the room be still. Let the breath settle. We are nearly done. Chapter 46. Back to the hour after midnight. We began in a particular kind of quiet. The house had gone still. The sounds of the day had settled, and a question had arrived that had been patient all day, waiting for the noise to clear. What was it actually for? We have been sitting with that question for 4 hours now. Not to answer it, not in the definitive sense, not the way a proof is answered or a form is completed, but to understand it better, to understand the shape of it, the history of it, the company it keeps. Viktor Frankl asked it in Vienna in the 1930s, in the clinic with the students who could not find a reason. He asked it in Auschwitz and Dachau, in the freezing mornings and the long nights and the moments when the only thing that kept him from a collapse he might not have recovered from was the image of his wife's face and the half reconstructed manuscript sewn into the dob. Lining of a coat. He asked it in the lecture halls and the consulting rooms of the 40 years after the war, in dialogue with thousands of people who had come to him carrying the same question in different shapes. His answer, accumulated over a life, was not a formula. It was not a prescription. It was something more like a set of practices. Look for what you can give, because creation is meaning. Look for what you can receive, because experience is meaning. And look at how you choose to stand in relation to what you cannot change, because that attitude is also meaning, and it is the one form of freedom that cannot be taken. He added one other thing, which might be the most important. Stop looking for meaning in general. Start looking for the specific thing in your specific life that is waiting for your specific presence. Not the meaning of life, the meaning in this day, this conversation, this task, this person. The room around you is still. The house has gone quiet. What is waiting for you? Let the question sit. Let the breath move. Chapter 47. One thought before sleep. There is no resolution that will arrive in the next few minutes before sleep. That is not the point. The point is smaller and more available than resolution. It is the direction of the attention. Where does the mind point when you have finished the accounting, finished the replaying, finished the review of what was said and what should have been said and what might yet be said? Frankl believed, and this is perhaps his simplest and most applicable idea, that the mind pointed at meaning tends to sleep differently than the mind pointed at nothing. Not better sleep, necessarily, in the clinical sense, not faster sleep, but sleep that comes in a slightly different posture. The body of the person who has, however tentatively, answered the question, "What is waiting for me?" rests differently than the body of the person for whom the question is still unanswered. Something releases. Not everything, not all at once, but something. He did not claim this as a cure. He was too careful for that. He claimed it as an observation, and the observation has held. So before you drift, if there is one thing to bring from tonight into the quiet that follows, not a resolution, not a plan, just a direction, the smallest possible direction, the one genuine thing that is waiting for your presence, however small, however ordinary, however far from what you imagined your meaningful life would look like. It does not have to be grand, it only has to be real. Let the shoulders drop, let the jaw soften, let the breath move on its own. The room is still. Chapter 48. The lamp is still on. Viktor Frankl was 92 years old when he died in September 1997 in Vienna. He had been married a second time to Eleanor, who survives him still and who has continued the work of the Viktor Frankl Institute. He had a daughter, he had grandchildren. He had flown a small plane at 67. He had lectured on 6 continents. He had answered the question, what is waiting for you, with the ongoing answer of his life, right up until it was over. He did not say that suffering is good. He did not say that loss is meaningful in itself. He said that the human being is capable, even in conditions that appear designed to eliminate this capacity, of finding something to reach for, and that the reaching is what matters. The reaching is what holds the person together when everything else has been taken. Somewhere, right now, there is a lamp still on in a room where a person is awake in the middle of the night asking the question. It is the question that was asked in the tent on the Danube, and in the barrack in Auschwitz, and in the tower in Bordeaux, and in the round library where 64 maxims were inscribed on the walls. It is always the same question. What is this for? What is waiting? What do I hold on to? The question is not a sign of failure. It is a sign of being awake in the full sense to what it costs to be alive and what it returns. Frankl's answer, arrived at through 70 years of thinking and living and losing and returning, was not complicated. It was this: look for the specific thing, the small, true thing, the thing that is genuinely yours, and live toward it with whatever days remain. One more breath. Let the body rest fully now. The question does not need to be answered tonight. It only needs to be kept sleep now.
You might be asking yourself, what's so good about play? You don't less than 5 P's. Resilience, collaboration, problem solving, confidence, creativity. In a world that never stops playing, anything is possible. See you at World Play Day!
Something happens after midnight. You have probably noticed it yourself. The house settles into a different kind of quiet. The sounds that seemed ordinary an hour ago, a branch against the window, a creak in the floor, the distant hum of something you cannot name, take on a different weight. The darkness behind your closed eyes shifts, and something inside you, something very old, becomes a little more awake. This is where we begin tonight. Not with fear, not with the kind of nighttime that fills horror films or unsettles children, but with the strange, quiet, deeply human experience of what happens to the mind when the world goes dark, because something does happen, something real. And for most of our lives, we have no language for it. Carl Jung spent over 50 years trying to find that language. He was a Swiss psychiatrist trained in medicine and early psychology, a student of Sigmund Freud, who eventually broke from him. But what made Jung extraordinary was not his academic credentials. It was his willingness to take seriously the things that science, at the time, was not yet willing to look at directly. Dreams that felt like more than dreams. Fears that had no visible cause. Moments of impossible coincidence. A sense in the dark hours that something in the human psyche was more vast, more ancient, and more mysterious than anyone had yet mapped. He did not dismiss these experiences. He studied them. He catalogued them. He had many of them himself. And his conclusion, arrived at over a lifetime, was both unsettling and strangely comforting. The strange things your mind does at night are not malfunctions, they are messages. From a part of you that does not speak in ordinary language. Let your shoulders drop just slightly. You do not need to hold anything tightly tonight. This is going to be a slow conversation. There is no urgency here. We are simply going to walk together through the territory that opens up after midnight. The dreams that feel too real. The fears with no clear origin. The shadow at the edge of vision. The uncanny feeling that sometimes greets you at 3 in the morning. And by the time we reach the end of this night together, something that felt strange may begin to feel familiar. Something that felt threatening may begin to feel like an invitation. There is a question underneath all of this that we will return to again and again tonight. It is a simple question, but it is not a small one. What is the part of you that wakes up when everything else goes quiet? Hold that question gently. We are not going to answer it yet. First, let us begin with something you probably already know, even if you have never quite put it into words. After midnight, you are a different person, or rather, a more complete one. The self you present to the world during the day is partial. It is the assembled, managed version, the one that nods when asked how you are doing, the one that keeps track of the calendar and the email inbox and the expression on your face in public. That self is real. But it is not all of you. Jung called it the ego, the center of conscious awareness, the part of the mind that organizes, plans, filters, and presents. It is necessary. Without it, you could not function. But it is not the whole. Beneath the ego, Jung believed, lies something far larger. Something that does not think in words, does not operate on logic, does not concern itself with schedules or social expectations. He called it the unconscious. And it is most active precisely when the ego goes quiet at night, in dreams, in that peculiar half space between sleep and waking, in the sudden cold feeling that arrives for no clear reason, in the image that appears behind your eyes just as you begin to drift. And now Notice what happens when we look a little closer at that. Because if Jung was right, if the strange things that happen to you at night are not noise, but signal, then the question becomes, what are they trying to say? That is where we begin. A quiet room, a darkened space, a mind that has finally stopped performing, and something just beneath the surface beginning to speak. Chapter 2, Why Night Changes the Mind. There is a reason the ancient world held night in a different kind of reverence than we do now. Before electricity, before streetlights and glowing screens, before the 24-hour city that never truly darkens, night was its own world. It had different rules, different inhabitants, different laws. In ancient Greece, dreams were thought to arrive through one of two gates. The gate of horn, through which true visions passed, and the gate of ivory, through which false ones did. The distinction mattered enormously. It was not simply superstition. It was an attempt to take seriously the strangeness of what happened to the mind after dark. The ancient Egyptians had dream temples. You would travel to one, perform rituals, sleep on sacred ground, and wait for the gods to send guidance through your sleep. The dream was not a curiosity. It was a communication. And this is the part that Jung found remarkable. Across cultures that had no contact with each other, across centuries, across continents, across languages, human beings kept arriving at the same conclusion. That the night mind was different from the day mind. That what happened in sleep was not random. That the strange experiences of darkness carried meaning. He did not think this was coincidence. He thought it was evidence. Evidence of something he would spend his career describing, the collective unconscious. A layer of the human psyche that is not personal, not learned, not shaped by individual biography, but shared, inherited. Older than language. Let the weight of your body settle where you are resting. Just for a moment, feel where you make contact with what is beneath you. Now let us think about why night specifically changes things. During daylight hours, your conscious mind is inundated with input. Sound, light, social obligation, task and demand and decision. The brain filters constantly, deciding what to pay attention to and what to suppress. Most of what is suppressed is not gone. It is waiting. Psychologist Matthew Walker, one of the leading sleep researchers of our time, has described sleep as a kind of overnight therapy. During REM sleep in particular, the brain replays emotional experiences with the volume turned down on stress hormones. It processes what the day did not have time to finish. But Jung was pointing at something even deeper than this. He was pointing at the way that night, specifically the removal of external stimulation, allows the unconscious to surface. Not just recent memories or unprocessed emotions, but older material, older patterns. The residue of everything you have ever been afraid of, ever loved, ever lost, ever wondered about in silence. There is a reason your most vivid dreams feel ancient. There is a reason that the symbols that appear in nightmares, the pursuer, the fall, the teeth that crumble, the house with unknown rooms, appear in the dreams of people across centuries and cultures who share nothing else. Jung believed these were not accidents. They were expressions of the same underlying human architecture, the same deep structure of psyche that all of us inhabit, regardless of where or when we were born. And here is the small detail that changes how you might think about your nighttime mind. If the symbols that appear after dark are expressions of something shared, something ancient, something deeply human, then your strange midnight experiences are not aberrations. They are participation. You are not broken when the night becomes strange. You are simply hearing something that human beings have been hearing for a very long time. A man named Michael once told a friend about a dream that had been recurring for 20 years. In the dream, he was always in the same house. A house he had never lived in, but somehow knew there was always a locked room at the end of a corridor. He never reached it. He always woke just as his hand touched the handle. He had written the dream off as odd, maybe stress-related, maybe nothing. When he finally described it to a therapist, she asked a simple question. What do you think is behind that door? He was quiet for a long time. Then he said, everything I have not let myself feel. That is why night changes the mind. Because night removes the buffer between what you allow yourself to experience and what is waiting to be experienced. And whatever is behind that door for you in your life, it is not trying to frighten you. It is trying to be found. Chapter 3, The Unconscious After Dark. Jung once wrote something that has stayed with students of psychology for generations. He wrote that if you do not make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Take a moment with that. Not a medical claim, not a certain outcome, but a quiet observation about what happens when the parts of the mind that operate below awareness are left unexamined. They do not disappear. They do not wait politely until you are ready. They act. They surface in patterns you cannot explain, in choices that seem to come from nowhere, in the inexplicable pull towards certain people, certain situations, certain fears, in the dreams that keep returning, in the feeling sometimes that you are living a life shaped by forces you cannot quite see. The unconscious, as Jung described it, is not a dungeon. It is not a place where bad things are stored. It is more like a vast, mostly unmapped territory. Most of it is simply unknown. Not dangerous, just unseen. And after dark, when the ego loosens its supervisory grip, that territory becomes more accessible. Think of it this way. During the day, the ego is like a city with all its lights on. Activity everywhere, traffic moving, voices overlapping, every surface illuminated. At night, the city dims, the busy streets empty. And in the quiet, you begin to notice things that were always there, but invisible in the noise. The shape of buildings you never looked at directly, the stars that were always overhead, the particular quality of silence between sounds. The unconscious does not become more active at night. It simply becomes more audible. Let your breath find its own pace for a moment. You do not need to control it. Just let it move. Now, one of the things that makes the unconscious particularly interesting after dark is what Jung called the compensatory function of the unconscious. He believed that what the unconscious presents in dreams, in spontaneous images, in impulses, is often the opposite of what the conscious mind is currently prioritizing. If you spend your waking hours telling yourself everything is fine, the unconscious may produce a dream in which everything is collapsing. Not to be cruel, not to frighten you, but to balance. To offer the perspective that the conscious mind has been excluding. Think of a woman in her late 50s, composed, efficient, someone everyone around her described as the strong one. She had spent decades managing other people's needs with precision. She never cried in front of anyone. She had no patience for what she called weakness. For 3 years, she had a recurring dream about a child sitting alone in the rain. The child was not hurt, just alone, just waiting. It was not until a period of unexpected illness, when she was forced to stop for the first time in decades, that she understood the dream. The child was not a child she had known. It was the part of herself she had been leaving outside in the rain for 30 years. The part that needed comfort, needed rest, needed someone to sit beside it and say, "You do not have to be strong right now." The unconscious had been sending that message for years. She had simply been too busy to read it. This is the compensatory function. The unconscious does not attack you. It corrects. It offers what is missing. It speaks most loudly after dark because that is when you are most likely to listen. And here is the thing that changes how you might approach your strange nighttime experiences tonight. Whatever your mind shows you after the world goes quiet, the dream that troubles you, the fear that arrives without invitation, the image that surfaces just before sleep, it is not random, it is not noise. It is the other half of your own mind trying to complete a conversation that the day interrupted. And that conversation is worth having, even if it is strange, even if it takes years to understand, even if you fall asleep tonight before you. Understand it. The message will be there again tomorrow night. It always comes back because it belongs to you. Chapter 4. Dreams that feel too real. You know the feeling you wake in the dark, and for a moment, sometimes several moments, sometimes longer, you cannot locate yourself. You do not know if you are still inside it or outside it. The images are still there, vivid and solid, in a way that ordinary memory never quite achieves. The emotion, whatever it was, the grief, the fear, the inexplicable joy, is still in your body, pressing against your ribs, sitting in your throat. It felt real. Not real the way a movie feels real, where you know at some level that you are watching. Real the way an actual event feels real. Real the way something that happened to you feels long after it is over. And then you are fully awake and you are in your bedroom, and the rational part of your mind begins to reassemble the familiar world around you. Just a dream. Just a dream. But something lingers. Something about it was not just a dream. Jung spent decades arguing for exactly that. He was not claiming that dreams are literal prophecies or windows into another dimension. He was making a more precise and in some ways more radical claim that dreams are real communications from a real part of the psyche, that they carry genuine content, not arbitrary content, not random neural noise, but content that is organized and meaningful even when it is strange. He wrote in Memories, Dreams, Reflections, the closest thing to a memoir he ever produced about his own dreams, with a seriousness that surprised many of his colleagues. He treated them the way a geologist treats rock strata, as a record, as evidence, as something worth reading carefully. Feel the weight of your hands where they rest. Let them be heavy. There is nothing to hold right now. In one of his most striking passages, he described a series of dreams he had in 1913 that troubled him deeply. He saw rivers of blood flooding Europe. He saw a wave of cold spreading across the land. He saw thousands of people dying. He wondered if he was going mad. And then, in the summer of 1914, the First World War began. Jung did not claim prophetic power. He was too careful a thinker for that. What he suggested instead was something subtler, that the unconscious is capable of sensing patterns and trends in the collective human situation that the conscious mind has not yet assembled into a visible picture. Not prophecy, perception. A deeper kind of reading of what is already in the air. Now, most of the dreams that wake you at 3 in the morning are not about global events. They are about you, your life, the unfinished business of your particular history. There is a kind of dream that nearly everyone recognizes. The dream in which someone who has died is alive again. You are with them as you used to be. Everything is ordinary and warm and real. And then you wake, and for a few seconds you forget, and then you remember. And the grief that arrives in those few seconds is not less than grief. It is not a copy of grief. It is grief full and present, happening in your body right now. Jung would say that what you experienced in that dream was not a failure of reality testing. It was the psyche doing something important, revisiting, honoring, allowing an emotion that the busy daytime self has learned to manage and suppress to come through at full volume, even briefly. Dreams that feel too real are not glitches. They are the moments when the unconscious breaks through the ordinary filtering system and delivers something directly, something the daytime mind would find a way to deflect. There is a reason the dreams you remember are almost always the ones that felt the most real, because the psyche marks the important messages. It makes them vivid. It makes them linger. The question that opens here, and that we will return to, is not whether to take your dreams seriously. The question is what they are trying to say, and we are getting closer to that. But first, there is a territory between sleep and waking that deserves its own attention. Because some of the strangest nighttime experiences happen not fully inside the dream, but right at the threshold. Chapter 5. Waking Between Worlds. There is a name for the state between sleep and waking. The old word for it is hypnagogia, from the Greek hypnos, meaning sleep, and agogos, meaning leading into. It is the territory you pass through on the way into sleep. And there is a corresponding word for the passage on the way out, hypnopompia. These are not unusual experiences. Surveys suggest that well over half of people have them regularly, though many do not have words for them and therefore do not know they are sharing something common with millions of others. This is what the threshold can look like. You are lying down, your body is relaxing, and then, with your eyes closed and your mind beginning to drift, you see something. A face you do not recognize, a landscape you have never visited. A geometric pattern that shifts and unfolds with extraordinary precision. A word that appears in your mind's eye with unusual clarity, or you hear something. Your name spoken aloud by a voice you cannot place, a burst of music, a single sentence that makes no grammatical sense but feels deeply important, or the falling feeling. The sudden drop, the involuntary jerk, the sense of having stumbled off a step that was not there, or, and this is the one that most often sends people to search the internet at 2 in the morning, you see a figure in the room. Let your jaw soften. Now, let it be loose. The figure in the doorway. The shape at the foot of the bed. The presence that is not quite there, but is not quite not there either. These experiences are so common across human history that virtually every culture has a name for them. In medieval Europe, the entity at the foot of the bed was called an incubus or succubus. In West African tradition, there is the night-pressing demon. In South Asian cultures, a ghost that sits on the chest. In Newfoundland, the old hag. In Japan, Kanashibari. Different names. The same experience. Jung was fascinated by exactly this kind of cross-cultural convergence. When separate peoples, with no contact with each other, across centuries, described the same nocturnal vision in strikingly similar terms, he argued that this was not coincidence. It was evidence of shared psychic architecture. The figure at the threshold, he believed, was one expression of the archetypal unconscious, a symbol thrown up by the deeper layers of the mind during the vulnerable liminal moment between states. Now, none of this makes the experience less startling. If you have ever opened your eyes in the dark and seen a figure standing in the corner of the room and then blinked and watched it dissolve, you know that no amount of rational explanation makes the first half second less real. But here is what changes when you understand the threshold. The boundary between sleeping and waking is not a hard line. It is a gradient. A stretch of territory where the ordinary rules of perception, the ones that say real things are out there and imagined things are in here, temporarily dissolve. In that territory, The mind's image-making capacity, which runs constantly during sleep, is still running, but the eyes are open or partly open. And so internal images get projected briefly onto external space. What you see is real. It is just real in a different sense than the lamp on the nightstand. It is real in the way that a dream is real, generated by a part of the mind that is ancient and imagistic and does not operate in the same mode as daytime perception. Think of a man named Richard who spent years believing he was in some way haunted. He would see regularly in the early morning hours a tall figure at the foot of his bed. It did not speak. It did not threaten. It simply stood there, watching. He had never told anyone about it because he was afraid of what they would think. When he finally mentioned it to a doctor who specialized in sleep medicine, the doctor said very calmly, "This happens to a great many people. There is a name for it." Richard said later that the name itself was the beginning of something, not because it explained away the experience, but because it placed him inside a larger human story. He was not strange. He was not broken. He was having an experience that countless people across countless centuries had also had. This is one of the most consistent patterns in the study of nocturnal experience. The experience that has not been named carries a particular quality of isolation. You believe you are the only one. You believe the experience marks you as deficient in some specific way, and so you carry it quietly, without the relief that comes from recognition. But almost nothing in the interior life is as singular as it feels at 2 in the morning. The fears that seem most private are almost always fears that have been carried by many others. The strange experiences that feel most shameful often turn out to be the most universal. This is one of the gifts that understanding the threshold state can offer, not explanation in the sense of elimination, but placement. The lonely, disorienting experience finds its context in the larger human story. And in that context, something shifts. The next time you find yourself at the threshold, in that peculiar borderland between states, where the ordinary rules of perception soften and the interior world becomes briefly louder than the exterior one, you do not need to brace against it. You can simply notice it. A passage through, a brief encounter with the part of the night that does not belong entirely to sleep or entirely to waking. Thousands of people throughout human history have stood in this same borderland, seen the same flickering images, felt the same uncertain quality of the space between states. And nearly all of them passed through, into morning, into the ordinary world, slightly changed by what they had briefly witnessed. You do not have to understand everything that happens at the threshold. You just need to know that the threshold is real, and that what passes through it is worth to attention. Chapter 6, The Fear with No Clear Cause. There is a particular kind of nighttime fear that is harder to name than most. It is not fear of something specific, It is not the fear of the spider, or the confrontation, or the diagnosis. It is more like a weather pattern than an object. It moves in. It fills the room. It does not point at anything. It is just there. Many people describe it as dread, a low-frequency alarm going off somewhere in the body that the mind cannot locate. You check the obvious things. The doors are locked. The family is safe. Nothing has happened today that would explain this. And yet, here it is again. Jung was interested in this kind of fear precisely because of its resistance to rational explanation. He believed that the unconscious is capable of generating emotional states, fear, grief, unease, longing, that precede any conscious understanding of their origin. That the psyche, operating below the level of articulation, can register something and sound a quiet alarm before the conscious mind has had time to put it into words. This is not mysticism. Modern neuroscience supports part of what Jung was describing. The amygdala, the brain's threat detection structure, can process sensory information and generate a fear response before the higher cortical areas. Have assembled a coherent narrative about what is happening. You feel afraid before you know why you are afraid. The feeling is not wrong. It is simply faster than the thinking. Let your shoulders soften now. You do not need to brace against anything right now. The air is still. You are here. But Jung was pointing at something even more specific. He was pointing at fear that is not a threat response to an external situation, but a signal from the unconscious about something internal, something unresolved, something the psyche is trying to bring to attention. In his clinical work, Jung found that patients who experienced diffuse, sourceless nighttime anxiety were often in the deeper layers of therapy, approaching some insight or recognition that part of the mind was resisting. The anxiety was not random. It was a kind of pressure around an opening that had not yet been made. The fear was standing guard over something that wanted to come through. A woman named Clara once described lying awake every Sunday night for almost 3 years with a feeling she called dread but could never specify. She was not afraid of Monday. She enjoyed her work. There was nothing wrong with her life that she could point to. The dread came and went like a tide. It took a long time and a willingness to sit with the question honestly before she recognized what the Sunday nights were really about. Sunday nights had always been, in her childhood, the end of the only 2 days in the week when her father was sober. Monday meant the return of something she had spent decades not naming. The dread was not about Monday. It was about something much older. The body remembered what the mind had long since decided not to revisit. This is why the fear with no clear cause is worth sitting with rather than simply suppressing. Not because you need to excavate your entire history in order to sleep, but because the fear is speaking a language that the daytime mind does not always have access to. There is a reason it arrives at night. At night, the usual forms of distraction and avoidance are not available. The mind cannot redirect itself toward tasks, toward other people, toward the managed presentation of itself. At night, there is only you, and the thing that has been waiting for you to be still enough to notice it. And that thing, whatever it is in your particular life, is not your enemy. It is your psyche trying to close a loop that has been open for a very long time. You do not have to resolve it tonight. You do not have to understand it fully. Just notice it. Let it be there. Let it breathe alongside you in the dark, and know that noticing it, even briefly, is already a different relationship than the one you may have had with it before. The fear wants to be known, not fed, not argued with, not indulged, just acknowledged. That is often enough for tonight. Chapter 7, Shadows at the Edge of Sleep. There is a concept in Jungian psychology that is used more often than it is understood. Most people have heard the word shadow. Most people have some rough sense that it refers to the darker or hidden parts of the self. But Jung's meaning was both more precise and more interesting than the popular version. The shadow is not simply your dark side. It is not the sum of your worst qualities waiting behind a door to be released. The shadow is everything that has been excluded from the conscious self. Everything that you were told, directly or indirectly, that you were not. Everything that did not fit the picture of who you were supposed to be. Everything that was too inconvenient, too embarrassing, too contradictory to carry into the managed daylight version of yourself. And here is the thing about the shadow that matters most for our purposes tonight. It becomes most active after dark. Not because darkness is evil, but because darkness removes the conditions that keep the shadow suppressed, the performance is over. The audience has gone home. The ego, which works very hard during the day to maintain a coherent, presentable identity, finally relaxes. And in that relaxation, the excluded material surfaces, sometimes gently, sometimes not. Let the next breath be slightly slower. Just let the air move in and move out. There is nothing you need to do right now. Jung illustrated the shadow through a simple image. Imagine you are walking on a sunny day. Your shadow stretches out behind you. You cannot see it unless you deliberately turn around. It moves with you everywhere you go. It is always present, always yours, but almost always outside your field of vision. The psychological shadow works similarly. It is always there. It belongs to you. But it is behind you, outside the field of conscious attention, until something turns you around. And one of the things most likely to turn you around is a dream. Dreams are one of the primary places where the shadow speaks. The figure in the dream who frightens you, who is cruel to you, who does the thing you would never do. That figure is often, Jung believed, a face of your own shadow. Not a literal representation of what you are, but a representation of what you have excluded, what you have refused to own. The man who dreams of a violent stranger breaking into his home may be carrying a rage he has never allowed himself to feel directly. The woman who dreams of being betrayed by someone she trusted may be carrying her own capacity for betrayal locked away and unacknowledged. This is not an accusation. It is a door. Because the shadow is not only the dark. Jung was insistent about this. The shadow also carries gifts. A person who has been raised to be relentlessly modest may have exiled their ambition to the shadow. A person trained to be always accommodating may have locked their healthy anger somewhere beneath the floor. A person who learned early that needing things was a sign of weakness may find in the shadow the full range of their emotional life, the need for comfort, for rest, for genuine connection, all waiting. The shadow is not only where the difficult things go, it is where anything unacceptable to the conscious self gets stored. And at the edge of sleep, in that liminal space we discussed, in that territory between states, the shadow most often moves. The sudden cold feeling when the room has not changed temperature. The image that surfaces as you drift and then makes you open your eyes again. The dream figure that is somehow both a stranger and deeply familiar. These are not visitations from outside, they are encounters with the excluded parts of yourself. And the invitation, not the demand, but the quiet invitation that Jung extended across his entire body of work was this: turn around, look at what is behind you, not with fear, not with the intention of fighting it, with curiosity, because what you find there, however strange it first appears, is still part of you. And a person who has met their own shadow, who has learned to look at it without running, is a person who sleeps a great deal more peacefully than one who has not. Chapter 8, Archetypes in the Night. A child is afraid of the dark, but here is what is interesting. The child is almost never afraid of nothing. They are afraid of something specific. The monster under the bed, the figure in the doorway, the presence that could be in the closet. The exact content varies. The structure never does. And that structure, the dark, the hidden place, the threatening presence, the child alone repeats across cultures and centuries with a consistency that is hard to explain if you assume the mind begins blank. This was one of the things that led Jung toward what he called archetypes. The word comes from the Greek archetypon, meaning original pattern or first mode. Jung used it to describe the fundamental forms or organizing patterns that seem to exist in the human psyche beneath and before any individual experience. Archetypes are not ideas you have. They are structures that shape how you experience things. The great mother, the wise old man, the hero, the trickster, the shadow, the child, the threshold guardian. These figures appear in myths and fairy tales from cultures with no historical contact. They appear in the dreams of people who have never read mythology. They appear in the nighttime fears of children before language has given them labels. Feel where your body makes contact with what is beneath you. Let that contact hold you for a moment. Jung believed archetypes were not cultural inventions. They were the inherited shapes of human experience, the grooves worn into the psyche by millions of years of shared human life. The same challenges, birth, death, darkness, predator, parent, exile, return, faced by every human who has ever lived, leaving their marks on the deep structure of the mind. And at night, when the individual ego loosens its grip on experience, these deeper patterns surface. The monster under the bed is a version of the threshold guardian. The shadowed figure in the dream is an expression of the trickster or the shadow, the wise voice that speaks unexpectedly in a dream, the kind that leaves you with an insight that seems too precise to have come from nowhere. That is the wise old man. These are not supernatural entities arriving from outside. They are the night language of the human psyche. Now, there is a modern story that illuminates this in a way that stays with you. A man named Daniel, in his early 60s, had spent his career in engineering. He was precise and methodical. He valued evidence. He was, by his own description, not someone given to flights of imagination. And yet, for years, he dreamed about a woman he had never met. She was always in the same place, a garden or a room with a particular light, and she never spoke, but she always seemed to be waiting. Sometimes she guided him towards something. Sometimes she simply stood and watched. He dismissed it for years, called it a recurring dream, nothing more. What eventually brought him to think differently was reading, almost by accident, about what Jung called the anima, the inner feminine figure that appears in the dreams of men, he wrote, as a kind of guide to the deeper feeling layers of the psyche. Not a literal woman, a psychic function, a representation of the parts of the male self that culture tends to suppress: vulnerability, intuition, emotional depth. Daniel sat with that for a long time. Then he wrote something in a journal he had not opened in years. The woman in the garden was not someone he had lost. She was something he had never let himself be. That recognition did not solve anything immediately, but it opened a space, a curiosity about the parts of his inner life that decades of practical focus had left uncultivated. Archetypes work this way. They are not literal, they are not supernatural, but they are not nothing. They are the night's way of introducing you to the deeper geography of your own mind. And once you begin to recognize the figures, once you have a language for the ancient patterns that appear in your sleep, the night becomes less frightening, less strange, more like a conversation you are finally equipped to hear. Chapter 9, Sleep Paralysis and Ancient Terror. At some point in human history, no one knows exactly when, people began to notice something. There were nights when a person woke from sleep but could not move. The body was completely unresponsive. The mind was awake and aware, but the limbs would not answer. And in that state, in that locked, helpless condition, something was often in the room, a presence, a weight, on the chest. A sense of being held down by a force that was not visible. The terror of those moments was absolute, and it left its marks everywhere. In 1781, the Swiss-British painter Henry Fuseli completed a work called The Nightmare. In it, a woman lies draped across a bed, unconscious, pale, one arm hanging. On her chest sits a crouching demon, staring directly out of the canvas. Behind her, the head of a wide-eyed horse emerges from behind a curtain. The painting shocked and transfixed audiences. It was not considered bizarre or eccentric. It was considered recognizable. People looked at it and knew immediately what it was describing. The experience we now call sleep paralysis. Let your breath move without effort. Just let it find its own pace. Sleep paralysis occurs in the transitional period between sleep states, most commonly between REM sleep and waking. During REM sleep, the body enters a state of muscle atonia, essentially temporary paralysis, which is protective. It keeps you from acting out your dreams, but occasionally the mind wakes before the body does. The paralysis persists for seconds, sometimes for a minute or more, while consciousness is fully restored. And in that window, many people experience vivid hallucinations. They see presences, they feel weights, they hear sounds. They sense something in the room that is not there in the ordinary sense. The hallucinations arise from the same mechanism that generates dream imagery, still active and projecting, combined with the peculiar terror of being awake and unable to move. Modern sleep science can describe the mechanism perfectly, but Jung was interested in the cultural residue, in the fact that the same experience had been, for centuries, interpreted as a supernatural visitation. The incubus, the witch's ride, the old hag, the spirit that presses. He believed these interpretations were not simply ignorance waiting to be corrected by science. They were the psyche's attempt to make meaning out of an overwhelming experience, to fit something that felt impossibly strange into the only frameworks available. And he believed that even once you understand the mechanism, something important remains. The terror of sleep paralysis is not nothing. The experience of being awake and unable to move, of sensing a presence in the most private and vulnerable space there is, it touches something very old in the human psyche. It is the feeling of complete loss of control, of being at the mercy of forces larger than the self. That feeling, Jung would say, is itself an archetypal experience, a temporary passage through helplessness that humans have always needed to find ways to process and endure. There was a woman named Ingrid who had experienced sleep paralysis throughout her 40s. She had eventually learned through a therapist what was happening physiologically. The knowledge helped. The episodes became less terrifying. She could remind herself, even in the thick of it, this will pass. This is the body, not a visitation. But she said something interesting when she reflected on the years before she understood it. She said, "When I thought something was in the room, the fear was terrible. But there was also something else. I always had the sense that whatever it was not trying to hurt me. It was trying to show me something." She could not explain what she meant by that, but the experience had left her over time with a different relationship to the night, less defended, less certain that the strange was entirely unwelcome. Not everyone will interpret their sleep paralysis this way, but the recognition that the experience places you inside an unbroken human lineage of people who have woken in the dark and found themselves unable to move and found something at the edge of awareness. That recognition is itself a form of company. You are not the first, you will not be the last. And the ancient terror, understood well enough, becomes something you can survive every time. Chapter 10. Hearing the inner world speak, Jung heard voices. This is not a metaphor. In 1913, following his rupture with Freud, and in the grip of what he later described as a confrontation with the unconscious, Jung began to hear interior voices that were distinctly not his own conscious thought. They were other. They had personalities. They addressed him. They argued with him. One of them, a voice he eventually called Philemon, appeared to him in dreams and then persisted into waking life as an interior presence. He was an old man with a long beard and the wings of a kingfisher. He walked in Jung's garden with him. He taught him things. Jung did not tell his colleagues about this for many years. He was a trained physician. He knew perfectly well what psychosis looked like. He monitored himself carefully. He kept working. He kept seeing patients. He maintained his external life with precision. But he also listened, and eventually he concluded that what he was experiencing was not madness. It was what he would come to call active imagination, a deliberate, disciplined engagement with the interior figures that arise from the unconscious. He recorded all of it in an illuminated manuscript that he kept locked in a cupboard and showed to almost no one until after his death. The Red Book. Let your jaw soften, let your throat be loose. There is nothing urgent. The Red Book, when it was finally published nearly a century after it was written, stunned scholars. It was not the work of a man who was losing his mind. It was the work of a man who had developed an extraordinary capacity to be present to the full range of his own interior life, including the parts that were strange, archaic, frightening, and beautiful. Now, most of us do not hear voices in the Jungian sense, but most of us do hear something. There is the voice that speaks at 3 in the morning, the one that catalogues failures, lists grievances, rehearses arguments. The voice that wakes you and refuses to return to sleep until you have gone through the thing you most wanted to avoid. There is the voice that speaks at the edge of sleep. That says sometimes something that surprises you with its precision. an answer to a question you had not consciously been asking, a recognition you had not expected. There is the voice in the dream, the figure that says something you remember when you wake. The kind of sentence that does not feel like something your waking mind would have generated. Jung would say that all of these are expressions of the inner world speaking, not supernatural, not diagnostic, but real. The inner world is not a metaphor for him. It is a real domain, the domain of the psyche, with its own population of figures, its own logic, its own wisdom, and its own blind spots. And learning to hear it carefully, without immediately suppressing or dismissing what arises, was, for him, one of the most important capacities a human being could develop. This does not mean following every interior impulse. It does not mean acting on every dream image. It does not mean mistaking the inner world for the outer one. It means listening, the way you might listen to a person who was trying to say something difficult, without judgment, without the urgent need to fix or refute, with the quiet patience of someone who believes the speaker has something worth hearing. A young man named Eli kept a notebook by his bed for years, starting in his early 20s. Not a journal, just a place to write down the things he heard himself thinking in the moments just before sleep. Single sentences, often images, fragments. He did not analyze them at the time, he just wrote them down. When he read back through the notebooks a decade later, he was quiet for a long time. The themes were so consistent. The same fears, the same longings, the same half-formed recognitions, threading through years. The inner world had been saying the same things over and over in slightly different language. It had been patient. It had simply been waiting for him to be ready to hear it. And perhaps the inner world is like that for most of us. Patient, consistent, willing to repeat itself, not demanding to be heard immediately, but never quite giving up. Chapter 11, Visions, Symbols, and the Psyche. The psyche does not think in sentences. This is something worth sitting with. Because we spend our waking lives so immersed in language that it is easy to forget that language is a relatively recent arrival in human experience. The deeper layers of the mind, the ones that were ancient before words were invented, operate in an older currency. Images, symbols, patterns, shapes that carry emotional weight without requiring explanation. When you dream of water, the dream is not saying water, it is using water the way a musician uses a chord. To evoke something that does not translate cleanly into words. Depth, flow,
This is athletic. It's non-alcoholic beer. How are you by these? Right there. Perfect.
That's good.
Let me up a little bit here. Athletic! When you think of AAA on the road, you think of peace of mind. You know we're always here for you. It's the same way with AAA Insurance. It's our mission to find you the right coverage options at the best possible rate. You get a discount if you're a AAA member, and save even more if you bundle your home and auto together. Protect your home, your prized possessions, and your family with a name that's been trusted for more than 110 years. We'll take care of you and give you that peace of mind you deserve. AAA Insurance, here for you.
Like us, you might be suffering from moderate to severe obstructive sleep apnea, or OSA. But we are the undiagnosed. We've been told we snore at night and gasp for air. Daytime sleepiness is a drag, but we still have people who count on us. And we're more than just human beings. We are humans being. OSA is a chronic condition tied to breathing interruptions and oxygen deprivation during sleep. You're undiagnosed? Talk to your doctor about OSA. Let's keep being humans being.
Oh, danger, purification, the unknown beneath the surface, the source of life and the place of drowning simultaneously. This is why dream analysis in the Jungian tradition is not a matter of looking up symbols in a dictionary. The same symbol means different things to different people, in different contexts, in different stages of a life. Water that is terrifying in a dream at one period of your life may be calming and familiar at another. The psyche selects from its symbolic vocabulary based on what the moment requires. Jung was not the first person to take this seriously. The ancient Egyptians had professional dream interpreters. The Greeks had sanctuaries where people slept in hopes of receiving healing dreams from the god Asclepius. The book of Genesis contains the story of Joseph, whose ability to interpret dreams raises him from slave to the second most powerful man in Egypt. In every tradition, the image was understood as a carrier of meaning that exceeded what plain description could achieve. Notice where your body is right now, the weight of it, the warmth. Let it rest exactly as it is. Jung proposed something that connects all of this into a coherent picture. He called the unconscious's image-making capacity the symbol-forming function. The psyche, he believed, is always generating symbols, always reaching toward images that can hold more meaning than any single concept can contain. And this process is not limited to dreams. It shows up in the sense that certain places are sacred to you without rational explanation. In the feeling that certain objects carry weight, a photograph, a piece of furniture, something you inherited. In the experience of hearing a piece of music that makes you feel you have lost something you cannot name, these are not irrational experiences. They are the psyche's symbolic life leaking into ordinary experience. At night, with the censorship of the rational mind reduced, the symbol-forming function runs more freely. And sometimes what it produces is extraordinary. A woman named Grace, in her mid-50s, woke from a dream that she described as the most beautiful thing she had ever experienced. She was in a vast, dark field. The stars overhead were close enough to touch. In the center of the field was a single tree, blazing with white light, not burning, luminous. And from the tree came a sound that she said was not music and not language, but somehow both. She woke with tears she could not explain. She was not a religious person. She had no frame for the experience, but she did not dismiss it. She carried it with her for years. She said that whenever she was in a period of difficulty, she went back to that image, the dark field, the luminous tree, the sound. It did not solve her problems, but it gave her something she could return to. A place in her own inner world where something felt larger than whatever she was afraid of. Jung would have recognized this immediately. The luminous tree is one of the oldest symbols in the human repertoire. The world tree, the tree of life, it appears in Norse mythology, in Kabbalah, in Hindu cosmology, in Celtic tradition. The psyche found it without being taught it, because the psyche already knew it. That is what a symbol does. It connects you for a moment, briefly, powerfully, to something larger than your particular story. And at night, when the world has gone quiet and the symbol-forming function has space to move, those connections sometimes become visible. Let what you have just heard settle for a moment before we continue. There is one more piece here that changes everything, and it lives in the space between waking, sleeping, in the places where the ordinary rules of cause and effect seem to bend. Chapter 12. Why some nights feel haunted. You have had nights like this. Everything is ordinary. The house is familiar. The room is the same room it always is. Nothing has happened or nothing significant. And yet from the moment you lie down, the atmosphere is different. Something has changed in the quality of the darkness. There is a weight to the air, a sense that the room is not quite empty, a prickling awareness that makes it difficult to close your eyes and impossible to explain. It does not resolve into anything. There is no figure, no sound, no event. Just the feeling, persistent and specific, that tonight is not like other nights. Not everyone experiences this, but a great many people do, more often than they speak of. And for some it happens reliably in certain rooms, in certain houses, at certain seasons of the year. Jung would have been interested not just in the experience, but in its selectivity, in the fact that a space can feel haunted one night and ordinary the next, in the fact that different people in the same room sometimes feel the same thing, and sometimes nothing at all. He would have pointed toward what he called the projection of psychic content, when the unconscious is carrying material that has not been processed. Grief, unresolved fear, and unacknowledged loss, it sometimes externalizes, projects the interior state onto the environment. And because human perception is highly susceptible to suggestion, especially in reduced light conditions and liminal states, the environment seems to respond. The haunted room, he suggested, is sometimes a haunted inner state looking for a home. But he was careful not to reduce everything to that. Let the next breath come a little slower. Just let it. Jung took seriously what he called the reality of the psyche. He believed that the psyche was as real as the physical world, and that its experiences were not simply epiphenomena, not simply side effects of brain chemistry to be explained away. They had their own validity, their own informational content, and this meant he was willing to leave certain things genuinely open. He did not claim that all experiences of haunting were projections. He did not claim that all unexplained presences were explainable by psychology. He held a rare and uncomfortable position for a scientist of his time, genuine uncertainty. He said, in essence, we do not yet know what the psyche is capable of. We do not yet know the full extent of what lies beyond ordinary perception. We should be neither credulous nor dismissive. That position, the willingness to hold uncertainty without forcing it into a comfortable conclusion, is itself one of the most important things Jung offers. The haunted feeling does not require a verdict. It does not need to be either completely explained or completely accepted as supernatural. It can simply be acknowledged. Something is happening in this room tonight that the ordinary instruments of rational explanation do not fully account for. What if that is enough information for now? There was a house where a man named Philip lived after his wife of 32 years died. He stayed in the house. He did not want to leave. Every person who visited him commented separately, without knowing the others had said it, that the house felt full in a way that was hard to describe. Not uncomfortable, just full. Philip never explained it. He did not try. He said only that he did not feel alone in the house. Whether you read that as grief projecting his wife's presence outward or as something else entirely, the experience was real. The feeling in the house was real. The comfort it gave him was real. Jung would not have tried to correct him. He would have asked gently, what does the feeling mean to you? Because the meaning is at least as important as the mechanism. And some nights the meaning is not only comfort. Sometimes the haunted quality of a space is asking a different question. A woman named Margaret moved into a house after a difficult divorce. She had chosen the house carefully, rationally. Good neighborhood, good light, practical in all the ways she needed. But from the first night, she could not sleep well there. The house felt wrong, not threatening, just wrong. Like something in it was in the wrong place, or something of hers was in the wrong place. She repainted rooms, she rearranged furniture, she brought in plants and light and color. The wrongness persisted. It was not until almost a year later, when she began talking seriously about whether the life she was now living was actually the life she wanted to be living, that she understood what the house had been telling her. The house was not haunted, she was displaced. The wrongness was not in the walls. It was in the fit between the space she was inhabiting and the self she was becoming. A self that the house, chosen in haste during a difficult transition, did not quite match. She moved the following spring, and she slept immediately. The first night in the new place, she slept deeply and without interruption. The haunted feeling, it turned out, had known something before she did, because the meaning is at least as important as the mechanism. And some nights, meaning is what you need most.
I make all kinds of things for people who follow your thing on Canva. The thing that makes anything a thing.
Shamelessly seasoned in every groove and twist. Dot's sensationally seasoned pretzels.
What if you could trade on this? This is Kalshi, a regulated exchange where you trade on real-world events. Each question has two sides, yes or no. If you think the Fed
Shut
will
the
cut
fuck
rates,
up.
you buy yes for 42 cents. If it happens, that contract settles at $1. You just made 58 cents per share. You can trade inflation data, elections, crypto prices.
Shut up.
My husband just wasn't lasting long enough for me to finish. It was frustrating. I love
Oh
him,
my
but
God.
it got to a point where we were both
Need most. Chapter 13. The Shadow in the Bedroom. It is after midnight now. You are in the room where you are most fully yourself. Not the self you perform at work or carry through social obligations. The self that exists when the day is over and the obligations are finished and there is nothing left to maintain. This is where the shadow most readily appears. Jung described the shadow as the dark side of the personality. But that description, while accurate, is too neat. It implies that the shadow is simply the bad version of you, the selfish version, the angry version, the one that has impulses you would not want anyone to see. In truth, the shadow is more interesting than that, and more varied. Because what gets pushed into the shadow is not only the morally difficult material, it is everything the conscious self has decided it cannot accommodate. And that decision is made often not by the adult you, but by the child you, the version of you that was learning the rules of belonging. That was figuring out through trial and error and the reactions of adults which parts of itself were acceptable and which were not. A boy who was told repeatedly and in various ways that anger was dangerous. Not just his anger, but anger in general, the whole domain, grows into a man who has trouble feeling his own fury. It does not mean he has no fury.
Guess I could
It
restart.
means his fury is in the shadow, available only in muffled, distorted